Chapter 171, The Plan to Cut the Domain. At first, Liu Bowen from the immortal world made Sun Quanting and Hong Chengqiu embarrassed when he calculated the final fate of the soldiers. One took some of them, and the other trained some of them. I originally thought that even if they flee from the enemy and betray the country, they shamelessly begged the King army to surrender. I didn't expect some of them to be so slavish and charming, to the point of recognizing the thief as the father, so that both handsome could not stand it. Secondly, when the prince was 10 years old, it was enough to care about the affairs of the country. Even the courtier's housework and other matters had to be taken care of, as well as the maid and the maids to listen to, which made the educated adults a little embarrassed and unnatural. But 1,000 taels of silver is still not a small number. You can also be cool for a while in the capital, and you can find a beautiful little lady who can fight for several days and nights. If you go out all at once, you can ride a fine quality Yangtze thin horse. It's all easy. When the two of them didn't know how to respond to such an embarrassing reward, the waiter who came back from Datong used a more embarrassing message to relieve them. The general soldier Wang Pu publicly resisted the order and made the second Chai Shiwa. From beginning to end, a certain prince and both handsome men were in a fresh and refined state of awkward chat, and there was not the most embarrassing, only more embarrassing. The left man and right arm was also a little stunned when seeing the appearance of the Long King mortar, and it was clear that he still had no idea about the power of this awkward cannon. In the afternoon or tomorrow, the shards in the outer city will be chopped up by Yongwing. A certain prince finds a place to give them a test shot, which is regarded as a celebration of the successful recapture of the capital. Wang Pu has resisted the decree. Once verified, his next step is to openly launch a rebellion. Although the troops used by the boarding governor Yang Wenyu, who was responsible for encircling him, did not affect the two commanders, Yoji still thinks it is necessary to readjust his talents. Strategic deployment. Take this opportunity to clean up the rubbish generals who may not listen to orders, blatantly resist orders, or even collude with the gangsters to resist the court. The commander-in-chief Wang Xiao who guards Liu Ouyang, this man is selfish and greedy, and then surrenders to the gangsters offering the city. The imperial decree of the palace showed him to the public to follow the example. Sun King returned to Shaanxi, and he could go through Liu Ouyang. The palace would send a special envoy to the East Factory to supervise it. Liu Ouyang is an important town in the Central Plains, and the deputy general of Kaifeng Chen Yongfu was transferred to guard it. Wang Xiao's hand was under the command of Sun King and sent to the front line to take part in the suppression of bandits. If there is any disobedience, it will be killed. The unscrupulous Fu Wang Zicheng's son, that is, the uncle of a certain prince, is enough to pit him, and the guard Wang Xiao is even worse than this one. When the stray bandits were on the verge of the city, the extremely stingy King Fu saw that the situation was not good, and knew that it was unlikely that he would succeed in keeping his wealth, so he put out 3,000 taels of silver to reward the army. This money even allowed the goods to be swallowed. Liu Ouyang's subsequent fall was a matter of reason. The courier Li used the money in the Fu Wang's pocket to feed more than 100,000 troops. A certain prince asked Sun Quanting to cut Wang Xiao. King Fu was not qualified to move. He also asked Li Jude, the supervising army of the Yongwei camp, to lead his troops to take the emperor's uncle to the capital to settle down. After all, the Central Plains is too dangerous, it is no longer suitable for the life of the king, and the imperial decree, whether he wants it or not, he has to come over, and the whole family relocates. Liu Ouyang is an important town in the western part of Henan, and there is absolutely no room for error. Chen Yongfu, who once rejected Li Ziking for 3 times, was sent to guard it. Given that the payment, silver and food and grass are abundant, it can be considered foolproof. If Xinai arrives at Nanyang as the first line of defense and Nanzhao arrives at Ruzu as the second line of defense, Liu Ouyang will be the third line of defense for the Central Plains against robbers. It is almost impossible for Jiang Xian's Hong or Jezuo 5th Battalion to attack here. The original intention of a certain prince was to drive the robbers south into Hunan, Jiangqian, and even Guangdong and Guangxi, so that these northern idiots like them would go to the subtropical zone to go happily. Yoji didn't believe in the character of the generals of the Qin army. They were asked to guard Liu Ouyang, who was on the rich side, and guard against the stolen ones. When the gangsters came, they abandoned the city and fled, and went back to Shangqian to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers bucket. The generals of the Qin army, except for guarding the local area of Shaanxi, will launch a siege on Jesuo 5th Battalion and Liu Rukai. It's even more difficult. A certain prince had long been concerned about the family property of the emperor and uncle. The reason why Sun Quanting's troops from Beijing only carried half of the food and grass was that Fu Wang was the biggest sponsor of this event. Yoji believes that the Fu Wang mansion plus the silver and grain stored in Liu Ouyang's local treasury are enough to support the 100,000 army for half a year of fighting. Leave the food aside for the time being, the money alone should be more than 1 million kls. And it is completely fine to pay the old grandson's army for 3 months. Kaifeng, east of Liu Ouyang, where Fu Wang's Cheng's son lived, was the fief of Zhu Wang's Gong's son. Like Fu Wang, he belonged to the first-class pure local tyrant of the empire, and he was a great tycoon among the kings. But this guy is much smarter and more enlightened than Fu Wang. When Li Ziking's army was besieging Kaifeng, they used 500,000 tals of silver to reward the army at a time. Several major sponsors for this event have basically been determined, including Fu Wang's Cheng's son living in Liu Ouyang, Zhuang's Gongyun living in Kaifeng, Chong Wang Yui living in Runing, Hu Wang's Cheng Run living in Jingzhou, and Xiang Wang's Yiming living in Xiangyang. Zihuaqui, the king of Chu who lives in Yugeng. There are 3 feudal kings in Henan and Huguang. They are fair and reasonable. It should not be too difficult to support the 2 great commanders to suppress the bandits for a year. If there is any difficulty, try hard to tighten the belt. It can be overcome. In this military operation, the feudal lords and the feudal lords must be brushed together. The feudal lords must be fought before the feudal lords. All 6 feudal lords are invited to the capital. A certain prince wants to discuss with them a big project worth more than 100 million yuan. If 6 feudal kings cleared hundreds of thousands of acres of fertile fields in Henan and Huguang, it would not be counted as digging out the disaster-stricken areas. It should be able to comfort 100,000 people. The family of the princes will never return to the fief during their lifetime, and the land and houses will not be used again. Fortunately, they will be auctioned or leased directly to farmers for farming. If the rented land is damaged, it will be exempt from taxation. Moving these 6 vassal kings to the capital is only the first step in reducing the vassal. In the future, all the vassals in various places will be allowed to act accordingly. It is not a reduction of the vassal in the actual sense. The vassal title and treatment are all there, and they will also be able to obtain more abundant land in the future, but they will not be in the empire. As long as these delicious and lazy domestic pigs are cleaned out, there are about 28 in total, which can relieve the imperial court from a huge expenditure burden. Each family earns 200,000 tals, and the total amount can reach 5.6 million tals. If jewelry, antiques, calligraphy and paintings, and even the mansion courtyard are all auctioned off, it is not difficult to double the revenue. This is the second sum of money in a certain prince's plan. Since it is the property of the prince, it has to fall into his own pocket and has no relationship with the Ministry of Household. The Ministry of Households wants to increase Dikang's income significantly. Then wait until the 3 taxes of sea tax, commercial tax, and mineral tax are levied. I believe that the majority of merchants will actively come to pay taxes. The feudal kings who are still panting everywhere are the ATMs of a certain prince, or the kind that can be used to raise a huge sum of money at one time. From the grandfather Wanli to the era of the dumpling father, I probably just waited for them to grow so fat. Ask them to withdraw money by yourself. Yoji called the local vassals, Shankian food vendors, and Jiangnan merchants the 3 major cash dispensers in other cities. It must find ways to raise 2,000 to 30 million tals of silver from these 3 machines. so that it can guarantee the present and the future military expenditures for the year. Compared with the two machines, the king has the lowest IQ and the most family members. The local Jianyi who lives in the fief looks at him and can't run away at all. It is the easiest to withdraw money. Now that the war is about to start, and Tikang is exhausted, it is time for the princes of the Holy Family to contribute to the country. As long as you donate your wealth, you can exchange for tickets to overseas fiefdoms. Donations and discounts are rare opportunities. Don't miss it. Merchants and feudal lords are the two monsters that hinder the increase of the empire's fiscal revenue. The former does not even want to pay 30 taxes and 1 tax. The latter not only does not pay taxes, while constantly eroding the farmers' fertile land, they also have to ask the court every year. Living expenses of millions of pulls of silver. It is not excessive for a certain prince to do this, and to let these vassals know that from now on, not only will there be no living expenses, but the certain prince will also ask for money from them. Who can't do such a thing? Come here with my mouth open. I, prince, hurry up, indifferent and disobedient? Then I'm sorry, you emperor uncles and uncles. There is no doubt that this palace is kind-hearted, but there is no guarantee that the bird in your hand will not suddenly go off. One of you princes can hold his own funeral soon. Daddy Shah or Go can treat the king as an ancestor. In the eyes of a certain prince, the so-called ancestors are super fat pigs with rich waists. They will not be slaughtered at this time. When will they wait? Waiting for the rogue to slaughter. Wouldn't it be an enemy? With the lessons learned from King Germany who was captured by the pigtails. Now that the national disaster is at the forefront, I believe that everyone is a royal family, and they will certainly donate generously. Pretend to have no money? Ha ha. If this is the case, then the property copied from your mansion by the East Factory is something that has no righteousness, and you can safely put it in the box in the East Palace. One of the feudal princes counted as one. After paying a huge toll, a certain prince would ask the imperial navy to send them to overseas fiefdoms. Those who come first can naturally choose to settle down first, and those who are unwilling to settle abroad will not be slapped off, so just stay in the capital for a lifetime. The area of the first overseas fief is not small, and it is very close to the mainland of Ming, and it is extremely easy to capture. Of course it is not a treasure island. The island is still in the hands of the Dutch. In order to more effectively control the island and the surrounding trade routes, the Dutch also built the Gerengi Castle in Bonan. Although this castle is not a bastion in the traditional sense, the structure is still very rigorous and reasonable, strong and thick, and multi-layer staggered, which can achieve cross-fire power. In the era of lack of armor-piercing bullets, it is a nightmare for siege troops. Ming Navy's current strength can be used to protect the safety of fishing boats. If you want to head in with the Dutch by virtue of your own strength, you have to wait 20 years. This is still less. Although Zheng Lepet belonged to the official army and now led the title of Deputy General Soldier, the fleet under it was nothing more than the Zheng family fleet in the final analysis, not the Ming Navy at all. According to estimates from the Netherlands, as early as 10 years ago, Zheng Lopi's fleet had more than 500 junk ships, fast warships carrying more than 10 artillery and about 60,000 soldiers. Originally, the Dutch didn't know the true strength of Zheng Lopit. Until 1623, the Dutch broke out the Ming-Dutch War because of their dissatisfaction with Zheng Lopit's monopoly on the local foreign trade business of the Ming Empire. Seeing the Zheng family fleet all over the sea, the Dutch, who only deployed dozens of warships in the Far East, were dumbfounded. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and there was no chance of a comeback at all. As a result of this battle, the Netherlands completely lost its original control of the Penghu Islands, and directly retreated to the southern part of the island, as a bridgehead for expanding trade with the Japanese nation. Therefore, a certain prince did not expect the Ming naval divisions other than the Zheng family fleet to make a difference. The sum of all the warships was not as good as half of the others. If Zheng Lopi didn't take the initiative, it would be considered a high incense. Zheng Lopi has the strength to regain the treasure island, but he has to go head-to-head with the Dutch, and he will pay a huge price for this. If the court does not fully fund to make up for his battle losses, he has no reason to do so. Yoji currently doesn't have this budget. He doesn't even want to build a large battleship for his navy. Most of the money has to be invested in the army, desperately expanding the size of the ground forces, and installing new weapons. If Zheng Laofat wanted to occupy the treasure island, it couldn't be better. He had to spend all his investment, and the income was also exclusive. The important thing was to drive the Dutch into the sea to feed the fish. A certain prince dedicated himself to the feudal lords who chose a geomantic gem that was not far from the mainland and had no enemies. The area was not too small, so that these pure local tyrants could take care of their lives. Ordinary people would never think of this place. The area is much larger than the treasure island. It is no problem to install 6 feudal lords at a time. The property copied is even the cost of buying the land. There is their permanent fief, which can be inherited by descendants. A certain prince doesn't like that place, so there is no need to worry about being taken back by the court in a few years. After a few days, I will find Zheng Laofat and discuss about the trade in the country. Yoji thinks that he has the strength to make a difference and can achieve mutual benefit and cooperation with Zheng Laofat for a win-win situation. Wago is a giant overseas. As long as it can withdraw money, it can raise millions of tals of silver each year. However, it is a bit more troublesome to make a specific plan. Yoji needs to think carefully and plan carefully. Shenzhen's Chaishiwu is in Gansu, and it will be too much for a while. Therefore, it is excusable for the prince to be angry with Wang Xiao. Perhaps Wang Xiao should behead first. According to the prince, Liu Ouyang will be captured by the bandits because of Wang Xiao in the future. 10,000 deaths. On the way, Hong Chengchu wanted to kill Liu Zeking, and Sun Quanting wanted to kill Wang Xiao. Before the official encirclement and suppression of the gangsters, a commander used a commander to sacrifice the flag. If the general soldier dog blood is really effective, the officers and soldiers can naturally win the battle and succeed. The vassal moving house won't bother them. Once outsiders' hands, they will definitely lose tens of thousands of tals or even hundreds of thousands tals of silver. A certain prince can't afford to hire security personnel of this level, so you only need to honestly encircle the gangsters. Chapter 172, 100,000 Army. In view of the fact that the crusade against Wangpu does not involve the power of encircling and suppressing the bandits on a large scale, this palace believes that it is still necessary to adjust the strategic deployment of suitable talents, especially to increase the offensive force. Since Liu Dai is appointed as the general army, Zhuo Liang is dismantled. The troops of Ye tribe supplemented the remnants of Liu Zeking to Zhuo Liang. After taking away the military power of Chen Hongfen, who was against thieves, Hong Eking showed his lords to the public. Chen Hongfan's subordinates under Ma Dingbo's tribe and Xiqizuo's tribe were led by Liu Dai. Jiang Xian's Hong's men were many, including elite soldiers. More than 10,000. And another 20,000 or so vassals can also fight. The palace decided to promote Liu Guonan and Li Wangqing to the ranks of soldiers. Thousands of silver. Both Liu and Li were under the command of Hong Eking and used as the main force in the suppression of bandits. This is his resume. Yoji took out 2 pieces of paper and handed it to Hong Chengchu. The above is Liu Guonan and Li Wangqing's subsequent experience to the death of the battle. Like Hong Chengchu, Liu Guonan is a great filial son. The court still listened to the advice of his mother, so he had to do what he liked. The two have not rebelled since they returned to the court. They also refused the secret seduce of their accomplices, and were besieged and killed by rebel bandits. It was Liu Guonan and Li Wangqing who surrendered first, but Jiang Xian's Hong had a bad insight, and realized that if his troops were to resist, the whole army would be wiped out. And only then did he come up with a false surrender strategy, because Liu Guonan and Li Wangqing, who surrendered to the court together, accounted for more than a third of the robbers. According to the count of officials when they surrendered to Suizu, Hubei, the force of Liu Guonan was as high as nearly 50,000. Although after the abolition, Liu Guonan still has 30,000 troops under his command, and Li Wangqing also has 20,000 horses. If the two of them rebel with Jiang Xian's Hong at that time, the court would instantly lose control of Henan. At the end of the Ming dynasty, the general army had different strengths. After Gaoji, who came to surrender, Li Qianlong was incorporated, only 15,000 soldiers, while Zhuo Guangxian, Zheng Jiadong, and Nu Chengwu combined the combined strength of the soldiers. It is equivalent to Qianlong. General soldiers like Wang Pu, Tang Tong, and Li Fuming do not have more than 10,000 troops. Therefore, the size of the troops under Liu Guonan and Li Wangqing is almost equivalent to the strength of 5 to 10 general soldiers. This is where a certain prince especially valued the two of them, and the two of them can generally use it with confidence. The probability of rebellion is relatively small. If they really go with the Zongzai after going to the battlefield, it means that Hong Chengchu should be unlucky. Yoji has his own opinion on the Zongzai listed on the Dragon Boat Festival. Jiang Xian's Hong is different from the 5th Battalion of Jezuo, and his troops are almost impossible to disperse. Once the troops break through, hundreds of miles away, there will be officers and soldiers in the middle. The possibility of blocking and rejoining is very small, and it is easy for Jiang Ni to lose control of the various ministries. Their tactics will inevitably be to attack a certain place or certain areas. In view of this, it is necessary for the court to form a heavy army group, to form an absolute strength advantage over Jiang Ni's subordinates, all in one go. Even if Jiang Ni's subordinates cannot be encircled and wiped out in the early stage, they will still be severely damaged, and it is difficult to quickly regain their vitality. With the participation of Liu Guonan and Li Wangqing, the number of troops under the command of Hong Chengchu will suddenly skyrocket to more than 100,000, forming more than 3 times the strength of the Jiang Die Zongzai. Liu and Li were counted by court officials. They were actually 50,000 people, because they needed to be paid according to the convenient rate. Unlike other general soldiers, which are 10,000 in name but 7,000 in reality, it's not bad. Even the Qin army was in the situation of eating 10% of the empty salary. Not to mention the other troops, a certain prince was simply too lazy to manage. At most he could only control the King Qin's division in the Jifu area, and pay according to the verified scale. Mu Wenzu and Jiang Ming were subordinates directly participated in the suppression of the bandits. Jiang Ren's school was stationed in Tongbai, and after Liu Guonan's department went south, the Xilai dynasty kept Xi Yang, and Wang Ximing, Liu Shangwin, and Wang Yongxiang would guard the area east of Xi Yang. Zidadian was ordered to continue to defend Feng Yang, to protect the imperial tomb. There is no need to take the initiative to attack, and there is no need to assist in defending other places. If Feng Yang is lost, the whole family should ask for it. Wai Guo Gongzi Hongjai led his troops and horses to assist the 6th Department to defend Nanjing. If Nanjing is lost, the defender, regardless of his official position, noble titles, are severely punished. There are many important towns in Huguang. Liuanbang guards Jingmen, Yangxian guards Xiangyan, Jiang Yiniyun guards Yiqing, Jiangling guards Yiling, Xuchengming guards Jiangling, Wang Zifeng guards Anlu, Qiaoguoza guards Zongxiang. Liu Shaiji, promoted as a deputy general, is the head of the team. It can be increased to 5,000 and strictly guard Yiqing. It is best for Liu Dai to get to Guqing. He can include Chen Hongfan's 2 men, Ma Tingbao and Xiqizuo. It doesn't matter if Chen Hongfan and his subordinates conspire with the gangsters, Hong Yiqing can lead all the troops annihilated. This is considered to be a complete arrangement, giving Jiang Die Zongzai a net of heaven and earth in the Huguang area. Every strategic node is guarded by generals. If the robbers want to conquer, they must pay a certain price, as long as the defending general does not surrender the city. In fact, they did not have enough time to attack the strategically important positions guarded by the officers and soldiers, because Hong Yiqing's command could be regarded as a strong soldier. There are Liu Guonan, Li Wangqing, Tang Tong, Li Fuming, Zhuo Liangyu, Miao Yukai, Yang Yufan, Feng Wu, Mark, Mu Wenzu, Jiang Mingwu, Luo die. The department formed a complete overwhelming advantage. The palace believes that Hong King can make Zhuo Liangyu, Mark, Miao Yukai, and Feng Wu the left wing, Yang Yufan, Ma Wenzu, Tang Tong, and Li Fuming the right wing, and Luo Dai, Jiang Mingwu, Liu Guonin, and Li Wangqing as the Chinese army. The left and right wings were roundabout, and the Chinese army faced it head-on. Today, there are hundreds of mortars to assist in the battle. They will surely defeat the stray bandits head-on. The two wings will cover up and kill them from the rear. Our army will certainly not be disadvantaged. The war zone defense plan is almost ready. New weapons will also be manufactured in large quantities. Even offensive tactics have been formulated for you. There is still an absolute advantage in military strength. If the old head cannot win, you will be sorry for this palace. The minister will go all out to fight the robbers to repay their holy grace. The man, silver, and grain and grass needed to launch an offensive are available, and the prince himself made strategic arrangements. Hong Chengchu is like eating ready-made. Not to mention annihilating the enemy, even if he can't severely damage the gangsters. He can be regarded as having the ardent expectations of the prince. The battle was already the largest battle in 50 years. The total force invested exceeded the Battle of Sahu that attacked the eastern captives. The prince's mood for a battle was very urgent. Even if he didn't say it directly, the two major battles Handsome can also understand. Before this, the emperor also wanted to quell the gangsters who had harmed all over the world for many years. But his financial resources were far less than this time. The various ministries often suffered from payment arrears, and the mobilized forces were not the same as the prince, and he was also influenced by Xun Wencan's blindly admired solicitation and ignorance. Yoji hooked his little hand, so he didn't need to be so polite, and then explained to him, Hong King, there is a reason why Zhuo Liangyu, Mark, Miao Yukai, and Feng Wu are left-wingers in this palace. If they in the face of timidity, hesitation, and even self-respect, these four generals can all be chopped off, so as to be like you, without having to report to this palace in advance. There is no need to say more about the virtues of the first two generals, and the latter two are not much better. If you dare to continue playing with the previous self-respect of the bandits, kill them first. Some of the generals who were promoted to the general army first were that if they were disadvantaged in combat, they could vacate the general army position and make room for others. If you want to continue to do it, you have to show your true ability. Otherwise a certain prince will let Hong Dushui teach them how to be Daming's commander. This time, the prince's determination and strength to kill the generals were as great as those of the robbers. If the chief soldiers descended like a tiger, the robbers would die. If the gangsters are still alive, it means that the generals are unfavorable in fighting. Before the end of the year, one of the two will die. The prince gave himself 300,000 taels of silver each month, but he didn't let himself lead his department to go to Huguang outings, but he would use the head of the bandit to pay tribute. As a general, apart from commanding the various ministries to encircle and suppress the gangsters, one of his main responsibilities is to supervise the generals of all roads. Hong Chengchu hurriedly said, the minister will follow the order, and the minister will always spur the generals and generals, no matter who, if there are bad behaviors of dragging the troops into the army and indulging the gangsters, and the minister will show his owl to the public and will never tolerate it. If spurred by a huge reward, 100,000 horses and hundreds of new styles of firecrackers, but still can't beat Jiang Ni's 30,000 crowds, even if Hong Chengchu is so talented, I don't know how to write memorials to the prince. Although he is much younger than both of them, Yoji can be the ancestor of the two in terms of battlefield experience. My palace believes that offense is the best defense, and dead gangsters are good gangsters. This is Hong King. The gangsters must be crushed head, and the gangsters must be bitten with their two wings. In this way, the gangsters will have no time to gather troops to counterattack, and it is impossible to attack the city on a large scale. In the end, they have to be divided and annihilated by the official army. If the forward of our army is a force, if it doesn't help, he will fall behind the bandits and continue to harass them, waiting for the main force to approach the target, and shall not lose its trace. If the main force is decisive, they must launch a fierce attack day and night, so that the bandits must not have a chance to breathe. There are defenders in the nearby cities, and the bandits, if we have no time to attack the city, we will not be able to get the necessary supplements. Under the pursuit of our army, the collapse is only a matter of time. It depends on whether Hong King and his men can persevere. In this battle, our army only needs to remember Po chasing, fiercely hitting you, and holding on to these 8 characters. You will be able to fight back and forth. In the past, he failed to do so many times because of too few troops. The famous General Cao Wenzhou died in battle because of his lone army and few enemies. This time it was different from the past. Hong Chengchu alone commanded the 100,000 army of 12 generals. From both east and north, he carried out a dragnet-style encirclement and suppression of Jiang Xian's Hong's subordinates entrenched in the area of Guqing. If Jiang Xian's Hong wants to go north, he must first dash over the right wing composed of the 4 general soldiers of Yang Yufan, Ma Wenzhou, Tang Tong, and Li Fuming, and then he can approach the first line of defense from Neixiang to Nanyang. It is almost impossible to achieve this goal without dying half of the troops, and staying in the conquered city may be surrounded by the official army at any time. If you continue northward, you will have to face the second line of defense in Xixiang City, Ruzhou, and Hong Chengchu's army is still chasing after him. If Jiang Xian's Hong wanted to get rid of the chasing troops, he would either speed up the march and let the cavalry go first, and the infantry would fall behind, or he would score and attack, dividing the original smaller force into 2 again. If it becomes 5 fingers like Jesuo Yueying, when it enters the hinterland of Henan, the big Zongzai will want to pinch the parts together. It will be a daydream. Even if he could find out that Hong Chengchu led his troops to go south with the court officials he had already bought, he might not dare to raise the matter in advance, because he still needed to coordinate with Liu Rukai in the 5th camp of Zhuo. Besides, the transmission of internal information also takes time. If Hong Chengchu's subordinates advance more quickly after defeating Liu Zeking, it will be 3 days later than Jiang Xian's Hong's news at the latest. The journey can be 100 or so miles away. If the cavalry marches at full speed, they can finish the race in 1 day. When the court army really arrives, the big Zongzai will not know how many people there are. Once Jiang Ni's subordinate dared to launch an offensive first, it would inevitably consume a small amount of time for his own transfer, which is equivalent to helping the enemy, because the longer the battle lasts, the closer Hong Chengchu's army will be. Most of the elites under Jiang Xian's Hong's command were Shanxi's official army. They had to fight back because they owed money for many years. The combat effectiveness was not low, but in the face of the overwhelming encirclement and suppression army, it was a question of whether they could fight dead on the spot. The result of the love war is that the officers and soldiers coming from the surrounding areas will gather more and more until they form an absolute numerical advantage. As long as Hong Chengchu can maim the strongest big Zongzai in Luku in a short time, both Liu Rukai and Jesuo 5th camp will have lingering fears. I am afraid that some of them will come back after rebelling. His Royal Highness said it is very true. The Minister Masai suddenly opened, and the minister will learn from the many previous experiences and lessons, and convey the enactment of the decisive battle of His Royal Highness to the soldiers of all directions, so that the entire army of the robbers will be destroyed. The minister only worried that if both the minister and the grandson would rule the army, leaving Kisyuk, the cabinet, the 6 ministries and the 100 officials, the prince went to the immortal realm. After being ordered by Emperor Taizagao, he was as wise as a reborn. How to lay out the troops was so good that Hong Chengchu had to look at it with admiration, and he was completely convinced in his heart. Although he was only 10 years old, the prince was more mature and stable than the emperor. He was not only decisive, but also rich in strategy. It was not easy to collect the army's salary in a very short time. He also mobilized the army to preempt the bandits. You are extraordinary. However, Hong Chengchu was still worried that the prince would have to explain to the court officials. Even if he acted secretly and blocked the news, the paper still couldn't contain the fire. Sooner or later, it would leak out, spreading the wind and draining the city, and even the fine works bought by the Huguang bandits would be discovered in advance. Yoji is not worried about this problem. The court has not had time to reopen, and all officials are wiping their butts. Hong Eking doesn't have to worry about it. Now there are only two people in the cabinet, Wu Lu and Xguokwan, and the ministers are all in the cabinet. Adjusted. Yesterday's corruption case is still under trial, involving hundreds of officials. They are all overwhelmed. How can they still care about national affairs? The two Aking led their troops to chase the remnants of the rebels, and they were confessing to the people of good deeds. If Hong Eking descends south to the mountain, it can be said to chase Liu Liangzuo. Sun Aking goes west to Liu Ouyang, it can be said to chase Shenxiu camp. 5 lieutenants of the Beijing camp were not killed, and a large number of anti-water soldiers have yet to be captured. Isn't the excuse ready? Some people would say that Liu Liangzuo went to Tianjin, and even went north to go out, but that was just hearsay. Before the official announcement was made, everything was a false rumors, not to be believed. The final interpretation right of this event naturally belongs to a certain prince. Chapter 173, Jesuo 5 Camp. In comparison, although Jiang Xian's Hong's troops are strong in combat power, they act in groups and are easy to be spotted, pursued, and encircled by officers and soldiers. However, the two groups of robbers who are preparing to rebel are two groups of lurch. The literal meaning of Jesuo Yuang will be understood by Ma Shuiying oldest carries, He Yilong Jilian, He Jin king of Zuojin, Liu Xa king of Changed World, and King of Chaos Lin develop a joint venture formed by these 5 people. On the surface, it is a big pile, and they can take care of each other in battle, but it's really a critical moment of life and death. After all, they are 5 selfish bandits. It may be divided into 5 directions to break through. No matter how big the official army website is, it is difficult to catch it all at once. In this regard, a certain prince had no good way, so he could only ask Sun Quanting to send 4 soldiers to stalk each other, and then concentrate the superior forces to take the lead in annihilating the gangsters closest to Jiji, and then continue to do so. So, of course, looking at the overall situation, there is another way, and that is to first siege Liu Urukai's subordinates. Liu Urukai is good at adjusting the relationship between the gangsters and resolving contradictions. Others will be willing to cooperate with him, and may also be when Cao Cao is in distress. Give a helping hand. Liu Urukai and his 3 weaker followers Han King, Little Qin King, and 1 dragon are all stationed in Yunxian County, and Liu Urukai himself said he was willing to relinquish his armor and return to the fields, but declined the court's reward and became a farmer again. In fact, with Jiang Xian's Hong's eyebrows, the subordinates are also lurking and waiting for a good opportunity to raise troops. There is also an undercover in the small 5 camps in the Junzhou area, namely Wang Wenjun, Hui Dengxiang, Changguoan, Wang Yueling, and Yang Yuian. Wang Wenjun didn't take part in the rebel operation. It is said that he bit his finger on the spot and made an alliance with blood. He vowed that he would never rebel in his lifetime. Later, he fulfilled his promise at that time. He led his troops to defend Yunyang and desperately resisted the attack by the bandits. To deal with these 9 passengers, a certain prince had no good plan, and could only hope that the 7 leaders except Wang Wenjun saw the overwhelming army and took the initiative to hold Liu Urukai's thighs, so that they could be wiped out. If they disperse from the 4 directions, southeast, northwest, and break through, they really don't know that they will be caught in the year of the monkey. There are not many people on the pass, and there is no chance of winning with the military hard steel. But as long as it is not eliminated in a day, it will be a disaster. Sun Quanting's mission was actually heavier than Hong Chengqiu, because the enemies he had to face were more scattered and cunning, making it very difficult to carry out annihilation wars. That's why a certain prince increased the force of the Big Toad, striving to hit Jiang Xian's Hong's tribe first, and then return to his division and Sun Quanting's tribe to encircle the 13 bandits. If you balance the two handsome forces, it means that you will not be able to give the big Zongtsai a head attack, but will also be easily affected by the 13 bandits. At that time, it will be difficult to ride a tiger and turn the Huguang battlefield into an unsolvable mass of paste. Thinking of the important task on his shoulders, Sun Quanting asked for instructions after reading the map. His Royal Highness, the minister courageously thought that Liu Rukai would be under his command first, and then he would march eastward into Dabi Mountain and pursue Jezuo Yueying. The two targets are too far apart, so they can only launch an offensive against Liu Rukai group. After they are eliminated, they can vacate their troops and leave Huguang in the east. The offensive activities are in the Jezuo 5th Battalion in the western mountainous area of Nanzili. Hearing what the old grandson said, a certain prince suddenly realized that he had made a big mistake. That is, he had made a mistake in the activity area of the 5th Jezuo camp, and thought that these 5 guys had already surrendered. The other 2 people present knew that this was a huge mistake, and they didn't tell them bluntly. They were afraid that the prince would lose face, and he took all the things that Shangfeng had ordered. They took all of his arms and had no objections, so Yoji only found out in the end. It's not a big deal to admit your mistakes frankly. Fortunately, I found out in time. Oh, I thought it was my fault. The former was a bit self-righteous. Fortunately, Aching reminded me in time. If this is the case, let Jezuo go first. The 5th Battalion will concentrate its superior forces to attack the Liu Rukai group and Jiang Xian's Hong's subordinates, and strive to eliminate them as soon as possible, and then move the troops eastward to pacify the Jezuo 5th Battalion in the mountainous area. Yoji looked at the specific place where the Jezuo 5 camp was active, and felt cool. They were in the Dabi Mountains at the junction of Huguang and Anzili. This was a good place to attack and defend. To the north, you can directly take Fenyang, the place of Xinglong of Ming dynasty, and you can threaten the companion capital, Nanjing, along the river. To the west, you can merge with the big Zongtsai, and you can flee into the south of Jiangqian to the south. Not to mention that the imperial court does not have any extra troops to go in for the suppression. Even if Hong Chengqiu is allowed to lead all his troops over, it will be difficult to kill him all at once. Sun Quanting also realized that there was a mistake in what he had said. This was nothing more than pointing out the prince's mistake to his face, and hurriedly looked for it to make up. His Royal Highness manages everything. Such trivial matters are indescribable. They are all negligent and failed to explain in time. Telling it afterwards was tantamount to helping the prince made a mistake, and Sun Quanting began to regret it, but he could only take the responsibility on his own initiative. Regardless of the age, the thicker the skin, the safer. Yoji waved his hand and said, "This matter has nothing to do with the king. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. If you can't face your own mistakes, how can you prove the mistakes of the people of the world?" As the commander-in-chief of Aching, future mistakes can be played directly, no need to cover up, so as not to add to the mistakes. The palace will be forgiving. If a mistake is covered by 100 mistakes, I am afraid that in the end, a small mistake will become a big one. It's a big mistake. Don't learn from Yang Xicheng, who was clever but was mistaken by cleverness. This guy colluded with Gao Kikian and made Luke Xiangxing carry the pot alone. This trick was fooled by the daddy, but not the prince. Even if Wang Pu does not come, Yang Guozu, Hu Dao, and Yang Tinglin can all serve as witnesses. It will soon be revealed who made Luke Xiangxing, who supervised the world's reinforcements, fight alone in the end. If it's just military affairs, then there is still the frontline commander in charge. But the governor Jiang Kaiping refused to pay. This is not determined by the high potential. Gao Kikian is relieved, but there are many parties who have survived to this day. If Yang Guozu, Hu Dao, Yang Tinglin, Jiang Kaiping, and shunned Prefect Yueying were tried by the Metropolitan Procuratorate at the same time. Who will carry this pot in the end? Do you need to say it must be the fat guy who was jailed back? It is better for him to die alone than everyone else going in and suffer. With all the gold, plus the statement of Yang Sicheng's follower Yu Zhenlong, it is strange that this guy will not die. After examining the body, Yu Zhenlong came back to report to Yang Sicheng that Luke Xiangxing was really dead. But how did Yang Sicheng tell it to Daddy Xiaogo? Once the confession of the two parties are not correct, it is certain that the majority with a high degree of agreement will eventually prevail. Yang Sicheng's confession is very different from everyone's, then he must die. A certain prince was most disgusted with this kind of clever stupid. There was Luke Xiangxing in the north who gave him the back of the pot. This matter can still pass. When he arrived in Huguang, Zhuo Liangyu was not stupid. At a glance, he could see that he and the imperial servant were of the same kind. People. So they slipped away like a loach. Yang Sicheng didn't have the backpot man by his side, and he instantly reappeared. Although the officers and soldiers attacked on all sides, but the gangsters continued to kill them. Instead, they killed more and more. In the end, the fire attacked the hut and died. This guy is really smart and will not go south. Supervise. Whether the supervisor is doing this job well or not, just ask the first few people to understand that the life and death of the supervisor is a defeat at some point in the future, and the winner of life, you and you do, eventually lost a terrible defeat. The minister is frightened, and I will definitely follow the edict. Sun Quanting participated in the 3-day dynasty meeting. The prince dismissed Yang Sicheng from his post and sent him to jail on the first day. His attitude at that time was also very clear. With this lesson learned as a reference, Sun Quanting can roughly infer the prince's temperament. I am afraid that the prince hates those self-righteous fools who shirk responsibility the most. It doesn't matter if you make a mistake, as long as you can acknowledge and correct it in time. The prince will still be able to tolerate others, and he will have the opportunity to redeem his merits. But the place where the 5th Jesuo Battalion is entrenched is really not easy to encircle and suppress. We might as well put our main forces on the battlefield in northern Huguang and focus on attacking the Luo Rukai group and Jiang Xian's Hong's troops. Give Jesuo the 5th camp, leave room for activity, come to lead the snake out of the cave, lead it out of the Dabi Mountains, and entice them to attack Fenyang or Nanjing. Yoji didn't even think about going into the mountains to suppress bandits. 100,000 officers and soldiers would encircle and suppress the 5th Battalion of Jesuo hiding in the mountains. On the contrary, one's own forces are dispersed. Once the enemy jumps out of the encirclement, the hinterland is bound to be destroyed. Suppose a certain prince wants to eliminate 20,000 enemies, but if he goes into the mountains to suppress the bandits and eats 20,000 horses by the enemy, that would be a difference of 40,000 inside and outside. Instead of that, it is better to maintain the current situation. Although Lao Tzu's troops cannot destroy you, they are not at a loss. When the terrain is favorable for the officers and the army, it is not too late to launch a full-line attack. His Royal Highness, Fenyang has an imperial tomb, so there is no room for loss. Seeing that the prince actually used Fenyang as a bait, Hong Chengchi hurriedly reminded him that he was afraid that the prince would have forgotten the affairs of the imperial tomb, because as early as the 8th year of Chongzhen 1635, Fenyang was captured by bandits. Not only did the tomb of the parents of Zilioliu's stinky tofu be completely unrecognizable, but also Fenyang was burned to ashes with a fire. Participants at that time there are Jiang Xian's Hong and Li Ziqing. It has only been 4 years, and Fenyang's situation will not be much better. At best, the imperial tomb will be repaired, but Minju has no time to take care of it. Moreover, Fenyang has no risk to guard. As long as the gangsters come here again, here it will inevitably fall a second time. This place has already been lost, and if there is no heavyweight bait, how can you fall into a big fish? If the 5th Battalion of Jesuo lays out to attack Fenyang, the surrounding officers and soldiers can just follow and annihilate it in the area of Fenyang for comfort. The spirit of the ancestors of this palace. But this palace thinks that although Fenyang is easy to conquer, The gangsters may prefer the rich Jiangnan area. As long as they conquer Nanjing, they can get all the treasure and food in the city. This is what they are most at this time. What is needed? The unconquered Fenyang is equivalent to a valuable Yuan dynasty blue vase. Once the bottle is broken, it is a pile of garbage that should be swept away. The significance of Fenyang's existence is fishing. Will the imperial mausoleum be destroyed by the gangsters a second time? What happened to the local palace? The gangsters gave up the rich Nanjing and chose to fight the poor Fenyang. The palace is really anxious. If they are so dry, they are. Soot in his head. Yoji really couldn't believe that the cunning Jesuo 5 camp would be so stupid, and attacked all parts of the Jiangnan. The damage to the court was much greater than that of Fenyang in the north. Jiangnan was the biggest tax of the Daton dynasty. Endowed land. His Royal Highness is so terribly. Hong Chengchu understood that if he continued speaking, the 100,000 army that had finally gathered in his hands would be divided out a lot. So he retreated from the cliff and began to praise the prince's decision. Jesuo 5 camp is still in Dabi Mountain, far from Fenyang, but Jiang Xian's Hong's subordinate Xiangyang is very close. Once he rebels in Guqing and advances along land and water, he will appear outside Xiangyang in less than a day. King Xiang's Yiming lived in the city. If the robbers broke into the city, King Xiang's life would be worrisome. As the chief official of the border, how would he explain to His Royal Highness? If the prince thinks that the living is more important than the dead, then the army will go south and be the first to protect King Xiang from danger, let alone King Huin Jingzhu, King Huin Yukeng, and King Chu. These are all important objects that have to be protected, and dare not. Regardless of the clan, if they can encircle the northern part of Huguang and even wipe out Liu Urukai and Jiang Xian's Hong's subordinates in one fell swoop, the Jesuo 5th Battalion, which only exists in the Dabi Mountains, will be a lone army. For the imperial court, strangling the gangsters who have been in trouble for many years is just around the corner, and it is difficult for them to resist the tens of thousands of officials who flock to them. Do things, especially big things, especially to prioritize things. Among the three major groups, the heavy damage to Jiang Xian's Hong's subordinates was the first, and the division of the Liu Urukai group was the most important. The fifth camp of Jesuo can only be ranked at the end of the Qing dynasty. If they jump out of the mountain and take the initiative to seek death, they will be warmly entertained. Yoji believes that before Jiang Xian's Hong's rebellion, the 5th Battalion of Jesuo will not take the lead. Fenyang has nothing to do with the imperial tomb. The robbers may not be able to attack. Nanjing is heavily guarded, and the city is high and deep. Defensive is hard to attack, and the robbers will be afraid. That is to say, the cities of Zhujiang, Anqing, Chizu, Tongling, and Wu along the Yangtze River will be threatened. If the robbers really penetrate the hinterland of the south of the Yangtze River, they may come and go. There are still no less than 50,000 soldiers and horses in the Jiangnan area, but they are scattered in various places. If the 5th Battalion of Jesuo reaches Suzhou and other places, it will give Nanjing 6th Department time to assemble its troops. When reinforcements came from all directions, Jesuo 5th Battalion would not be so easy to run. The best choice was to go south and enter the mountainous area of northern Zhejiang. In this way, their activities are similar to those of bandits, and they all ran away, and the threat to the court would be greatly reduced. A certain prince would also like to thank them, which is tantamount to giving himself a good excuse. When Hong Chengchu's army enters Jiangnan, he can withdraw money from the ATM machine there, starting with 10 million liang. First fill up your own pockets and make up your spending for the next 2 years. As for the life and death of the merchant, it is not a matter of the prince at all. Lozi dared to use the imperial mausoleum as bait, and the merchants who had evaded taxes for a long time were even more cheap. If the ATM machine cannot withdraw money, then there is no value in existence, and it is not as good as scrap. Chapter 174, I'm sorry. According to Army Master Liu Bowen's calculation, Wang Guangjun in the Little 5 Battalion in the Junzhou area did not participate in the rebellion. If the officers and soldiers go to encircle and suppress, Wang Guangjin has not yet rebelled. Sun Aking can contact him and try to get someone. The net was opened outside, and the center blossomed. Using the contradiction between Wang Guangjin and other ministries, the Liu Urukai group was defeated in one fell swoop, and the main force of the gangsters was hit in a short period of time. Wang Guangjin's role is equivalent to an undercover agent. If used well, he is a bait that can attract his accomplices to the bait. As long as the army under Sun Quanting was not eaten by other people in the Liu Urukai group before the army arrived, it was bound to mean that Sun Quanting tore a hole in the robbers, laying a solid foundation for the heavy damage to the Liu Urukai group. If the Big Zongtsai really intends to cause chaos on the Dragon Boat Festival, then the leaders of the Liu Urukai group should have known by this time. If the communication is too late, the preparation time will be very short. Jiang Xian's Hong has been fighting hard in the valley, just waiting for Xang Wenkan and other officials to be paralyzed. He could unite his old friends to launch rebellion, hoping to succeed in one fell swoop. If Wang Guangjin didn't get Jiang Xian's Hong and Liu Urukai's intentions, Sun Quanting's army rushed forward to encircle and suppress the people, and he would probably have a rebellious mentality, thinking that the court's move was a backlash, and he didn't recruit them sincerely. The purpose was to bring them down. The poor who returned sincerely were strangled clean. But when Wang Guangjin knew that the rebellion of his accomplices was imminent, the situation was completely different, and he would be completely ignored. As long as Wang Guangjin did refuse to rebel, as written in history, Sun Quanting would be equivalent to being in the opposing camp. Having an ally can increase a lot of chances of winning, because the Liu Urukai group has to be involved in part of the energy by Wang Guangjin. Based on the estimated time of entry just now, when Sun Quanting's army goes south to the position where the battle started, theoretically it has been less than 10 days before Jiang Xian's Hong rebels. Wang Guangjin must have known the plot of his accomplices, and a certain prince can probably gamble. If you bet on his character, it doesn't matter if you lose. This guy will die. Once you win the bet, you can make a lot of money. After the minister arrives in southern Shaanxi, he will definitely get in touch with him and order him to act as an internal response to contribute to the court. Sun Quanting did not believe that most of the robber leaders in the Liu Urukai group had participated in the rebellion, and only Wang Guangjin stood on the court's side with a clear stand. But the prince said it with certainty. This was calculated by Liu Boin, the military of the fairy world. As long as the prince heard it correctly, there should be no mistakes, and he was ordered to do so. But you have to keep an eye on it. In case it is a scam, Wang Guangjin has halfway or changed his mind, intending to make trouble with Liu Urukai and others, and on the surface continues to pretend to submit to the court, then he has to be careful. If this leads to a major defeat of the official army and the loss of tens of thousands of people, even if the prince resisted the impeachment advice of 100 officials on his behalf, he kept his position as handsome, and he would be walking on thin ice in the future. If he sincerely refuses to rebel and is loyal to the court, Aking can be used as a helper. Otherwise, he can be cut off along with other robbers in the Liu Urukai group. Yoji also reminded Sun Quanting to prepare with both hands. Once the opponent played karate, he would immediately perform a heavy blow. If he speaks like farting, he has to swallow it in his stomach. As long as Sun Aking determines that Wang Guangjin has exerted all his strength in destroying the Liu Urukai group, he can play in this palace, and the palace will promote him to the general soldier and make his mother the second-tier imperial wife. The palace will first write and decree, I bother Sun Aking, and hand it over to Wang Guangjin. He can receive the best. If he is robbed by other bandits halfway, then Wang Guangjin will not be loyal to the court. In order to fish, you need to use bait, but if you want to completely control the bait, you have to place some bait first. Among the surrendered gang leaders, only Liu Guonan and Li Wangqing were named general soldiers, and the others did not have this treatment. If Wang Guangjin, who wants to change his mind, is really willing to contribute to the court, there is no doubt that he is the third general soldier. His Royal Highness is wise. Sun Quanting believes that the prince's trick is very subtle. Whether it is true or not, Wang Guangjin's apparent allegiance to the court will be true. Other gang leaders will definitely be suspicious, and they will be attacked by the group. Wang Wenjin will not be able to resist. Well, the countermeasures have to be more real. Now this palace has ordered Wang Wenjin to be appointed as the general soldier, with a silver pattern of 5,000 tals, and his mother as the second-grade imperial wife. King can go to southern Shaanxi. Recruit Wang Wenjin to lead his troops to receive the reward. If he dares to come, he is loyal, otherwise he is in a ghost. Once the Liu Urukai group stationed in Junzhou and Yangxian entered the southern Shaanxi area, Wang Wenjin's subordinates became ruthless waters. If he was really willing to work for the court, he could only rely on Sun Quanting. Others are willing to correct evil and return to righteousness, and the court welcomes them. However, it is difficult to take the opportunity to deceive a general soldier title. Even if you are sincere, you have to wait until you have made a battle on the battlefield before you can be named. The gang leaders who were promoted to the general soldier in the second batch had to use the heads of their companions as tributes. If anyone could present a decent gift now, the prince would immediately call him the general soldier and reward him with 1,000 ounces of silver. His Royal Highness has a vision, and the minister will do as planned. Sun Quanting also felt that this plan was very clever. Such an arrangement was foolproof. Moreover, Wang Wenjin's awards would inevitably arouse the envy and jealousy of Liu Urukai and others. It is unclear whether others can concentrate on their rebellion. There is also the Huideng Xiang. You can also fight for it, but Sun King believes that Wang Wenjin is 50%, and the Xin Huideng Xiang cannot exceed 30%. Yoji showed the resumes of Huideng Xiang and the other three in Xiao Yueying to Sun Quanting for viewing. Although this product was not as reliable as Wang Wenjin, it was still usable. After the rebellion, this cargo accompanies the Liu Urukai group to kill Hu Guang Deputy Commander Yang Xian and Jingmen defender Liu Anbang. The following year in Quan, he was repelled by Qin Liangyi's troops. In July, he was defeated by Zhuo Liangyu and had to surrender to him. Then he became the deputy commander of Daming. He was first ordered to chase after Jiang Xian's Hong's troops, and then in the 16th year of Chongzhen 1643, he repelled a team of Li Ziqing who attempted to attack Hu Guang, and died 2 years later. From his resume, it can be seen that this product is a very complicated tease. If the rogues are weak, they will help the rogues, and the officers and soldiers will join the army if they can't. It is simply the spokesperson of the word suppress the strong and support the weak. In general, it was similar to Jiang Wei and Li Chengdong who later fought against the king. This kind of guy who tossed back and forth. A certain prince looked tired and his eyes were tired, but they didn't get tired of it and enjoyed it. The title of general soldier given to Wang Wenjin is true. Give Huideng Xiang a promise. If he can really take part in the war of strangling the bandits, the court will naturally fulfill his promise. Wanting to be promoted and get rich is very simple. Every time the bandits are suppressed, Huideng Xiang's troops are in the lead. They have not fled 3 times in a row. If the commander moves forward, he can basically trust the sincerity of the goods. Otherwise, it would be a second surrender and cut off his head. When the ball is kicked, forget it. Chen Zunzai. Sun Quanting understood that the prince hoped that Liu Urukai and others would have internal conflicts, and it would be better to provoke large-scale infighting, which would be more conducive to the encirclement and suppression of this complex structure of gangsters. If one of them is promoted rashly as the general soldier, that person will surely become the target of public criticism. But if the two are promoted, I am afraid that the Liu Urukai group will begin to split, and mutual suspicion and guesswork will definitely not be able to uphold the old trust relationship. The palace will write an edict first, and A King will write another letter, which will be sent to Xiang Huideng together. At that time, A King and his troops can wait for the opportunity to move. It was strange for this guy to see the letter from the prince and Sun Quanting when he had no thoughts in his heart. There are a large number of leaders who accept the imperial court's enrollment, but no more than 5 people can get personal attention from the prince. If he can really get the appreciation of the prince, it is difficult to say whether Huideng Xiang is willing to continue to rebel with Liu Urukai, master of heaven and earth. Liu Urukai is at best his eldest brother. If he is lucky enough to hold the prince's chicken thighs, he will surely rise to the top in the future, let alone Hui Dengxiang. Anyone will be stunned. The 13 families including Courier Li and the Big Zongcai could fight for just 3 people. Liu Urukai himself fought side by side with Li Ziqing, but in the end he was trapped and killed by this old man. Even if a certain prince really told Liu Urukai of the situation, this guy would definitely not believe it. In fact, before being slaughtered, Liu Urukai didn't believe that the brothers who had been fighting together for many years would kill him. Since Li Ziqing was slapped by Sun Quanting until there were dozens of people left, he disappeared in Shangliuo Mountain. It is estimated that before the Big Zongcai attracts firepower to him, he will have to continue lurking and wait for a good opportunity to enter Henan. Therefore, it is almost impossible for Liu Urukai to believe that he will eventually die by Li Ziqing's hands. Not to mention that the current situation has been completely changed. Before the robbers were about to rebel, more than 100,000 official army was about to go south to Huguang, attacking the Liu Urukai group and Jiang Xian's Hong's subordinates from 3 main directions. It's hard to say whose hands Liu Urukai will die in the end. He is now estimated to be extremely excited, ready to fight with the Zongcai of Guqing, and give the court a look. Among the 4 generals who supported the end of the Chongzhen dynasty, Cao Wenzhao was killed in a battle when chasing the bandits. Lu Xiangxing was killed in a battle with the Qing army. In the winter, Sun Quanting was imprisoned by the mediocre emperor, and Hong Chengqi was sent to Western Lining to guard against the Qing army's attack. The Huguang area was controlled by the greedy and incompetent Sun Wenken, and Chen Hongfen, the commander in charge of overseeing Jiang Xian's Hong's subordinate in Guqing, was also bought by him. Although Fang Kongxai, the governor of Huguang, tried to preemptively strike, the emperor was helplessly obsessed and refused to accept his slanderous words. It was precisely because the emperor Chongzhen favored Sun Wenkan's strategy to invigorate Sun Wenkan. The court also believed that there was no need to encircle and suppress the surrendered bandits, and the army in Huguang was empty, so Jiang Xian's Hong and Liu Uru planned to launch a rebellion on the Dragon Boat Festival. The vast majority of the robber leaders treated this time to the court as a strategy for turning in at the bottom of the retreat. As long as the time is right, they will inevitably launch a counter-offensive action. And the leaders who sincerely surrender are rare. After the internal and external conditions have matured, it is the most appropriate time to launch a large-scale counterattack at the beginning of summer this year. After repelling the local army and occupying Huguang, he can then take advantage of the momentum to enter Hanan and Second. In this way, there will be one of the 3 gangsters in the world, and maybe half of it can be captured in one fell swoop. In the end, it doesn't matter who can become the big treasure, the big deal is to be the king of shoulder to shoulder. This is the dream of the leaders. On one level, people are no different from salted fish. In order to eat bait, salted fish will die desperately. The same is true for people, and they will pull other people to die together, even more than salted fish. When they think that the resistance and difficulty of realizing their dreams have become minimal, they will take action after gearing up. Corresponding to this is that Sun Wenken is still doing his dream of spring and autumn, that he can stabilize the world with the help of soothing. As everyone knows, Jiang Xian's Hong and others, this product is a second fool who can be played between the palms of his arms. The feudal vassals in the Huguang area were even under the siege capital. They still regarded their wealth as their fate until they were ransacked by the city, and they were slaughtered as pigs. In the end, the centuries-old family property hoarded in the mansion was used. Enemy. Only a handful of people in the court can recognize the current severe situation. Most people, including the parcel dumping pot father, think that the scourge of robbers has been eliminated, and the remnants of Li Ziqing are not to be feared at all. In less than 2 months, the Huguang area was raging, and the officers and soldiers were beaten by the long-prepared bandits to lose their helmets and unarmed. Yang Xicheng personally supervised the army to no avail. Instead, the situation took a turn for the worse until the end of the Ming dynasty. A certain prince can't let this kind of funny thing happen again, so for this preemptive action, everything from troops, ordnance, payment, food, generals, to the route of entry, assembly area, attack time, and tactics of attacking the bandits must be fine-tuned. Let's talk clearly with the right arm. The investment plan related to 5 or 6 million silver also involves more than 100,000 officers and soldiers. Of course, you can't put a conclusion in a few words and say take it out and spend it. Even if this matter is completely amusing, when it comes to Hugh Guang, both of them are handsome and will lose the battle. You need to make preparations in advance. A certain prince can make arrangements properly, so that Sun and Hong will not be embarrassed at all. The actual combat is left to the two people's full responsibility. Yoji is far away in the capital, not to mention it will intervene at will. If this is still unwinnable, it can only mean that the sky is going to be snapped. And the 10,000 years traveler can't really do the son of the plane of the magical body. The son of the plane of this time and space should be outside the customs, owned by Dorgan, who is known as the Bread Eater. Everything else is ready-made, whether it is a country or a beauty. Wanli Jiangshan is the pick of Li Ziqing, and the beauty is picking the emperor's chicken. Both of these are big gift bags that can fall from the sky with your neck and mouth open. In the skill of eating cakes, Dorgan should be the first person with full points. Since ancient times, Yoji wanted to eat by 2, so he finally got the box and opened it, but it was a big colander full of holes. It was inherited from the ancestors and couldn't get rid of it even if he wanted to shake it. After passing through, a certain prince will be a judge, an accountant, an inventor, a geographer, and if necessary, he has to pretend to be a fool. It's a job with multiple capabilities. I'm sorry to have done so much work just to get a salary, but even the salary is exempted by myself. It really can be said the sky will surrender to the people of Sri Lanka, and you must first pitch yourself. Chapter 175, Reunion. In addition, Ludaki will be appointed governor of Henan, echoing the governor of Hunan and Guingxi Fangkongxi from north to south, and cooperating with the two A-kings to encircle and suppress the bandits in northern Huguang. Soldiers in each city will be controlled by the two governors and will not go out of the city to fight, and will stick to the city as a strategy. Nodes. To deter the offensives of the gangsters, each army is commanded by two A-kings, and each unit is dedicated to annihilating the enemy in the field. If the gangsters cannot conquer the city, it will be difficult to obtain supplies. Over time, it is bound to decline and will die soon. Both Ludaki and Fang Kongzhen were civil servants of the main combat faction. Although they were governors, they commanded operations in a similar manner, and they were not inferior to both of them. The arrogant and disrespectful Gansu general soldier Chai Shiwe was shot to death by Ludaki, and Fang Kongzing even played 8 battles and 8 victories against the robbers. With these two helpers sitting in Henan and Huguang, a certain prince replanned the battlefield and the surrounding defense zones. Hong Chengqiu and Sun Quanting could wholeheartedly encircle the robbers. Yoji deliberately divided the Ming army in the theater into 2 parts, war soldiers and defenders. The former is under the command of the general commander, and the latter is under the command of the governor. Although they complement each other, they are not contradictory. Combat soldiers are field troops, which are specially used for field battles and do not need to participate in the defense of the city, so that they will not be reduced by the stray troops. The guards are also specially used to protect the security of the city. Since the combat effectiveness is not strong, there is no need to worry about being surrounded by bandits in the wild. After optimizing the combination, it can learn from each other's strengths, not only prevent the cities of the two places from being captured by bandits, but also chase and kill the rebels in the whole territory. The palace sent Wu Guojun and Chen Guoi to the Shangyuo mountain in southern Shaanxi to encircle and suppress Li Ziqing, who was hiding here. Li Ni has never been around 1,000 people now. If he takes advantage of the chaos and enters the river Nan with many flowing minions, the consequences are unimaginable. These two people are controlled by the governor of Shaanxi. Sun A-king does not need to bother, just concentrate on dealing with Liu Urukai group. If you can't find the courier, Li, The big deal is to let the two directly set the mountain on fire. A certain prince could not believe that seeing the smoke billowing wildfire, the courier troops could still squat in the mountains. If Jiang Xian's Hong really gave Li Ziking no less than 500 horses as stated in the bound book, then the delivery troops would have 200 or 300 people, so it would be difficult to hide them. As long as Wu Guojun and Chen Guoi conduct a targeted search and raid, it is not difficult to find clues of the robbers, and follow their whereabouts to follow the vines. No matter how powerful and cunning, Li Ziking will not be able to defeat 10 times his own army. His Royal Highness is wise. In this way, Li Nu will not be able to escape. This arrangement is very appropriate and sure to be foolproof. Although Sun Quanting wanted to capture Li Ziking and present him as a gift to the prince, Li Ziking, who had fallen sharply in strength, had long since disappeared. Before being imprisoned, Sun Quanting's troops searched almost the entire southern Shaanxi and did not find this old enemy. If Li Ziking sneaked into the Weiko Henan during the encirclement and suppression of Liu Rukai and Jiang Xian's Hong, and recruited a large number of Liu Mins there as pawns, he would definitely give the imperial court a draw, and then he would have to deploy troops to rescue all parts of Henan. It was a good result to be able to capture Lin in the Shangliuo Mountains. It would not only cut off a great disaster for the court, but also save the worries of the trilogy of encircling and suppressing gangsters. It can be said to be the best of both worlds. Yoji also felt that this deployment was almost complete, and if the force to crack down on Kuriali was not enough, he would be transferred to southern Shaanxi, so that Li Ziking couldn't eat or leave. If it was not enough, after boarding Governor Yang Wenyu cured Wang Pu of his headache, he would also transfer the troops he led. Even if Li Ziking was lucky enough to enter Henan under the large-scale raids of the official army, Yoji would not believe that he would still have time to gather so many cannon fodder in the face of tens of thousands of officers and army besieged and intercepted, compared with the damage caused by the express delivery brotherly to the Datong dynasty. Even mobilizing 50,000 people to wipe out Li Ziking's 500 people is cost-effective. It really made him pull up a team of tens of thousands, but that is not something that can be wiped out with a mere 50,000 official army, or it may have to be given to him by others. The palace will order Yu Shiwai as the general soldier in Yulin, and Wang Shiqin, Hu Shilu, Yu Shigong, and Yu Shilu as lieutenants, recruiting and compiling and practicing 15,000 trilogy in Yulin, governing fine riding, chariots, and foot soldiers, 4,000 each, with 3,000 miscellaneous services, to settle the situation in northern Shaanxi. Yu Shiwai was considered a good general. He was a general officer in Chongzhen 2 years ago. He was responsible for guarding the Jifu area, because in winter, he followed Lu Xiangxing's Danxia army to resist the King army's attack. Lu Xiangxing died on the spot. Yu Shiwai was not dead. The fat man gave him the qualifications to take the blame. Not only him, their elder brother Yu Shigong and younger brother Yu Shilu all became victims, but they were useless, and they were all given by Shifu Yang Sichen. Even so, when Li Ziking's army attacked Yulin, these idle generals still fought bloody battles with the people in the city for 7 days and nights, and finally the city was broken and killed. Daddy Xiaogo keeps such people out of use, but instead prefers to use Mark, Wang Pu, Liu Zeking, Zhuo Liangyu and others. It's really a model of uncomfortable feelings all day long. A certain prince was very curious, and the generals who followed Lu Xiangxing's bloody battle with the King army in Zhulujiazhuang were stripped of their status. Lu Xiangxing himself was dealt with as missing, but generals like Yang Guozu and Hu Duai who fled before the battle had nothing to do. I have to say that Daddy Saiku can no longer be explained by arrears. It is not much higher than Emperor Jin Hu. I am afraid that Emperor Xian of Han and Emperor Sui Yang can't do such a thing. Right? In view of the fact that this product has become a quasi-vegetative, Yoji will not be held accountable for the time being, and the cauldron can be carried by his love minister Yang Sichen. The 15,000 troops is not too much, but the expenditure is not small. Each soldier can receive 2 tals of silver per month, and the handyman can also receive $1 to $5. plus the monthly salary of the generals. The total amount will not be less than 30,000 tals of silver is 360,000 tals for the whole year. This is just a salary, not counting the necessary ordnance, clothing, food, grass, and ammunition. If they all add up, to feed this new army, it will not be less than 600,000 tals a year. But it is better than using boxes of silver. It is much better to feed Jinnying this whitey-eyed wolf. I don't know how long the new governor of Shanxi, Zuo Modi, can solve the poverty problem in northern Shanxi, especially in the Yansui area. This place is violent, and once chaos occurs, it will cause headaches to the court. A certain prince can only solve the problem of poverty. Help me out. Controlled by a more reliable local general, it should not lose control. Considering that Yu Shiwai is also a brave and experienced general, if he is pulled out to suppress the bandits, he will definitely not be worse than He Long and other parts of the Qin army. Yoji thinks that it is better to mobilize young people in the Yansui area than to just pay for work. After all, not everyone is willing to engage in a step-by-step drudgery. Some people are born to be engaged in the profession of killing and killing. It's better for people in Yulin to be willing to serve as soldiers. Since they don't worry about money, they should recruit as many soldiers as possible from Yulin and other places. If they switch to Jiangnan, it is estimated that few people are willing to do this with their heads on their waistbands. Business in general, as long as the weapons and ammunition are in place, and enough money and food can be obtained, the fighting power of the Qin army, which is dominated by Yulin soldiers, is not low at all. It is hard to fight the Qin army, but it is not easy to lose the battle to clean up the gangsters. The Qin army under the command of Sun Quanting once defeated Gao Yingxiang in Haishu. There were less than 100 people left in Li Ziqing. Until now, he still dare not run out of Shangliuo Mountain. It can be said that the record is brilliant. There is no doubt about this. If Yu Shiwai can make this new army not less powerful than Sun Quanting's, a certain prince will allow it to expand to 30,000 horses, and its strength can even catch up with the Qin army in Sun Quanting's hands. If it really becomes a climate, the governor Zuo Modi can let Yu Shiwai lead his troops to chase down the gangsters in Shanxi, so that Sun Quanting's Qin army can concentrate on fighting outside the city. His Royal Highness is wise. The ministers are also afraid that the Qin army will go out to encircle and suppress the bandits, leaving the army empty in the rear and being taken advantage of by the lurking bandits everywhere. If you and others build a new army to protect Shanxi and Qian in danger, it is a perfect strategy. The new governor Zuo Modi still doesn't know how bad the overall situation of Shanxi and Qian is. It seems calm, but in fact, undercurrents are surging. Due to successive disasters, large-scale changes may be exposed in various parts of Shanxi at any time. Sun Quanting once petitioned the emperor to lead the army to join Shanxi, but was categorically rejected by Dajuo Dad. Yang Sicheng also asked Qin Jun to defend Jifu and even the western part of Lining. Sun Quanting did not agree and he asked for the letter, but Yang Sicheng blocked it. In anger, he was about to lead an illness and report to leave, and Yang Sicheng made a big fuss, causing Daddy Xiaogo to dismiss Sun Quanting from his post and imprison him. After that, the Big Zongzai launched a rebellion in Guqing, Fuguang, and Yang Sicheng, who killed Lu Xiangxing and entrapped Sun Quanting, had to personally supervise and suppress him, and was finally killed by Zuo Liangyu. Yang Sicheng was able to jump up and down in the imperial court, cheating people everywhere, playing the sideman between the palms of his hands. The main reason was the shelter and reuse of the dumping pot father. The second reason was that he hadn't encountered anyone more cheating than him. The guys, such as Zuo Liangyu. Lord Shifu met Zuo Liangyu earlier, and was killed by Zuo Liangyu. This is considered to be a confidant for the court and the people. Yang Sicheng's destructive power to Datong dynasty is actually greater than Jiang Xian's Hong's. Second to Xun Wenken. After Yang Sicheng was imprisoned, because the prince had already made an order to recruit a number of witnesses at the time, in order to cure former pivot and assist him in death, Sun Quanting did not hold his revenge, because someone avenged him. The only thing still thinking about is the situation in Shanxi. If the backyard catches fire, the Qin army fighting outside Shanxi is bound to be unstable, and he always wants to go home and have a look. Nowadays, the Shanxi language has Zhuo Modi in power, Yu Shiwai is in charge, and the original garrisons in various places can quell Shanxi in the short term, making the gangsters who are waiting for an opportunity to be in panic all day long. Shai Shiwa, the chief soldier of Gansu, is just a beaming clown, vulnerable to a single blow. When Li Ziqing is captured, all Urukai is killed. The Qin army or other officers will return to his teacher Gansu, and Chai Shiwa has no power to fight back. Well, Shanxi is stable and there is no worries in the northwest. After the palace is stabilized, most of the troubles in the north can be cut off, and the river pirates will not be afraid. The palace will make all the provinces use work instead of relief. At the same time, let the new governor of Henan, Ludaki, build boats and rafts, so that disaster minutes can take a boat down the river to Shandong and Nanzali, settle down there, and regain his livelihood. Even if Lin is lucky enough to enter Henan, there will also be no soldiers to recruit, and when the chasing soldiers follow, it will be a dog of the bereavement. To deal with Courier Li, the first thing to do is to carry out a carpet sweep of Shangyuo Mountain and recruit informants through huge rewards. You are not afraid of not getting valuable information. If you still can't catch people, you will set the mountain on fire. Secondly, if Li Ziqing was lucky enough to enter Henan, he would have to pass through the hurdles along the way. Once he was discovered, he would become a target of public criticism. He would lose the source of supplies if he chose to travel across the mountains. Third, Wu Guojun and Chen Guoi don't have to do anything else. They are responsible for chasing Li Ziqing. Even if they don't catch the leader and kill the general of Liege, they can get a lot of silver rewards. At least 1002. Yoji asked the local ministries of Henan to conduct strict screening, and at the same time asked Ludaki to implement the work for relief policy, and then transport some disasters by himself, and sit and see how Courier Li pulls up tens of thousands of troops. Not to mention that there are tens of thousands of troops behind the ass, thousands of chasing soldiers. The biggest project of working for work is mining. The Pingdingshan mining area has existed in the late Ming dynasty. There are countless people who strip soil and coal, but for the mines tens of billions of tons of reserves. Some of the roots that have been dug out are root hairs. It's not even considered. The part available for open pit mining is not too much, but it is hundreds of millions of tons. Calculated by the mining capacity of the Ming dynasty, it is perfectly fine for 100,000 people to dig it for 30 to 50 years. As long as you dig it out, don't sell it to Shankian. Die. The Josuo mining area has the second largest reserves, about 8 billion tons. It can also provide livelihoods for tens of thousands of disasters. The coal can be burned into carbon and then shipped out. In addition to the checkpoint fee, it does not need to pay other taxes. Yoji's requirements for coal mines are different from those of gold mines and oil fields. As long as it can feed the miners, it does not rely on coal mines to levy heavy taxes, especially in places like Henan that are not affected by disasters. As long as they don't reach out for money from the court, then even if it is, thank goodness. In addition to the two major mining areas mentioned above, 4 places like Hebei, Yima, Zhengzhou, and Yongxia can mine. A certain prince didn't want to do this either. But the sky won't even rain, let alone the dumplings. If that is the case, there is no need to sweat and dig. Counting the miners and their family members, the entire mining area can accommodate about 1 million people. As long as you have the strength, you can dig out as many as you want. However, if it is not used to harm the lives of others, the coal can be burned at will, and there is no need to pay taxes. Cities everywhere absorbed part of the disaster. If they couldn't be resettled, they were allowed to move eastward along the river. It would be easy to get to Shandong or Nanzali, where there are more job opportunities, and you are not afraid of starving to death. Yoji will tell Shandong Governor Yan Zhizu and Shankian Governors Uomodi the method, and then write a detailed explanation for Kuema to send to Ludaki. and let him act according to the above. Ludaki has real talents and practical learning, and his ability is no less than Zuo Modi. But Inan's situation is much more severe than Shandong or Shangqian, and he is also facing the invasion of robbers. Without face-to-face instruction, it is not known what it will be. A certain prince could only write down the strategy of food for work as clearly as possible. The location of the mining area, management methods, operation mode, etc. must be detailed, and multiple maps must be drawn so that Ludaki can see clearly. I hope that Luaking will not take the map down while she is excited. Chapter 176, Chopping the Grass and Roots. By the way, now my Ming has entered a troubled autumn, where soldiers everywhere are in turmoil. Sun Aking has led the army for a long time, and it is inconvenient to take care of the family. How about taking the family to the capital and sending people from the palace to look good, so Aking can relieve the worries? Sun Quanting and Hong Chengchu are the same years old, and they have 4 children. The former has 2 sons and 2 daughters, and the latter has 1 son and 3 daughters. However, Big Toad has only 1 wife, Li, and Sun Quanting is a stepwife with 2 children. The concubine's life is also a hard life. His youngest son, Sun Shining, should be only 4 years old this year. He can enter the palace to study with the princes. It's hard to say how much development he will have in the future, but the relationship is proper. In the future, any errands of the royal family can be handed over. This little second hand is going to do it. His Royal Highness, please rest assured, the minister will amend the book and send people to Sitamin, so that the family members can move to the capital. Sun Quanting understood that the prince was not completely at ease with him, saying that he was taking care of his family members, but in fact he was taken hostage so that the commander would be controlled by the commander. It's not bad to think about coming here. The prince will take care of her, and the wives and children can sit back and relax. Aking can just repair the book, and this palace will send the Dongqing lieutenant to bring the letter. The eldest son of Aking, Sun Shirui, is already an adult, and this palace is in urgent need of manpower. It is not difficult to earn tens of tals of silver per month, and it is easy to look after. Home. Send someone casually, who can be responsible for something that happened halfway. The East Factory and the hundreds of people from Yongwei Camp should be able to ensure the safety of Sun Quanting's wife and children. Find a spare job for his eldest son, Sun Shirui, who can save 50 tals of silver per month, plus the money given by a certain prince to Sun's family. You can live well in the capital, and you don't need to worry about the house. Our mansions are all vacant, just pick one. His Royal Highness, the minister has an unrelenting request, and I hope your highness will fulfill it. Upon seeing this, Hong Chengchu hurriedly asked for instructions. He brought his family back from Shanhaiguan. Since the prince intended to do so, of course he had to show his loyalty at this juncture. But it's okay to say Yoji had already guessed what was going on, but since Hong Chengchu took the initiative to affirm it, let him be interested. The minister's family members have returned to the capital from Shanhaiguan with the army, and the minister courageously. The prince treated Sun Quanting like this. Hong Chengchu Bingsu was smart, and of course he would not wait until the prince turned to ask himself before answering. Okay, this palace knows it, and we will take care of it together. I don't dare to say it with gold and silver. It is okay to eat and drink. Just like raising the younger brothers and sisters in your own family, you can raise them as pigs. Especially when it comes to food, things like braised pork rice, beef ramen, skewers, hot pot, and spicy tang are enough. The minister took the whole family and knelt down to thank your highness for his kindness. Although the family members were taken as hostages and mortgaged in the capital, the prince was generous, and the family knew that they would live a good life, and they were completely relieved as the leaders outside. Okay, that's it. The 2 Akings haven't rested since last night until this morning. The palace will stay soon, and they will return to the camp to make arrangements. If there is nothing to do, you can rest. You can wait until the afternoon 15 o'clock to come and see you again. I can still pay respects to the mother of the palace. The same was up all night, and the beautiful mother was still resting at this time, sleeping in her beauty sleep, and didn't even eat ramen. Hong Chengchi led his army to Beijing. It is reasonable to say that he could not see the standing emperor. He would also visit the prince and the queen as usual, so that he would be able to explain to the public when he returned. Hong Chengchi returned to the camp early and was able to give orders to his subordinates. Anyone who left the camp without authorization at this time would be regarded as a thieves in the Beijing camp. Without asking questions, he would just pop off the Qin army who saw the money. Yoji didn't want to listen. Report of a large-scale merger of the two camps. The right arm and the right arm are also nearly 50 people. They are so tossed in the sky, no matter how good they are. They can't stand it. Let them go back and take a nap before entering the palace to discuss important matters. This sleeping room package is really exciting. Yoji's shell is still young, incomparable with generals like Huang Degong, and can't hold it in the morning. It needs a sleep to regain physical strength. When I wake up, I can just listen to the battle report of the Yonghui camp. Maybe the smashes in the outer city have been solved, and I don't know what kind of misfortune the outer city has been turned into by their gang of bastard turtles and grandchildren. Let's think about good things. For example, Sun Quanting has 2 daughters and Hong Chengchi has 3 daughters. If there is a beautiful one in it, you can take it into the palace first, like Shufu's daughter, so you can't let the gangsters get hurt. An eyebrow. I don't know how much the ball is around or if it exceeds the C cup. When they are placed properly, they have to inspect it personally, and take a close look at the size. A certain prince always thinks that the sister's giant ball is the other side of the light, even if the shadow of the braid is about to cover the earth. As long as he chases the ball, he will surely usher in the dawn. If you think about it this way, you will be able to have a very comfortable dream for a while, and the braids will be ruthlessly crushed by the 10,000 tons of giant balls in their dreams. It is a pity that because he was so tired and exhausted that he didn't even have a nightmare, a certain prince fell asleep until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. His Royal Highness, Huang Degong is here to report. Zhu Yuji has not humiliated his holy life, and has already put down the outer city bandits. Yang Jinkao saw that the sleepy little prince hadn't awakened yet, so he could only report the situation in a more gentle tone than usual. Not only can he not scare the prince, but he has to go straight to Sheng Kong. It is also a matter of knowledge to speak. Oh, fast enough. Sister Xia, change the clothes for the palace, and the palace has to go to the city to check it out. If you don't conduct a field survey, you will not be able to grasp the first-hand information, and you will not have the right to speak. In order to avoid misjudgment, you must go to the city and see it yourself, so as not to always listen to the return of a certain general or a certain eunuch. False. Your Majesty, don't do it. The outer city is just set, and the Yonghui camp is investigating the thieves hiding in various places one by one. If your highness is in trouble in the city, the slave and maidservant should die. Yang Jinkao didn't want to let the little prince try his own risk. In case he was calm and shot, it would be really hard to guard against. My palace visits the city, and if there is nothing wrong, then you will be fine. If you are sick, then you will all have to deal with it. Haha, speaking of it, are you a dog servant afraid of your own sickness, or are you afraid of your own sickness? Will you be implicated in yourself? A certain prince is a virgin, and you are asking for trouble with a certain prince. Whether or not the prince thinks that way, the certain prince can reprimand him like that. His Majesty is observant. The servants and maidservants dare not greedy it. Hearing that the prince had already angered him, Yang Jinkai immediately fell to his knees and stood firmly to the prince. Now that the Prince Xianyu returns, he is extremely clever. Compared with the previous one, he is completely reborn. Don't be fooled, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Forgive you for not dare, get up. From now on, talk less and do more things. Yoji didn't want to treat this fairly loyal eunuch, but he could also take the opportunity to tell the servants and maids around him, so as not to beg for mercy after making a mistake like 205. Slaves obey orders, Don't dare to fail. Yang Jinkao was out of good intentions, and the prince also understood the meaning, so he only taught a few words in a big manner, without blaming or even beating or scolding. Moreover, the more the master scolded, the more he did it for the good of the servants. If not, it would not be far from being left out. Yang Jinkao, who knew that the powerful among them, was still a little bit happy. The prince said nothing, and even the ministers at the court meeting would be severely punished for rebelling against his decision. The servants in the back residence had to look at the little master's will. Yang Jinkao showed his loyalty and stopped talking, lest he really angered the prince. Yoji was also afraid of being assassinated. He had to wear his armor when he went out of the palace. He also had a set of Min's Eyes gold armor, which was also majestic to wear. To be precise, it was the Yushu Linfeng, or a small Yushu. At 3:30 in the afternoon, a certain prince was sitting in his luxury car, the golden wheel used in the military parade, and boarded the Wenqing gate of Zhengyangmen, looking at the general situation in the direction of the outer city. Even if the fighting had ceased, most areas of the outer city were still shrouded in dense smoke. The fire caused by the wind was far from extinguished, and not many people went to extinguish the fire. About dozens of houses were still burning. The land passed by the fire has turned into black ruins. The walls are full of green smoke, the roof is completely gone, and only the empty wooden frames that are swaying from side to side are poking there abruptly. There are corpses everywhere on the street. Camp Yongwei has no time to condense the corpses one by one. Some people who looked like family members knelt beside the corpses and kept crying, but it didn't help. Some people sit still on the spot after being destroyed at home, just like a wooden doll, letting heavily armed soldiers pass by, and their stiff bodies remain unmoved. This is how Yoji used the imported binoculars brought by the armed warlock to observe the general situation. Although it was not his family who died, he still felt very uncomfortable, because these people died at the hands of the Beijing camp. His Royal Highness, in addition to beheading and searching for the enemy, at the end, he will capture 2,937 people in his destiny. They have been detained in the three urn cities of Xuanyuan, Zhengyangmen, and Chongmen. When Shikai Huang Degong saw that the prince was looking out, he did not disturb the sage's yaxing. He waited until the prince put down the telescope and thought about the situation. The main reason why Zhuji was able to end the battle quickly was that the Yongwei battalion was very powerful, and the Jing battalion was useless except for burning, killing and plundering. Their principle of fighting was to run if they could not fight, and surrender if they couldn't run. This group of 25 boys didn't care about their faces, and they truly achieved irrationality and arrogance. Even if they had become prisoners, they didn't have the slightest guilt, as if what they had done was open and upright, and it was a matter of course to harm the people. Don't keep one. Even if they launched a rebellion with the generals who are eating their own things, the ordinary soldiers with no brains are still carrying out the orders. They are willing to surrender their weapons. A certain prince will give them a way to survive, so that they will not lose their heads. But they will kill innocent people in the city. This is completely different. The former behavior is at best a change of the regime and usurpation. The latter is dehumanizing, and it is not as good as catching the beast. It is cheap to go to the mountain to mine. They are, for these bastards, if the palace pays them money, they will create a reaction in this palace. The people are their parents, so they will slaughter the people. In winter, the eastern captives entered the pass and looted them, but they were as scared as the three grandsons. I just kneeled down and kowtowed to the eastern captives. They are bloodthirsty and cruel and bullying. What is the use of keeping them in this palace? All their families are escorted to the mountain for mining. If they escape along the way, they can immediately rectify the law on the spot. Outer City gave them this group of tortoises and grandchildren so miserable. I don't know how much silver it will cost. If they don't kill them all, it's not enough to quell their anger. It's really a shame to die. If it's not for fear of the spread of the disease, for the sake of it chop them up and feed them to the dog. The first assistant Xguokwan, the second assistant Wulu, and many Shangxiu who accompanied the prince to the city are all secretive, afraid to contradict. and the prince's decision must be carried out. It is really stupid to participate in the 3-day meeting and not learn the lesson. What is this? The captives in Wenqing suddenly saw that the guards at the head of the city had opened their bows and arrows, and they realized the other party's plan in a panic. But they had been reduced to fish for slaughter, and they could no longer fight back. Let the arrow. In an instant, arrows fell like a rain. Amidst the screams one after another, the target below was shot into a hedgehog, and those who survived by chance could not escape the second wave of attacks. After confirming that there were no prisoners standing, Huang Degong and the 2 generals guarding Xuanyuan and Chongmen ordered the city gates to be opened and sent a large number of soldiers to inspect them one by one. Anyone who was gasping, whether or not they pretended to be dead, was allowed to die thoroughly. Seeing that the weeds had been removed, the certain prince sighed with pity and compassion, making the ministers around him a little moved. After all, there is heaven and peace in killing prisoners. It would be fine if it was bombarded. I haven't seen it yet. The next sentence almost caused the officials to drop their chin. Originally thought that the prince was moved with compassion, but unexpectedly it turned out to be like this. The content of the personal settings in everyone's hearts collapsed in an instant. Even Huang Degong was stunned. This person was killed, and he couldn't get back to life. The prince wanted to watch the firecrackers kill the captives, and he had to wait until the next time he had a chance to say it again. After thinking about it, he swallowed his words into his stomach. Feeling that the live targets died like this, it's really a pity. Yao Ji also sternly reminded Huang Degong, in the future, as long as there are prisoners that need to be resolved, they will not be allowed to use cold weapons. They must use fire and bird blows to implement this. You can train the gunmen's abilities and improve their accuracy. After all, under non-combat conditions, there are not many opportunities to fight alive. Finally will follow the order. Huang Degong was slanderous. Didn't your highness order you to kill? Changed your mind so soon? The officials had been petrified together, and there was no mercy in the eyes of the little prince, as if they had slaughtered thousands of animals. The prince was so cruel at Huang's sage, and was so shocked that the officials were all lingering fears and did not dare to speak more for fear of being angered. Clean up the ground before nightfall, pull the corpses farther away, bury them deeper, and sprinkle more lime. The soldiers involved in the transport must wear masks and bathe and clean their bodies afterwards. If they feel unwell, they should be isolated and monitored immediately. There is no way to go to heaven, and no way to go to hell. Since you don't want to spend money, then go to spend minion. If you work hard in the prefecture, you can earn hundreds of millions of pls every month. Chapter 177, Expansion of the Capital. Every soldier who died in the battle will be given 200 pls of silver to each family member, exempted from all taxes for a family of 5 for 20 years. If anyone dares to greet the ink and arbitrarily deduct, once it is verified, he will be executed immediately. Those who are willing to join the army can be selected for training in the Yongwei camp first. After passing the examination, they can be formally enlisted. After the injured are registered, they will be sent to the residence of Yangyu for treatment. Minor injuries and serious injuries are treated separately. Everyone must have a bed and no bunks on the floor. The medical department is solely responsible for this. If there is a procrastination in the process and the people who satiate their own pockets, they will be severely punished. Those who have recovered from serious injuries but have lost normal activities will be given 100 pls of pensions. Family members have a monthly salary of no less than 1 pl of silver. The male and female family members are treated separately. If the Ministry of Engineering has any difficulties, they can report to the palace immediately without error. People with minor injuries can be relisted after passing the examination. Depending on the injury, subsidies will be given. During the treatment period, All the injured will be paid half a month of their normal service. All expenses are reimbursed in real terms. Those who disobey the edict will punish the 9 clan. Yoji didn't find any wounded soldiers when he climbed the city. Huang Degong was worried that the prince would feel sick when he saw the wounded soldiers who were screaming and groaning. So he put them in the corner and made arrangements when the prince left. However, in this way, it embarrassed a certain prince. If you don't make good use of the opportunity to buy people's hearts, wouldn't it make the soldiers of the Yongwei camp feel chilly? Who will protect the old Zeus family from now on? Hundreds of people were left in the corner like walking corpses. Blood ran all over the ground. A large swarm of lingering flies lingered above their heads. Most of the wounded soldiers were expressionless, their eyes were dull, and they were silent. Some seriously injured people have exposed their crippled bones and lie on the ground dying. It is no exaggeration to say that there is only one breath left. No one is going to give them the necessary treatment. In fact, they are waiting for death. Why are you so stunned? Waiting for the palace to invite you to dinner? Do it now. First give the seriously injured anesthetic to relieve the pain. What the palace has ordered cannot be done within half an hour. Just don't do it. Just go home. Seeing that the direct line of troops could be treated in this way, a certain prince couldn't help getting angry. His men were really the waste of the corpse's vegetarian meal. When they were collecting money, they were all capable of doing things. After doing the actual work, they were all the same as the eggplants. Chen, do it. The crown prince was really angry, and his mouth was already cursing. The new medical department Shangshula Zenfai did not dare to neglect, and immediately asked his subordinates to check the wounded. After registration, he carried him to the carriage and pulled him to Yang Wu's house. This is not a joke. In the blink of an eye, the prince ordered the shooting of nearly 3,000 prisoners in the Beijing camp. If anyone dares to blatantly violate the situation at this time, I am afraid that the prince will not miss you a few. Maybe after slaughter just make up 3,000 whole numbers. Yoji chose this mansion for a reason. The family housed by Yang Wu openly confronted the Dongcheng and Jini Wei who had gone to copy. As a result, the two sides fought for a long time, and hundreds of people died in the yard, resulting in a murderous attitude. I am afraid that in the future no one dared to buy it. It is good to simply change to a temporary hospital, which is spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of wounded people. No one disliked it this time. The wounded soldiers would not care about shit ghosts. It is a blessing to be alive. Having lived in the mansion of Lord Hu, he would be grateful to a certain prince. If the resettlement is still not possible, then the nearby Zhongai mansion will also be used as an inpatient place. The big deal will not be sold. Yoji is currently not short of these tens of thousands of kills, as long as the Yongwing camp is not suffered greatly. The downsizing is worth it. Regardless of the severity of the wounded, they have to eat one egg every day. Eggs and ducks are acceptable. Each person will be provided with 2 or 2 pork rations per day. Falsifiers should chop up and feed the dogs. Yoji wants to let the wounded soldiers and the uninjured around know that as long as they are loyal to the prince and are willing to work hard, they can get such generous treatment. With a few thousand taels of silver, you can buy a heart of sincerity. How can this deal be considered an excellent value? Besides, without the brave battalion swearing to the top of the city, the imperial city may have been captured by the group of 25 boys. Therefore, it is not too much to reward Huang Degong's troops. After this battle, this is the only elite force that a certain prince can fully trust. The last general, on behalf of the entire camp, thank you for your kindness. Huang Degong knelt down on one knee after hearing this, and was grateful for the many favorable orders issued by the little prince. Once upon a time, the Yongwei camp went south to chase and suppress the bandits, and went north to stop the eastern captives. He had never received such a considerate reward. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your kindness. The sentry on the head of the city and the wounded under the city, whoever could move, also knelt down to thank Huang Degong, sounding like a bell, resounding in the air. Everyone is grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Those who are not injured can be rewarded with silver, and those who have won the lottery can be compensated. The family members who died in the war can also be compensated. The arrangement of the prince won everyone's approval. Yoji was very satisfied with the response of the soldiers of the Yongwei camp. The dog food must be fed to obedient dogs. Feeding other dogs is feeding the whitey-eyed wolves. In the future, you will have to raise a few good dogs to visit the nursing home. Just work. However, the side effect of this is that no matter how difficult, no matter how complicated, and no matter how cumbersome the production of sulfur and penicillin is, a certain prince would have to force these two big projects to start. Otherwise many seriously injured people would have to be hurt alive. Even if these two antibiotics are produced, it will take a wave of life gambling to get a new life. It will be a great test for the wounded zone resistance and luck. In the end, whether they can live or not will have to look up to the sky. If you can find a set of more reliable production techniques to manufacture in large quantities, you might actually be able to sell for a lot of money. 1 or 2 sulfonamides can be exchanged for 1 or 2 gold and transported to the European battlefield. Those wounded local lords will definitely rush in. The production process of sulfur has nearly 30 processes. In this era, it is almost impossible to be copied by others. Even if a manual is given to the indigenous people to make triacids and aniline, he does not understand what these are. What is it for? Needless to say, artificial penicillin. There is no way for Yoji to guarantee success. This is a funny project that hits the big lucker test of luck. I hope it will not become a special slap for the wounded. Chemical weapon. The charter, tomorrow, will gather all the manpower, equipment, and utensils required on the paper, and the palace will start trial production of a special medicine at 8 o'clock in the morning. Admiral Chu Xianzhang, the eunuch of the Supervisory Bureau, is responsible for supervising the 24 yeomen, including the 12th, 4th, and 8th bureaus. Because of the overwhelming power of the superintendent and the royal horse supervisor, both of them have their own servants. The scope of supervision has to exclude these two places. However, there are also military warfare bureaus responsible for building weapons, silver crafting bureaus for making gold and silver jewelry, wine and vinegar bureaus for the production of seasonings, and Shangshan supervisor, who is personally in charge of Jiangyuoyuan. The 24 yeomen are divided into different categories and have many kinds of tricks. Chu Xianzhang can only supervise it in general. For each yeoman, there is a special eunuch who takes charge of the eunuch. If something goes wrong, they are also responsible for it. For example, if the imperial meal is poisoned, it must be Jiangyuoyu anding. Cylinder. Yoji doesn't have professional chemical personnel on hand, and he can't even find qualified or barely improvised. For the time being, he can only recruit some artisans from the Anmin factory and armor factory that produce the medicine, and then some of them are transferred from the 24th yeoman. First teach them the general production process. According to the characteristics of each craftsman's own work, several production teams are divided. Each team is responsible for manufacturing a chemical raw material, and the resulting products will be inspected one by a certain prince. In order to ensure that what he obtained was what he wanted, Yoji decided to spend most of the time in the near future to supervise the chemical reaction process on the spot, so as not to get out of control. After all, these craftsmen did not know what they were doing. By the way, some glasses should be made of transparent glass, and a pair of glasses should be distributed to each person, and spare parts should be made. First, a set of armor should be allocated to each person to cover the whole body to prevent the epidermis from being sour. Liquid corrosion. This is to produce strong acids and alkalis, and iron sheets can be used to protect the limbs and torso, but the eyes are the most important thing. Glasses are essential defensive equipment, which can minimize the chance of chemical solution splashing into the eyes. The minister obeys. Chu Xianzhang didn't know why the special medicine made by the prince was used, but from the description, it might be an extremely terrible thing, because the person who made the medicine had to wear armor, and the acid must also be a poison that can kill people. The test site was first outside the East Palace, and then a larger-scale factory was set up in the Kianxi No. 2 Institute for Mass Production of Drugs. After the new factory in the city is completed, it will be moved for large-scale production. The second Kianxi Institute was the location of the later Chongwu Palace, east of Miao, not far from the inner court. A certain prince could walk over to see the production situation after eating. If it is too far away, a lot of time will be wasted on the road. Zhang Guoai, Zhang Aking, according to Aking, how much does it take to repair the outer city? After the stubborn Liu Zongxian was pushed down, the original attendant Zhang Guoai became his successor. He became the current Minister of Engineering and was mainly responsible for how to build the city. He himself was also an expert in Daxing civil engineering and belonged to an engineer-level industry insider at the end of the Ming dynasty. His Royal Highness, Yikan, at least 800,000 hotels in front of the prince and Baiguan in the capital. Zhang Guoai dared not report underneath. If the prince really wants to restore the scene of the outer city, the job will most likely fall on him. If the price is 5 or 600,000 hotels, it is not enough. The price difference will be a great trouble, and it will definitely be attacked by some Yushi who is good at gossip and drill. And it is said that it is a big crime to deceive the Prince Sheng Kong. Speaking of which, the cost of this repair is not low. With so much money, and with more money, it's better to build a new city east of the capital. Yoji saw that the outer city was disfigured into such a bleak appearance, it was almost disfigured, and he had plans to become a developer in his heart. Since it costs money, why repair a broken house? It is enough to build a new building outside. It is for people to live in. Of course, you have to live in a new house. His Royal Highness' intention. Zhang Guoai has roughly understood the meaning of the prince, but it is not clear exactly how big a city is going to be built. After all, how much scale means how much investment, and the difference can be as much as 2 million. It is about the same size as the capital. It is built along the river to Tongzu. It must be built into a square shape for easy defense. There must be a 3-mile wide open space between the new city and the old city. After the new city is completed, the open space between the north and the south should be laid. The brick wall is another city. After it is completed, the capital will be about 3 times the size of the current area, which can accommodate more people to live in, and the city's defense capabilities will be greatly enhanced. Madam, don't make Lao Tzu anxious. If it really angers this palace will repair you a 5-ring ring. His Royal Highness, I'm afraid that the amount of silver required will not be less than 4 million taels. Zhang Guoai has been shocked by the Grand Prince's grand plan. Even if the honors are stolen, the Huutikang is no longer stretched. It's not such a trick. If you plan to spend money on military expenses, disaster relief, and the construction of the city in the mountain, it may be there is not much left. Hearing such a shocking decision, the first assistant Xuguogwin and the second assistant Wulu were thoughtful. Zhang Guoai is an expert, and all he said is from a professional point of view, which must be reasonable. But the decision of the prince is not easy, recoverable. Looking at the dilapidated appearance of the outer city, it does require a large amount of money to repair it. When the difference is not too large, the repair is naturally better than the new construction, and it can also be done by work. So the two are still weighing the pros and cons. Don't dare to judge right or wrong easily. This is not difficult. We will allocate 1 million taels every year to build a new city in 4 years. Zhang Aking does not need to worry about the silver liang, as long as the budget and composition are prepared, and the relevant personnel can be arranged. The capital needed to build the city will be paid by the main palace. Raising, if you invest only 1 million taels every year, there is nothing tricky. Yoji is still very relieved of Zhang Guoai's professionalism. With him as the chief engineer, the new city will definitely be built step by step, using 4 million taels to build a large new city including the old city. If the payment can be made in installments, the financial pressure will be greatly reduced. If this year, the households can get more than 10 million taels, It shouldn't be too difficult to spend 1 million to build a new city. The wealthy Shankianat and Jiangnanat did not go to withdraw the money. They all raised them all at once, not to mention building a new city, but 3 of them were enough. The attribution of the nation's vassal lords belongs to themselves, so all the money taken from the ITs of the 2 big profiteer groups in the north and south will go to the household department. There are also Japanese at abroad, Spanish at, and Mud Empire at that can be developed. The things that are cashed out on the hand are cashed out as soon as possible, so as not to expire and then depreciate, and it is easy to cause 2.5 million points of critical damage to yourself. A certain prince also has a very kind plan, that is, to build a new city into a bastion shape, and the city wall into a staircase shape. It can be divided into 3 levels, high, medium and low, to achieve crossfire power. As long as there is enough food, the East captives or stray bandits can besiege the city. Years are useless. The Dutch used this thing to deal with the Spanish army who planned to impose taxes on them. They often gnash their teeth and helpless matadors. In the era when there were no armor-piercing bullets and armor-piercing bullets, the bastion was almost like a magical body. If this trick is feasible, let Wang Zhejian build a bastion along the west coast of Lining. The braids cannot break it, and the coastal bastion can receive a steady stream of supplies from the sea, and it is best to build it to the outskirts of Jinzhou. By the way, teach Sundishi and Yuan Duda how to defend effectively. The best defense is offense, and the most leisurely offense is yard defense. Always put the defensive code to the door of the opponent's house, so that the enemy will not be able to fight, and it will be bloody with a hit. Chapter 178, Inspecting the City. Defense. At present, the new city is tentatively determined to be 20 miles long from north to south, and to set up a double-layer city wall to defend against enemies. The outer wall is 30 feet high, the inner wall is 40 feet high, and the 2 walls are both 5 feet thick. It is 20 feet wide and can be used by cavalry and guns. 1 Minglai is equal to 180 Jiang or 1,800 feet, which is equivalent to 576 meters. 20 miles is the length of 11.5 kilometers. Today, the inner city and outer city of the capital are 8,500 meters long from north to south. The new city is about 3 kilometers longer than the old city, and overall it is a circle larger. 1 Ming Kai is equal to 32 centimeters, and 3 Kai is about 1 meter. 30 Kai is almost 9 meters high, which is equivalent to a defender who can defend against the enemy on the 4th floor. The inner city wall is 3 meters higher on this basis. Even if the enemy climbs to the outer city head, they will be attacked by the inner city defenders. Before they can stand, they will be knocked down by arrows and bullets. There are 9 city gates. The city gates are no longer based on the flashy towers. They are all designed in the compact shape of Western-style bunkers. The fortresses are 50 feet high and designed as a double-layer structure with more than 100 perforations in multiple layers. The top can accommodate 20 fire guns and more than 100 soldiers hiding in them for shooting. There is a 60-foot high, 10-foot diameter watchtower on the left and right. Yoji directly fortified the outer shell of the new city, abandoned the Chinese-style shape, and adopted the more affordable Western fortress shape. Not only the outline is taller, but also the crossfire per unit length can be achieved with the help of the patchy height difference, turning the new city into a land battleship parked on the edge of the old city. Even if a certain prince's goal is achieved, it's just that I don't know if Chief Engineer Jiang can turn the design drawings into real objects. With the building standards of the late Ming dynasty, there is no Western. It is difficult to make it with the help of peers. After the 9 gates are available, a certain prince can set up a 9-esect admiral to take charge of the gates. This title is very interesting at first, but there is no suitable candidate yet, so put it aside for the time being. Right. 40 horse faces that are 30 feet high are set up outside each city wall. and the horse faces are formed into a rhombus with a side length of 3 feet. Each horse face can accommodate 50 soldiers and 20 firearms. Shoot at the enemy without blind angles. Excavate a moat 2 feet deep and 3 feet wide outside the city. The embankment outside the river is an inverted slope. The slope of the 10-foot wide slope is in a straight line with the fire mouth of the city. The projectiles fired by the blunderbuss can fly all the way along the slope and can penetrate an entire column of enemy troops. Only when the new city is designed to be intriguing and pleasing to the eyes, a certain prince will feel relieved. Even if something like this happens again last night and this morning, as long as the factory guards and the Yongwei camp can control the city head, the rebels, even if they have 100,000 horses, cannot be seen from the outside. Infiltrate the city. The horse-faced bastion and the anti-slope are prepared for the invading enemy, and they will not be reconciled if they don't play alive. I hope they will send soldiers to fight out of curiosity. Otherwise, Chief Engineer Zhang has worked so hard to make the masterpieces created by the strong men know where to be used, and it really becomes a decoration. Anyway, it will kill and wound 8,000 people. Let the bastions open, let them know what is called the art of defense. According to Yoji's plan, the new city's Wenqing is also in the shape of a bastion, but it is larger than the horse face. It is a large bastion. From a bird's eye view, it is like a bunch of small bastions connecting several large bastions in series. It looks like His Majesty has an ingenious idea. This city defense capability is definitely extraordinary, and the ministers admire it, but because of this, the cost will definitely rise. After listening to the little prince's ideas, Zhang Guoai felt that the new city was no longer used to house the people. It was simply a pass dedicated to the stationing of troops. From the design point of view, it was indestructible, but the cost was also rising. If the many buildings in the city are added, the Ministry of Households must allocate 1.5 million tals each year. The construction period will be as long as 4 years, and the total construction cost will climb to 6 million tals, which can be regarded as the number one in the world since the opening of Ming dynasty. Ayutthaya, because of its absorption of the architectural characteristics of the East and the West, the special structure was born, making the city's defensive ability even more than 5,000 years since the Shang and Zhou dynasties. It will definitely win this crown. Luoyang city in the Han dynasty and Chainan city in the Tang dynasty. All will be expected. Combining the double-layered city walls, many bastions, moats, and anti-slope mentioned by the prince, the city's waterproofness is almost at its peak, allowing the invading enemy to shed blood in half an hour. It's okay. My palace will let the Ministry of Households allocate funds as scheduled. Aking only needs to make a design and submit the budget at that time. The city's defenses will be built first this year and next. The buildings in the city can be built slowly afterwards. There is no need to rush to work. Quality. If someone contributes, someone will pay for it. If you don't have any money, you'll have to pay a fart in Xinjiang. 5 or 6 million tals of silver is quite a lot. But as long as you don't get it out of your pocket, no matter how much it is, it's acceptable. There will be. It's okay if the construction period is extended to 5 years. By the time the Great Zhou dynasty was destroyed in the 17th year 1644, the new city was just standing on the ground of Kisyuk. As the prince of the dynasty, a magnificent man-made landscape should also be used to show its own identity and achievements. If you can live in such a big city like a tortoise shell, you don't have to worry about Kuriali or Erguntana Yuan leading your team to play on the court. If you want to kick it, you can kick it. Don't blame it if you have a fracture. The palace did not remind you in advance. Yoji intends to let the waiters make a large-scale sand table based on the design drawings, with the new city as the mainstay, with the surrounding landscape. Presumably the visual impact must be unmatched. Even if it is just a homeopathic association, it can alleviate fatigue nerve. If you can build another Eiffel Tower in the new city, it will be perfect. It will definitely become a landmark building of the Datong dynasty. No matter spring, summer, autumn or winter, visitors will be in an endless stream. Can you also collect landscape tickets and other towers? The cost is recovered. His Royal Highness, the cost of building a new city is huge, and it is really difficult for the Ministry of Household to raise so many silver coins. The Hubushangsuli waiting to ask is really intolerable, because the prince asked so much. In the blink of an eye, the cost of the new city soared from 4 million tals to 500 or even 6 million tals. How can the Hubu have so much money to spend? Satisfy the hobby of the little prince. It only takes less than 1 million tals to repair the outer city of the old city, and 5 million tals for the construction of a new city. There is a huge difference between the two. Although the household department is noble family wealth to supplement, it can face relief, money and other things. The expenditure of millions of tals is also overwhelming. If the crown prince insists on his own way and insists on building a new city, the household will fall back to the point where Tikang is exhausted. There is no essential difference from the previous situation. Using 5 or 6 million tals of silver to build a city is really a great achievement. The first assistant who has just become a quasi-national war will not speak to Li Dawin. That would be openly confronting the prince. Xuguogwan has to look at the attitudes of other courtiers, and then consider his own righteousness in this matter. It's no good. There will be no objections. Wu Yong, who was about to speak, saw that Shufu turned a blind eye, so he swallowed back what had already come to his lips. The prince had justified the construction of the new city, and Li Dawin's objections were also reasonable. Both sides had their own views that they believed to be correct. It's not easy to immediately determine who is right and who is wrong. This money is provided by someone. By then, the Ministry of Households will not have to fill their private pockets. The big case involved yesterday has not been investigated. I hope Li Yaking will go back and remind officials who have not been involved in the Ministry of Households to use this as a guide, because future shipments will arrive in Tikang. The silver NPC and CPPCC will reach millions of tals at one time, and those who guard and steal will inevitably perish themselves. A certain prince only said that the Ministry of Households should allocate funds, but did not allow the Ministry of Households to pay out of the current harvest. Otherwise, the inventory of Tikang would not be enough to be moved out and dropped on the construction site of Xinqing. Before spending money, it is necessary to figure out who is going to spend the money. This is the most basic talent that a prince must possess. After coming out of the imperial city just now, Yoji had already caught a glimpse of the gold master on the road, and this time it happened to be paid by them. Zhang King came over with the palace to see the damage to the city wall by the fire bullets, as a reference for the construction of the new city wall. Under the personal protection of Huang Degong, Fang Zhengwu and others, Yoji came to the outer city and viewed the destructive power of the various types of firecrackers of the Xinjiang on the inner city wall from the outside. When he saw the destructive power of the Hongyai cannon, a certain prince was also shocked. The inner city wall was bombarded by heavy artillery overnight, and it was horrible. As far as his eyes could be, there were dozens of iron bullets of various sizes just embedded in the city wall, and some of them had penetrated the city wall and went straight into the interior, which was dangerous. If the enemy who came to attack the city was not as slack as the Jinying, and could persevere, if the more efficient braided hanky fired frantically with the Hongyai cannon for 5 or 6 hours, it might directly crash the city wall. However, in that case, the heavy siege artillery in their hands will be scrapped, and if the braids are forced to attack the capital, after all, they will suffer huge casualties. This is what Huang Deji, who advocates low input and high output, absolutely does not want. Saw the scene. From this point of view, the capital city is not indestructible, and the seemingly solid masonry walls are just like rammed earth in front of heavy artillery. After inspecting several collapsed city walls, Yoji frowned. It was almost certain that as long as the enemy blasted the city wall with heavy artillery for 12 hours, he would surely be able to blast a certain place, and then let the infantry swarm in. After measuring the penetration depth, record the results and keep a copy for each of the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Industry, the East Palace, and the armor factory as the basis for the future development of firecrackers and construction of the city wall. The requirements of the Ministry of War are diametrically opposite to those of the Ministry of Engineering. The generals naturally hope that the greater the power of the firecrackers equipped by the troops, the better, while the officials responsible for the fortification of the Ministry of Industry want to make the city stronger to offset the damage caused by the firecrackers. This is a contest between spears and shields, and no one wants to see enemy soldiers pierce their shields with their own spears, and then mass murder and looting of their own. If this is the case, they will lose face and worry about their lives. Through practice, Yoji has a new understanding of the Banhongi cannon, which is a heavy siege artillery. Although this type of artillery is very heavy, inconvenient to transport, and has a slow rate of fire, it can win. It is extremely powerful and has a long range. Their existence is a very big threat to the defenders and field troops at the head of the city. If they cannot be cleared as soon as possible before the battle, they will cause unimaginable and painful consequences. Huang Deji's army has hundreds of red cannons with 8 classics and the same number of Panhong cannons, plus light artillery such as Francis machines, totaling thousands of them. Thinking about the number makes a certain prince upset. It is inevitable to be biased based on his own subjective assumptions. It seems that it is necessary to discuss with the experienced Wang Zhejian how to defend against the enemy. The old Wang is familiar with frontier affairs and will definitely have a deeper understanding of the characteristics of braids. How to break the triad combination of rangers, heavy infantry and heavy artillery should be the first step in breaking the myth of invincible braids. Even with the unscrupulous artillery and flintlock, the infantry under his command was equipped with thicker plate armor, as well as the Apocalypse tank and the Gear-Off airship to assist in the battle. To fight against the main force of Braid, a certain prince is not sure of his own victory. After all, not so high-tech weapons can completely make up for the lack of battlefield experience. Facing the Braids that have been battle tested, the opponent rushed over at full speed, and the musketeers who had just formed a phalanx of incomplete collapse were considered qualified and worthy of the dog food that His Royal Highness sprinkled. This is the projectile of the falcon. This is the projectile of the beak. Zhang Guoi could not reach the level of identifying artillery by looking at the shells, and Huang Degong had to answer them one by one. As Shangxiu of the Ministry of Industry and an expert in civil engineering, he originally thought that the prince had too much demand for the defense of the new city. Unexpectedly, I didn't know it. I was shocked when I saw it. Compared with what I saw, the walls of the new city really needed to be reinforced. The penetration of the city wall by the projectiles fired by some firecrackers has reached the point where the generals and the officials are shocking. If it weren't for the brave camp this morning, regardless of casualties, swearing to defend the city to the death, and fighting every inch of the ground with the rebels of the Beijing camp, some of them must have been lighted by the thieves' flag. Zhang Guoi not only recorded and marked them in detail, but also made pictures of some projectiles that impressed him, and annotated their destructive power on the city wall, which is more convenient for intuitive understanding. If the new city wall is 5 feet thick and still can't withstand the attack of the fireball projectile, then repair it to 6 feet thick, or if it doesn't work, thicken it again until it can hold it. Huang Degong knows the style and lethality of the firecrackers. He can see a bullet mark and can infer from his visual observation how many times the opponent fired. The damaged city wall has several kinds of bullets. Without the generals of the Yonghui battalion responsible for explaining the situation, even if the officials of the Ministry of Industry inspected the situation seriously and were responsible, they would not be able to have a thorough understanding of the destructive power of the projectile, and going back to the analysis would make mistakes. This can be regarded as the first-hand information after the war. The site of the incident has not been artificially repaired at all, and all Yemen can get more detailed and objective investigation results. If they are properly researched, it will be of great benefit to their own work in the future. A certain prince was even more dazed at the dilapidated city wall, thinking about whether to replace the new city wall with granite, so that he could be more assured. and then the cost of the new city rose again. Chapter 179, Summoning a Tea Merchant. There is a more important purpose for the construction of the new city, that is, a certain prince does not plan to live in the flashy forbidden city in the future. It is inconvenient to have no running water, it is a headache if there is no sewer, and there is no swimming pool to play in the hot weather. Looking at the grandeur of the forbidden city, it is actually just a look. In this year, it can still fool the indigenous people of this era, but to the travelers, especially a certain prince, the Western-style buildings seem to be more majestic and luxurious. If the supporting facilities can keep up in time, living is a supreme level of enjoyment. At the same cost, Yogi is of course willing to let the young men build a castle-like mansion for themselves. Otherwise hundreds of thousands of tons of silver is really a fetching water. Drifted. Design it well and you can really live in Neuschwanstein Castle in Bavaria, Germany. A prototype similar to Disney Castle. It is really wonderful. Anyway, a certain prince's new mansion will not allow the Ministry of Household to allocate funds. Of course, he can build it whatever he wants. Myself, it is best to build an integrated version of Neuschwanstein Castle, Schönbrunn Palace, and Palace of Versailles, combining the elements of fantasy, luxury, and nobility into one, and it will surely become a masterpiece that will last forever. The towering towers surround the surroundings, with exquisite reliefs inlaid on them, and 20 thick and strong stone pillars support the facade of the ancient Greek temple-like palace, which looks majestic and solemn, and people who come to see it from a distance there will be a feeling of reverence. The back house is decorated with gilt gold. Glass floor toseling windows are row upon row, pattern marble square floor tiles are paved, crystal chandeliers hung on the dome, and an oversized mosquito net bed is placed in the bedroom, which can accommodate 10 beauties at the same time. The beauties are all dressed in wisps, jade bodies, eyes blurred, and the fiery red lips are not a whispering sound, just like the lazy and charming sound of nature. When a certain prince hears it, his mouth will become dry. There is smoke in my throat, my goodness. There is a Western-style patterned garden in front of the main building, parking lots on both sides, swimming pool and sports field in the back. In summer, soft and delicate white sand can be laid on the edge of the huge swimming pool, which is used as a beach by the sea, surrounded by beautiful bikini girls. Yogi's enthusiasm for creative creation is born out of just thinking about it. I really hope that the sketches of the prince's mansion can be snapped as soon as possible, and it is okay to take it over and look at it when you have nothing to do, and you can continue to modify it to be improved. With the addition of decoration and furnishings, it is estimated that such a supreme-level mansion will not be worth 500,000 tals. It is better to make more money while you are young. Otherwise, it is not a very cheap site, but a certain prince cannot even afford a house. How pitiful! What? The official battle has not started, and the two armed groups inside and outside have not been removed. Most of the plans to alleviate the revenue of the imperial court are still on paper, and I have begun to degenerate. If I want to become a faint king, I can understand it without a teacher. If the uncle does not squeeze the poor, then there is nothing wrong with entertaining oneself in the palace, such as the apocalyptic tank master of a certain prince. It's better than someone who is diligent and has repeatedly raised taxes again and again. 500,000 tals of silver can also cover the annual expenditure of 10,000 troops. If you try to squeeze from elsewhere, you can satisfy a certain prince's prudent wish. If it doesn't work, you will use the Forbidden City as a scenic spot to collect tickets. Won't wake up right away. First is to build a city along the coast of the mountain. The capital needs to be built, and there are matters such as the prince's mansion. Zhang Guoi will be busy in the next 5 years. Yogi is thinking about buying a Yangtze horse for the chief engineer to relax and relax. After inspecting the situation in Ern City, the soldiers of the Yonghui camp began to carry the corpses, go in and out, and go back and forth. In the eyes of a certain prince, they all said killing prisoners is ominous. Shouldn't they kill a few hundred more? Profiteers come to charge for bad luck. Building a new city requires silver, and rewarding the three armies also requires silver. It seems that it is time to use a wave of profiteers to make a fortune, raising pigs for 1,000 days. Killing pigs for a while. It's time for the merchants to serve the court. Let's start whaling hun ha. Shunshan mansion yin hao dong zeng. ... The minister is here. Give Fangxing with the account book of the taxes paid by the tea merchants in the capital. Anyone who sold more than 100 catties of tea last year but paid less than 1 or 2 taxes will be immediately arrested by the Dongcheng. After half an hour, the palace will meet them in the Donggong! The minister obeys. In general, the price of good tea is 2 cents per catty, and the price of ordinary tea is between 5 cents and 1 cent per catty. Suppose that a tea merchant sells 1,000 catties of tea, and every catty of silver. The total income is 100 tals, and the tax payable is 3 to 3 cents. However, the annual tea tax in Zhejiang is less than 20 tals. One can imagine how far the tea tax in Beijing can be. Which aching knows tea? How many tea merchants do you know in Beijing? Yoji doesn't like to drink this stuff. Sour plum soup is much better than tea, unless it is top tea. Your Majesty, the minister knows a little bit about this. There are no less than 100 tea merchants in Beijing. Zhuogwen felt that the opportunity for performance had come, so he volunteered to make a comment. This should not be a mistake. Oh, Shufu has a lot of experience about this. If the prospective father-in-law is a person in the industry, he will be able to play with the tea merchant in a while. His Royal Highness, the minister dare not evaluate himself. It's just delicious. According to the season of picking, it can be divided into upper, middle and lower grades. Jing's is the top grade, Qingming is the medium grade, and Guyu is the low grade. There are often on the market. Teo is a fake tea that uses bitter lamp leaves as tea leaves. Although the prince has a shrewd mind, he is not deeply involved in the world after all, and he is particularly afraid of drinking tea. As a quasi-national war, he naturally needs to interpret him. Wu Yong, the second assistant, saw Zhuogwen who had been silent all the time, and he understood that this topic was not dangerous, and then echoed, ordinary people live in a hard life and cannot drink tea, so they use willow leaves instead, commonly known as tipules! If you are talking about the affairs of the court, people with little knowledge and talents would not dare to express their opinions easily, but when it comes to drinking tea, then there is no scruples. After the first and second assistants have spoken each other, the other courtiers will follow up in time and echo the 2 auxiliary ministers in a few words. Yoji nodded and smiled meaningfully. Everyone of Aching is right. Drinking tea is the custom of my Ming dynasty. From the emperor to the people, it is highly respected. But farming is profitable, but it is the foundation of the court's taxation. Tea sales are profitable, but the court has little income. It's such an anecdote that puts the cart before the horse. Every year in Zhejiang, picking new tea costs 10,000 catties, but there are only more than 10 tals in tea classes. Where does the lost part go? Do you think this palace will talk to you for tea? Joke. This palace is only interested in the silver in the pockets of tea merchants. 1 million tea merchants. The salt merchant is 1 million tals. Rice business 1 million tals. Vinegar, wine, sugar, oil, and firewood provide 1 million tals. This is 4 million tals. 2/3 of the cost of the new city has been collected. The prince intended for the tea class, and all the courtiers were suddenly dumb, and if they went on, they would say something went wrong. After waiting for a long time, no one dared to fight. Yoji said, the palace will meet the tea merchants. The first assistant, the second assistant, and the household book are available as observers. The medical department will continue to treat the wounded. Zongqiang and Zhenxiu, Shangxiu of the criminal ministry, tried the corruption case. Huang Degong, the chief soldier of the Yongwing battalion, was involved in the military affairs of the capital. If something happens, report it at any time, and the rest will go back to their own yemen to handle government affairs. Zhuogwen, Wulu, and Li Dawin looked at each other. Shufu looked at Hubu Shangxiu, and he was slanderous. You see, Isn't this money for building a new city coming out? Wooloo was thinking that if the court did this earlier, it would not be too helpless except for the extra 3 payments when the border is tight. After all, there is still no money to cause trouble. Lee Daewin felt like the heads were falling again, but this time it was some merchants' turn. They were really asking for trouble, spending money on themselves, and being extremely stingy with the court. The result was that the jade and the stone were burned. Once the prince was worried about it, not only his head could not be kept, but the wealth of Wangguan could not be kept. The city gate is now closed, and even the governor of Liaodong, Hong Chengqiu, will have to imperial edicts before he can enter the city. Ordinary people are just daydreaming if they want to go out. Merchants have become turtles in the urn. As long as the prince uses the factory guard, he can slaughter freely. Because beef ramen has a special auxiliary material, as long as it is not greasy every day, people will want to eat it. After eating it, when the Yoji returns to the palace, the concubine and the prince's friends are already gearing up for the kitchen is up. The main battlefield of the foodies is still in Cunning Palace. The East Palace only reserves a cook for the prince, but only 4 people come to eat noodles, and one of them is just a child, even a half-old child. Not on, so this is enough. Sniff, sniff, it's so fragrant. Xguogwin was attracted by the strong fragrance, sniffed it with his nose, and suddenly sighed. As a Shankian, although the bun is delicious, eating noodles is also an essential basic skill. Yeah, wonderful fragrance overflows. It's not much. Wooloo, a native of Xinhua, Yangzhou, is delicious Huiyang cuisine. Even the noodles are mainly light-flavored, but the taste and senses are also restrained by this fragrance. He doesn't know what seasonings the royal cook uses to make it so scented. Sniff. I have never smelled such a fragrant noodle soup in my next life. After confirming it again with his nose, Li Shiwen felt that if this noodle tasted good, it would be a rare delicacy. The big case of corruption has already caused Li Shiwen to be overwhelmed, and going to the palace to listen to it can be regarded as a leisurely nap. Fearing to be summoned by the prince at any time, at noon he just used oil cakes to cushion the yamen. As soon as I smelled this scent, my stomach began to roar instinctively. You, a king, can rest assured, this palace entertains you. Naturally you can be full. Before summoning the tea merchants to eat noodles, the tea merchants could just digest the food by the way. It is estimated that each of the 3 ministers will start with 2 bowls. During the special period, the beef ramen is both delicious and cheap. Since both of you guys have eaten it and said it is good, then you are not qualified to say it is not good. The ancients really saw that food was very edible, and each of the 3 ministers easily killed 2 bowls of noodles. The noodles served were large bowls specially used to eat noodles. Depending on the situation, Yoji felt that if one of them hadn't had to interrogate the tea merchant for a while, he could still kill the 3rd bowl, which was like purely coming to eat the king's meal. His Royal Highness. The ministers sent people to arrest 112 tea merchants, large and small. All of them are waiting outside the palace. As the new governor of the East Factory, founder is still very efficient, obviously much better than Liu Yang's Jiniwai. When the 3 ministers drank tea after dinner, the troops of the East Factory had already captured the prey. Bring in. Yoji wants to see how shameless this business is, and is not ashamed, but proud of it. Calm minutes knocked on His Royal Highness. I wish His Royal Highness 1,000 years. 1,000 years, and 1,000 years. Although the tea merchants were searched twice, the guards of the inner factory and the east factory who were responsible for the security of the scene still did not dare to take it lightly, because there were hundreds of tea merchants who came to the East Palace. This morning, something went wrong inside and outside the palace. A large group of fat and thin tea merchants bowed to themselves, but Yoji didn't immediately order him to be flat. Thinking in his heart, with you merchants, let alone thousands of years, I'm afraid this palace will not even be 100 or even half 100 years old. You are the reminder of this palace. People and merchants generally wear melon hats or square scarfs. The so-called crown can only be worn by nobles and officials, otherwise the local tyrant will die. The melon leather hat is also called the 6-in-1 unified hat, and the 4-square scarf is called the 4-square flat scarf. It is also very funny to trace the origin. The former adopts 6-petal stitching, and the top of the hat can be inlaid with crystal or fragrant wood. The fabric used is satin in winter and spring, and yarn in summer and autumn, implying the dynasty concept of the unity of the 6 elements of heaven, earth and 4 directions. According to legend, the origin of the 4-square scarf is that Zhejiang poet Yang Weizhen went to see Zalaeolus Stinky Tofu. Taizu was overjoyed when he heard of the name, and immediately promoted it. Taizu and 1 minute are so close to each other, they really don't accept it. My palace is still young, and I don't know much about tea drinking, but I also know that Feng Zheng King's 13 goods and 7 taboos. You are all tea merchants, so I think they should understand it. I don't know who can recite it. Don't tell me that all the tea sellers in this palace are illiterate, so you don't need to ask, just ransack the house first. His Royal Highness, Kauminitz can recite. His Royal Highness, Kauminitz can also recite. After a short silence, after the first person who dared to make trouble appeared, the tea merchants immediately became active in order to show themselves in front of the prince. If they were not surrounded by fully armed guards, some people would take care of themselves. Stand up. Let's recite it from the man in blue satin on the left-hand side of the palace. Thank you, Your Majesty. Kauminitz is very fortunate. The 13 ye means nothing. 2 good guests, 3 sitting alone, 4 poems, 5 waves, 6 wandering, 7 sleeps, 8 nights wake up, 9 clear offerings, 10 abode, 11 understanding, 12 appreciation, and 13 scholars. These 7 taboos are. After he finished memorizing, Yogi noticed the envy, jealousy and hatred in the eyes of his colleagues, and asked another question. That's true. Xisisyu, the same book, described drinking in Tishu Ming Yinshi. Does anyone remember the breakdown of the 24 teas? Due to the increased difficulty, there were a lot fewer people than the last time, but there were still 4 or 5 who dared to volunteer, indicating that there are not a few of the tea merchants who like to dance and make ink. Yogi chose one from the candidates, listened patiently, and then asked the last question. This tea drinker seeks to be refreshed and enjoy himself. I don't know what the pursuit of tea vendors like this is. Realm? The highest kind is like water, or is it worthy of the heart? Xgyuogwen was really funny when he heard it. These tea merchants didn't know how to talk to the prince. It was really 3 steps and 1 hurdle, 5 steps and 1 pit. If you don't pay attention, you will definitely get caught. People are big and small, and they can't be guarded against. Unconsciously, they took their prey into a prearranged trap. You wait and see. If you don't talk about something, the prince will not let you go out of the palace easily. Chapter 180, Backup Tax Payment. Hundreds of tea merchants now dare not speak anymore. Obviously, the prince has something to say. He has great dissatisfaction and resistance to them. Tea merchants. Is it possible that someone has reported on them, which led to what happened today? Prince Shikai was still quite curious about tea drinking. He was also full of interest when listening to the tea ceremony. But in a blink of an eye, he mentioned tea merchants. What is this intention? Could this be the picture? At this time, Fang Zheng were presented an account with both hands, and Yogi probably turned it over, but the traditional characters were too tiring. So Yang Jinkao was asked to read it. The important thing is to grasp the important part and read it out. It saves time and effort. Eyes off. Yang Jinkao took the account book and hurriedly flipped through it, found the part requested by the prince, and reported it in a low voice to the owner's ear. Yogi didn't show any expression when he heard it, but snorted to indicate that he knew it. Who is Zhang Yonggi? His Royal Highness Qi Kauminitz as Zhang Yonggi, a slightly fattened middle-aged guy in royal blue satin robe. He didn't dare to get up as soon as he heard his name. Instead, he raised his arms above his head and bowed his head in tribute to the prince. Last year, your family sold 50 catties of tea. totaling 42.28 thousand silver, and paying taxes and fees totaling 1, 2, 4 and 3 cents. Right? His Royal Highness is absolutely right. Cow minutes dare not speak any lies. Then your family has other jobs besides selling tea? His Royal Highness, Cow minutes family only makes a living by selling tea. Well, that's good. I don't know how many people are in your family. His Royal Highness, there are 15 in Cow minutes family. How many do you have for the maid, the man, the accountant, and the coachman? Roughly 8. How much is the monthly salary? Zhang Yongyi immediately finished his speech and did not dare to answer. I thought that the prince was still young. As long as the eunuch next to him would not remind him, he would be easily deceived. But at the end of the day, even Zhang Yongyi realized that the situation was not good. Then it's completely wrong. How about this palace telling you 8 servants? Even if they include food and accommodation, each earns half a tl per month. A year is 6 tls, and 8 people total 40 tls. Tax income is only 40 tls of silver. There is also the cost of purchasing tea. Not counting the cost, you have to pay the servant 80 tls. With such a large amount of inversion, it seems that you are really a good person. If you do this every year, you can't make up for it. Your whole family lives by drinking northwest wind? Do you think you can just kneel in front of this palace and you can slander? What kind of crime is deceiving you? Presumably you also know. A certain prince's ministers have done this several times. In order to pretend to be poor, they don't donate money, and they can even speak out about eating soybeans. Merchants will not be able to make such a lie on the table. If they ask a few words, they will show their feet. At the end of the answer, he couldn't justify himself. Komin is ignorant, Komin is pedantic, Komin damn it. Komin damn it. This fat man was also clever, knowing that his lie was directly exposed by the wise little Prince Bingsu, and immediately cut out to beg for mercy there, yelling and praying for mercy from the Holy Spirit. In this way, each of you has 2 accounts. One open account is used to fool the government and evade taxes. One dark account. This is the real income. You earn much more than the farmers. Taxes are much less than that of peasant households. People are not rich or rich, and horses are not fat. The imperial court pays 30 taxes to you. Now that the national disaster is at stake, you still dare to evade taxes. Who dares to stand up and slap your breasts to guarantee your own family he has not escaped the tax of 1 or 2 silver dollars? As long as the verification is completed, the palace will release him immediately. Otherwise, one of you will count as 1, and all of you don't want to get out of the Dongcheng imprisonment alive. Don't clean up this group of borers. They don't even want to vomit out. Kuriali can squeeze 10 million tls of silver from merchants. How can he not? I would also like to thank Jinying for launching a rebellion and giving a certain prince a good reason to close the city gate. Before the predetermined amount is squeezed out, the gates of the city cannot be opened normally, and the money must be found by digging 3 feet. His Royal Highness, please. Cow minutes was wronged. Hearing the little prince put off a cruel remark, and wanted to hold everyone to the Dongcheng imprisonment, the tea merchants were all scared now. Is Dongcheng a place where these businessmen dared to make a fuss? Once caught, it is almost impossible to come out alive. Anyone who is arbitrarily arrogant, take care of it. Seeing a group of tea merchants in the courtyard of the East Palace, Yang Jinkai immediately shouted angrily, "These guys are too presumptuous, and they don't even look at where this is. How can they allow them to sneer?" Although the sharp voice was harsh, it was extremely deterrent. The tea merchants immediately closed their voices, but all of them were still crying, and their expressions were very unwilling. It would cost them their lives to pay taxes. Yoji said to the group of moths expressionlessly, "From the Wanli dynasty, erase the fraction, and let it count as 50 years. Tax evasion is 1 or 2, and the punishment is 1 or 2. If you count the number of years, you will steal 1 or 2. Pay 50 tls of taxes. If you steal 1,000 tls, you must pay 50,000 tls. Pay 1 tl less, cut ahead, pay 100 tls less. ransack the family and exterminate the family. This is quite interesting. I didn't let you steal 1 or 2, a penalty of 10 and 2. If you think about it, you will lose 500. It is estimated that it will make you vomit blood on the spot. Don't think that after you bully the grandfather, and dad of this palace, you can bully this palace for granted. That's daydreaming. Although it is not a change of dynasty, but the government of the palace is different from the previous dynasty. If the merchants cannot pay taxes according to the amount, then you have no existential value. It was because of the inability to collect large-scale commercial taxes that the Datong dynasty was unable to collect large-scale commercial taxes, which caused financial constraints and was finally destroyed by the hands of the merchants. Of course, this palace will not allow the tragedy to repeat itself. So before this palace is killed by braids or gangsters, this palace will kill you all. Even if you die, you have to pull a bunch of pads to be enough. Your Highness, please. How can this make? Kaminet's family is poor. It's really hard to raise money. Such a huge sum of money. Kaminets can't make up. 50 years. How can Kaminets afford such a huge sum of money? The prince opened his mouth and asked everyone to pay the taxes and fees owed for 50 years. This is an unheard of strange thing. If this is the case, many tea merchants will go bankrupt. 1,000 words, 10,000 words, these tea merchants just don't want to pay taxes. Even if the prince has already made it very clear, they still have a fluke mentality, hoping that the law will not blame the public, and they will be able to escape. Come on, Pam. Seeing this group of reckless merchants still doing their own way, without paying attention to the prince, Yang Jinkao waved his hand after angrily, and 7 or 8 guards walked over and grabbed the collar of the tea merchant who was leading the queue in front of him, began to slap his mouth. Yoji did not say anything to stop him. Instead, he thought that these daring profiteers should be taught a lesson, so he sat quietly on a small chair and watched the tea merchants being fanned into pig heads. Some of them were full of blood, and even their teeth were covered. It's fanned out. When the courtyard was quiet again, a certain prince said slowly, since Chongning in the Song dynasty, the tea class income has increased by 2 million yuan, and in the first year of Zheng it reached 4 million yuan. The total amount of tea classes in this dynasty is less than that. 1,000 tals of silver is far from the weak Song dynasty. It is ridiculous. From the beginning of this month to the end of the year, the annual income for tea classes in the country shall not be less than 1.5 million tals of silver. In the future, no less than 2 million tals of silver each year, and can only increase, not decrease. Anyone who evades taxes will be ransacked. You have been shameless for 50 years, and naturally can afford tea tax for 50 years. It is said that Ki Jing is a treacherous minister, but in fact he is also a capable minister, not to mention that calligraphy is very slippery, and taxation is very good. The tea tax rectification led by Ki Jing allowed the government to monopolize tea revenue and allowed the Northern Song dynasty to establish tea standards. Li Gang commented on this policy since the benefit of tea and salt has been in the court. The court is rich. If there is no question about tea and other fiscal revenue increase plans, the future Southern Song dynasty wants to hold half of the country and there will be no way to talk about it, because there is no money to pay the troops. In comparison, the imperial court in the Chongzhen period almost knelt and begs for food, and begged for more than 10 years without asking for much money. Send North Korea is the peak period of the court's accumulation of money, especially Send South. It is very thorough implementation of mercantile measures. It is worth learning and learning from the impoverished Tao dynasty. Do you know the tea horse law promulgated by Grandpa Emperor Taizu of this palace? Anyone who doesn't match the accounts will be treated as tea leaves, and they will pass the eastern captives, deliberately punishing them for the crime of being an enemy. From the beginning of the Ming dynasty, tea was not only a drink, but also a strategic material related to national security. Since horses were cheap and expensive at the time, the Datong dynasty could use the local rich tea in exchange for a large number of war horses. In order to ensure the strategic interests of the empire, Zuleoliu Stinky Tofu deliberately promulgated the tea horse law. No one is allowed to participate in the tea trade with other cities, and those who violate the regulations will not be punished severely. It's just that under the temptation of huge profits, it is always advantageous to stun the minds. For example, the emperor has a funny horse Ouyang who was born in a scholar and puts a good day. However, he has to die and openly leave the tea leaves, but his father-in-law is righteous and annihilated. The IQ of this group of tea quotients is not much better than that of Ouyang. The taxes and fees that you paid, added together over 50 years, may be less than the paper money that other people gave to the graves of their fathers, right? Just come and fool me? Really tired of living? That being the case, let me give you a lesson for free. The lesson fee is very expensive. Zhenghua. Before dark, these profiteers will ransack their homes, and if they resist, they will rectify the law on the spot. Even if there are people who escape, as long as the city gates are tightly closed, forgive them for not fleeing. Get up early tomorrow and start searching the whole city tea merchants. There is nothing to do with you today, you can retire and rest. Chen Zunzai. My palace doesn't believe in the huge capital. There are so many tea merchants, and they can't find $1 million of silver. His Royal Highness. Please, Your Highness, please be forgiving. Hearing that he would be held fast in the Dongcheng imprisonment, and his family was not spared, the tea merchants collapsed instantly, knocking their heads like garlic. If you are doing business in accordance with the law, the capital will be your market and you can earn as much money as you can. If you are violating the law, the capital will be the capital of you and you will be deep fried. Yoji didn't know how much money merchants from all walks of life in the capital had accumulated, but it shouldn't take long to figure it out. 10 million is the guaranteed amount. If it is lower than this number, either no hiding place is found, or there is something wrong with it. His Royal Highness is lenient. His Royal Highness is kind. His Royal Highness. Yoji always thinks that admitting mistakes should not be just moving your mouth. You need to show the actual things. Otherwise, what is the difference between admitting mistakes and apologizing and farting? It's just a sound. Li Shiwen rarely disdains such a simple and rude method. But these tea merchants deliberately evaded taxes and blatantly deceived the king. Although they did not verify that the tea was sold to the east, they should have been more or less, and the combined crime was a capital crime. The kill. The prince also wanted to levy a tea tax of more than 2 million per year. If you follow this method, you can meet temporary needs, but after all, it is not a long-term solution. Especially since the tea is rich in all parts of the south of the Yangtze River, it must be stationed in the East Factory. Jin Yiwai. As the official book of the Ministry of Households, Li Shiwen was not easy to interrupt. At the moment, the silver needed for the first year of building the new city should be gathered. The tea merchants can be described as a lot of hard work and high achievements. When the prince was pleased, he invited them all to the east. The factory is a guest. My palace is too lazy to listen to his arguments, and all are taken to the east factory. Seeing you yelling and yelling, my house makes eyes and ears buzzing. Disobedient porcupines are used for slaughter. This is an eternal truth. The tea merchants are the salt merchants, and then the grain merchants, and so on. This should be enough money for building a new city. Li Aking. I don't want to ask more about the household affairs, and the government officials have also increased their salaries after falling from the top. If there is more corruption in the future, more than a dozen, no matter who it is, there are still mothers, wives and children in the family, all will be severely punished. In the future, anyone who reports and is verified will be rewarded with 10% of the family property of the reporter. The silver that Lao Tzu copied so hard is easily carried into your pocket by you. Take it back to eat. Hey, go shopping with beauties, don't tidy up your meal. Do you think Lao Tzu's mentality can be balanced? But there is no need to do it yourself. Those guys who are envied and hated because of the uneven distribution of the spoils will naturally run errands as eyeliners for the palace. Maybe even the evidence is ready, the arseholes will wait for the executioner to snap. Your Highness is wise. Li Shaiwen didn't dare to say anything more. The prince personally raised the silver liang, and took care of the most difficult things to the Ministry of Households. If he was to make extravagant things and talk non-original nonsense, then he would really annoy the prince. Don't think the palace wronged them. Some of them sold tens of thousands of catties of tea to the eastern captives. Otherwise, they would eat meat instead of tea, and there would be no need for the official army to attack Liaodong. Hundreds of thousands of eastern captives would have been eat meat to death. Such things as walking away were commonplace at the end of the Ming dynasty. Merchants and frontier troops were the main participants, and the Shanxi merchants who sold grain to the Donglu were just the tip of the iceberg. Going back to the source, where did their food come from? With your heels, you can think of the fact that grain and tea, two important strategic materials, come from the south of the Yangtze River. Unable to get the food shipped from the south of the Yangtze River, Shanxian suffered from disasters in the local area for years. Shanxi merchants are still selling farts, waiting for the emperor's chicken to come to Xingxi. Anyone who betrays the interests of the court will not end well. Those who dare to openly deceive this palace will not only end up without a good end, but also their family members will not end well. I heard that the wives and daughters of the merchants are well maintained, and they should be able to meet the standards of the army. It seems that it is time to regain the loyalty of the troops. Chapter 181, Becoming Famous. It is the first time since the foundation of the world to pay taxes for 50 years at a time. It is a feat that has never been done before in dynasties. For those merchants who have evaded taxes for a long time, it is nothing more than a bolt from the blue and a catastrophe! If you pay less than 10 tals every year, for 50 years, each family will pay less than 500 tals in taxes and fees. According to the ratio set by the prince, then you will have to pay 25 tals. If all the 112 arrested companies pay this number, the total amount will be as much as 2.8 million tals. Specifically, each family will have more or less, but it should not be less than 2 million tals. Threshold: no money? Then copy the property. Don't say that you don't want to pay. Even if you pay 100 tals less, you will get the treatment of a full house. Before reaching the stipulated amount, no one should want to get out of the city, even if he is dead. This trick will not work. A certain prince has sent someone to tell Huang Degong to strengthen the search at the gates, and only funerals can go out. However, it is necessary to take the designated route at the designated time and be buried in the designated place. The whole process is supervised by officers and soldiers, and the number of family members for the funeral shall not exceed 10. Regardless of whether the person in the coffin is dead or pretending to be dead, they are all buried, and buried deeper. So who dares to use this trick to resist the decree? I feel that the location of the burial is not good. When the martial law is lifted, I can choose a place with my back against the mountain, looking at the big river, and good feng shui, and dig it out and bury it again. However, a certain prince thought that the probability of such a thing happening was extremely low, because merchants couldn't even take care of the living, so how could they care about the dead? The more tea you sell, the greater the amount of tax evasion. Unless you really have the financial resources to plug the holes in the hundreds of thousands of tals, the whole family will barely keep their heads and will be sent for mining. Cutting them or sending them to be miners is not the primary goal. Yoji cleans up the tea merchants to see real money, otherwise there is no point in arresting tea merchants on a large scale. It is impossible to even prevent Xiang Donglu and Meng from leaving tea leaves, because even if the den in the capital is taken away, the tea merchants in the south of the Yangtze River can continue to sell tea outside the Guan through Shanxi merchants. Like the exquisite porcelain and gorgeous silks, the fragrant tea is one of the few souvenirs of the empire that can be sold at high prices. If you have the ability, you must control the leaves in your own hands. If the tax is paid as 20%, the annual tea tax lost by the imperial court is no less than 5 million tals, which is not lower than during the Southern Song dynasty, and will be higher. The main reason is that European countries have recovered from the chaos of the Middle Ages, and their strength has been significantly improved. Especially for the Spanish Empire, even if the invincible fleet has become an undersea museum, the empire will not be able to make a comeback. But as long as it continues to control the silver mines in the Americas, a certain amount of consumption can be guaranteed. The Middle East and North Africa and the Balkans were all controlled by the powerful Ottoman Empire. Except for the use of troops in Eastern Europe, the rest of the Ottoman Empire was fairly peaceful. A peaceful environment will promote the spending power of dignitaries and their families, and use more pocket money in their hands to buy mid to high-end luxury consumer goods such as tea. According to the relevant report obtained by the Imperial Court from Sakon, the annual tea production in Sakon alone is as high as 5 million catties, while the other major tea-producing areas, such as Zhejiang and Yunnan, will not be less than this amount. It is very easy to achieve the annual output of tea in the Datong dynasty of 2,530 million catties, and the export can also be stabilized at about 10 million catties. However, how can anyone tell this palace what happened to Yunnan's tea class income last year as high as 52 tals? This is pretty good. Zhejiang is actually less than 20 tals of silver. Tea merchants want to stand on their own and build a big tea empire. The early Wanli dynasty was a bit better, and the annual tea tax could still collect more than 100,000 tals of silver. In the late stage of Daddy's succession to the throne, the imperial court completely lost control of local commercial taxes. In such a prosperous place as Jinhua, Zhejiang, last year's business tax revenue was less than 100 tals, which is ridiculous. Not even 3 digits were collected. This extremely embarrassing amount was simply a collective mockery of the emperor and the court by the merchants. This is less than 1,000th of the actual amount of tax paid by the local businessman, and business tax is almost a virtual gadget. In the Tang dynasty, tea tax was levied at 10 in the early stage and 50 at the later stage. Moreover, the imperial monopoly model was implemented, and tea garden owners were to be punished for selling tea on their own. Compared with the Tang and Song dynasties, the Datong dynasty, which deliberately condoned tax evasion and tax evasion, was called a paradise for businessmen. The ability to manage taxes, especially commercial taxes, was gradually shrinking, and could only survive by collecting 3 rates. If you want to change this unfavorable situation immediately, you must start from the root cause. Of course, it is not to raise taxes so mentally handicapped that there is no time to collect money, but to directly order merchants to pay taxes. Because no one can come up with a full tax payment voucher. If it is really taken out, it will have to go through detailed reconciliation. Neither the certain prince nor the household department will listen to the merchant's side. Any difference will be dealt with as tax evasion. If the merchant dares to provoke trouble, he will be deemed to have sold tea to the Eastern prisoners. Once convicted of this crime, the merchant's family will be a dead end. At present, the whole city is still under martial law. The Yonghui battalion is still searching door to door for deserters from the Beijing camp in the outer city, while the inner city is in order. There is a curfew from 1900 hours to 7 o'clock, and no one is allowed to go out to the streets. At this juncture, the main streets of the inner city are full of patrols. The merchants really think that they have a long life if they want to make trouble. No one will support and help them. Everyone is in danger, at best hiding behind their own windows to watch the excitement. Yoji originally planned to levy 1 million tals of tax and silver on the tea merchants in the capital. If he could collect more, he would really pick it up. Although they were all returned to the Ministry of Households, they were also used for the right way. Significantly reduced. Jumin in the outer city was in a mess, and the smashers of the Beijing camp had a catastrophe. A certain prince couldn't directly pay the money to compensate everyone, so he could only build a new city to play work for work. This is of course great news for the poor. At least if they have a job, they can eat together, and the whole family will not be starved to death. The rich would not look down on it. They didn't miss that little money, and the shops in the outer city were burned. They only lost 108,000 tals of silver. After 1 or 2 years of work, the capital came back. His Royal Highness, Yongwei Camp Supervisor Lu Jiu escorted Shenjing Councillor Wang Chenjun and Shen Shuiying his An Councillor to wait for the sacred decision. These two people, along with the 5th Army Camp Deputy General Ding Jian, and Shenjing Deputy General He Wai, the head of the Deputy General of the Shenxu Camp, Tug, came to plead. Well, let the Ming. If they really kill these 3 rebellious lieutenants, then with Tao Dinglan sent by the Qin army, the only 6 lieutenants in charge of the 3 battalions are Han Ruin Ba Chuang, and Liu Liang Zuo riding a flower horse. At large. Criminal Minister Wang Chenjun, congratulations, see His Royal Highness. At the end of the Ming dynasty, there were 2 Wang Chenjun, one was a Jiang Yin eunuch who served Xiaoguo, and the other worked in the Beijing camp, and his position was not low. He had already mixed into the seat of the general. Okay. No need to be polite, my palace has heard that you two have captured the 3 traitor generals. Can this happen? Yoji only cares about whether the gangsters are dead or not. As for the other people, whether they are dead or not, they are either dead or not. They either dig a hole or send them to mine. This time is considered a victory of virtue, Lu Jiu interjected. His Royal Highness, Rong Chen talks a lot. The 5th Army Battalion Deputy Ding Jian, Shenjing Deputy General He Wai, and Shen Shuiying Deputy General Tugasi are the 3 leaders. The level has been checked and is ready to be sent to the Ministry of War for the record. It's just too bloody and hideous, so the minister dare not bring it up without authorization, and asks His Royal Highness to look at it. If you send your head in front of the little prince, and frighten the Eucharist, he can't afford the crime. It will be dark immediately, and the prince will be angry with them if he can't sleep at night. Yeah? Aching is thoughtful. How did the battle go? Where did you catch up with this rebellion? I didn't look at my head and I was scared to the point. The important thing is that a certain prince was only 10 years old. If he was not scared after seeing the first level, the group of people around would be scared. This kid is really terrible. I have a heart of stone at a young age. Enlightenment. Let them talk. Lu Jiu had to obey the orders and obediently stepped aside, leaving the right to speak to the guy who was kneeling on the ground. After finally getting the opportunity to argue, Wang Chenjun with a beard took the opportunity to speak. His Royal Highness, the criminal minister does not want to accompany He Wai and others in the crime. But the 3 battalions teamed up with a large number of people, and the criminals ruled thousands of people. People were also bewitched by it, and in desperation, the criminal officials had to lead nearly 100 leaders to follow the opportunity. He Wai and others rushed to the city, so they rushed to abandon the city and fled, and exchanged in the city with the cavalry commanded by Tug, exiting Qiangxiling to the north. When he fled to the vicinity of Nulan Mountain and was about to cross the Bei River, it happened that Lu Jianjun's division arrived in time, and it was convenient for them to start a tragic fight. The criminals saw that the time had come, so he cut the rebel He Wai under the horse. The criminals shot and killed Ding Jian. Not all the generals in the Beijing camp are willing to rebel with the 6 lieutenants. After all, glory and wealth are illusory and unreliable. If you want to get the piles of gold and silver jewelry in the palace, you must first get Huang Kuang Tsai Huang Degong. This off. Wang Chenjun didn't plan to rebel at all. The whole family was in the inner city, and he didn't want to go outside the pass as an antithief to become a captive's coat slave. If he commits this kind of thing, he will slip away, and the whole family will be detained. Xiao first showed the public, rather than go to Liadong, where the weather is cold, it is better to lay down your mind and cut down He Wai, Ding Jian and others, and use their first level to see and hear. Maybe you can get the prince's amnesty. After finishing the narration, Hizan went on to say, the criminal ministers have many cavalry under the chart, and the criminals have only 1,000 people. If you rush to attack, you may be difficult to succeed, or you can stun the snake. It is similar to Wang Chenjun's idea. After Lu Jingkai of the Yongwing camp under the supervision of the prison army intercepted and killed all the way, but Duke had already suffered a lot of losses. He attempted to fight stubbornly on the shore of the White River. When the criminal minister saw this, he led his troops to kill him. He Hukan, the father of the criminal minister, was a holy servant. The guilty ministers are also highly regarded by the sacred, and they must not commit rebellion. If the ministers cannot escape death, I hereby dare to ask His Highness to forgive the family of the ministers. Hizan wanted to use his own life and Tuji's head in exchange for the lives of the young and old, and this would be regarded as offsetting the merits and demerits. Yoji didn't make any surprised expressions after hearing this, but simply said, "Oh, who is this palace?" It turns out to be the son of Hehuken. Are there any brothers in the family who serve in the army? I think Hehuken was doing his best for the court back then. In the face of his father, he had to be open about everything. Besides, when he really got the name, he didn't just kneel and lick him empty-handed. Hizan heard that the prince knew his father, and he was thrilled with his words. He immediately replied, "His Royal Highness, He Cheng, the younger brother of the criminal minister, is now Deputy Qianu of Boding, under the supervision of Yang Du Effective. The two brothers are in the Beijing camp and the other in Boding, and they are considered to be outstanding when they climbed to the General and Deputy Qianu. But they have not had the opportunity to establish the illustrious military exploits of their fathers, or they will be promoted." Yoji didn't want to listen to Nilan Shan's story, so he made a final summary. "It's a fact that you two participated in the rebellion, but halfway through repentance and beheading the culprit can be regarded as reigning in the precipice. But this can only prove Dingjian and Hy rebellion, Tug, etc. Damn it, you can't get rid of all the guilt of you two." Now Wangpo resists the imperial order and is entrenched in Datong to fight against the imperial court. The palace intends to dispatch Governor Yang Wenyu of Boding with all soldiers to conquer, and you two lead the troops. Follow along. If you can kill the enemy bravely in this battle, you will be able to offset the merits and demerits, and this palace will not be blamed for what you have committed before. Are you two willing? There is no need to worry about cleaning up Wangpo. The traitor led his troops to go directly out of the gate and was fortune-telling. If he continues to stay in Datong, he will send someone to Huangdeji for help. The main force of the pigtails has just swept home and settled down. It is being repaired and cannot be supported as soon as possible. After the left man and right arm led the army to the south, a batch of unscrupulous guns were built specifically for Yang Wenyu, and they were brought to the periphery of Datong. Hundreds of mortars fired together, which could blast the city defenses into a mess. Wangpo would shiver in the city. Criminal minister is willing. Wang Chenjun and Hizan had no choice. To come to the East Palace to meet is to wait for the sacred judge. Even if they were ordered by the prince to show them to the public, they still had to accept it. Now such an arrangement is a direct return. It's just about Wangpu's resistance to the imperial order. They don't know yet. Since Yang Wenyu personally supervises the conquest, it is enough to join the army. Tens of thousands of troops will conquer Datong. It shouldn't be difficult to kill Wangpu. That's good. You two will go back and comfort your subordinates. You are not allowed to leave the camp without the order of this palace. Those who violate the order are cut off. On the day of the expedition, you will go with Yang Wenyu and the generals. You will need silver tools before the expedition. Food and grass will be supplied in full, so there is no need to worry about it. If there is any deduction, the palace will decide for you. The criminals thank you for your mercy. Okay. Just troublemaking to arrange the station where the two of them are located outside the city. All the wounded must be treated in time without delay. His Royal Highness, please rest assured, the minister will settle this matter. Lu Jude was very fascinated and did not mention silver rewards, because although the main force of the rebellion has been eliminated, the remnants still exist, and the war is far from being completely subsided. Even if the silver rewards are issued, it will be a matter of a few days later, so he waited patiently. Just move on. The silver in Magi is piled up like a mountain. There is no need to urge the prince how to act at this time. The reward regulations have been announced long ago, and even ordinary soldiers are clear. And the prince will naturally not do stupid things like eating his words and getting fat. Yoji took out a booklet with the names of the rebel generals of the Beijing camp, lifted a red pen, and drew a horizontal line on the names of Ding Jian and the others. which was regarded as a sign of being killed. The remaining generals who have not been arrested can't hang up for the time being. It's okay to leave some suspense. Let Hong Chengqiu and Sun Quanting become famous. Chapter 182, Kyle Yuan Coal Mine. His Royal Highness Gongshan Hu Wu Wing, Xinxing Hu Wang Yuoxing, Xinlhil Yu Wenbing, Sincerity Bo Yu Kongzhou, Huan Bo Jiang Kingzhen, Xuanxing Bo Wai Shitai, Jiang Wu Bo Yang Chongyi U beg to see you outside the palace. Oh, declare it. The Beijing rebellion had just been shot to death, and they suddenly came in a group. What did they want to cut their kidneys for? However, given that these 7 nobles were still on their side in the previous pilgrimage, and were more or less acquainted, a certain prince could also meet them in his busy schedule. Besides, there are too many things needed to refine sulfur. The waiters didn't even prepare the crucible, and the other necessary materials were quite different. Yoji could only postpone the experiment. The minister knocks on His Royal Highness. I wish. No, flat. All the achings are people who care about the overall situation. This palace deeply believes that, don't have to be polite, come, give a seat. Each of these 7 companies had previously subscribed for 50,000 tals of Zijin bonds, which was considered to have paid protection fees. At first, it was said that it was a free donation and no money was taken, but a certain prince would not eat for nothing, leaving everyone with a bad impression of robbing the house. These 350,000 tals of silver were finally accepted as 10-year deposits, and a profit of 25 could be made. After maturity, each family could make a net profit of 1.25 million tals of silver. In the beginning, the prince made such an arrangement, and the nobles did not take it to heart, let alone take it. At that time, all the money was spent on peace. However, it was later discovered that Dong Gongbingbai, the eunuch Jizu, who was in charge of the matter, was very careful, and even made his passbook more delicate, and the total subscription of the nobles, servants, and maids in Magi had exceeded the 5 million mark. Combined with the prince's plan to dig a large amount of gold in the northern coastal area of Shandong, as a collateral, the benefits of this gold mine are well known to the world. It is true that if you want to come, you can even give it back to yourself. Xun. You are completely relieved. When everyone was seated, Gongshan Hu Wuing first considered the statement in her heart, and felt that it was almost done, so she first spoke. His Royal Highness, ministers and others heard the news of the rebellion in the Beijing camp, and they were very anxious. There were no mansions and there were only dozens of houses in each house, and it cannot be reused. Fortunately, His Highness is coordinating the overall situation, and Commander Huang is able to command properly to ensure that the inner city is as solid as a golden soup. It is indeed a blessing for the country. The Beijing rebellion frightened the nobles too. They wanted to go to the imperial city to greet the prince and were afraid of adding chaos to the prince for no reason. They had to wait until the rebellion was suppressed before they dared to organize a group to come and listen to the matter. The overall situation has been determined, and Yoji reveals some battle reports to him. It is not a problem. Jinnying has always been delicious and lazy and neglected to train, but this time, he is self-conscious and dare to hit the stone with the pebbles. The end is naturally like a clown, and it is vulnerable. Now master. 4 of the 6 lieutenants of the 3 major battalions have been slain, and only 2 of them are at large with the remnants, which is not enough to be afraid. If not for this group of smashing masters to die, a certain prince would have to find an excuse to clean up the group of tea merchants who regard money as fate, and sincerely thank the Jinying for launching the rebellion. Hearing that the Jinying had been killed 7 or 8, everyone was at ease. Sincerity Liu Kongzhou immediately bowed his hands and said, "The ministers wait for the battle to congratulate your Royal Highness, and return the people of the capital to peace." Although these people have not completely become dogs under the prince's family, if the Beijing camp invades the inner city, they will definitely demand a huge amount of silver from them. This is a situation that everyone does not want to see. Xinlhil Yu Wenbing offered the meeting ceremony according to the price that they had negotiated before. The curse has been eliminated, The ministers and others have nothing to pay for it. I would like to give 10,000 tals of silver to your highness. It was impossible for them to come and see him empty-handed, chatting with the prince, and then leaving nothing, patted their buttocks and left. It was really entertaining the prince to entertain the prince. As soon as this statement came out, the other 6 nobles followed suit. Yoji ignored this, but said to himself, I wonder if you aching know the current price of coal in Beijing? This question turned out to stun the 7 nobles on the spot. What is the situation? How did the prince go to the coal? Don't you want 70,000 tals of silver? Everyone looked at each other, but Huinbo Jiangqingzhen was clearer, because his family's food was very frugal recently, for fear of being caught by a certain prince, His Royal Highness. The minister knows a thing or two. Charcoal is 2 to 3 tals per 100 catties, and coke is 2 to 3 tals, 3 to 4 liang per 100 catties. The price of coke seems to be quite high. Other charcoal sellers are similar to those in Beijing. They make hard money. They are dug out from the ground and refined. The exhausted ones are given to your door all the way. Only 100 catties. It's really not much for a couple of silvers. Although Zhenggai wears gold and silver, he is not completely ignorant of the trivial matters of firewood, rice, oil and salt. Xuan Qingbo Aishitai also echoed, what Huinbo said is true. The situation caused by the minister is similar to that of Huinbo, and the price is almost the same. Even if one of the 7 of them doesn't know, just follow the 2 of them and nod their heads. Besides, you don't even know how to cook, and there is no shame in not knowing the price of charcoal. Yoji had asked the waiter around him before, and he knew the prices of the 4 fuels, charcoal, firewood, coal, and coke, so he asked, well, I don't know if you aching are interested in coal business. The big business in the hands of a certain prince has never been lacking. It depends on whether you dare to throw money into it. This business is not suitable for courtiers. Only the owner with enough money in his pocket can mix it up, such as this one in front of you. A few. Xinxinghu Wang Yuoxing was happy, but he had a lot of doubts in his heart, so he respectfully said, if your Royal Highness intends to do this, he should be willing to manage it. But this coal, the king asked the minister to sell charcoal, and the minister had to sell charcoal. The prince wants them to sell coal, but it's okay, but at least there must be a channel for the goods to be sold, right? You can't just open your mouth and touch your little mouth, and everyone can become a coal boss. Yoji watched as he was circumvented into a circle of confusion. They were all confused and nobles. He blinked and said, this palace has been prepared for a long time. You aching don't need to worry about the source of coal. If you are interested, you can start to prepare for the opening of the Liuan, the establishment of the coal group. The palace has no intention to compete with minutes, but in the future, the imperial city, various yemen, various mansions and major businesses will purchase coal from the Kailuan coal group for cooking and heating. It will be too low. A certain prince did not intend to monopolize the business. At any rate, he had to leave a way to survive the charcoal sales. Ordinary people could still buy charcoal from self-employed individuals to buy firewood. But the mansion, official institutions, courtiers' homes and merchants who hold chicken thighs must purchase goods from the Kailuan coal group. If you don't purchase goods, you won't give a certain prince face. After thinking about it, the Gongshan Huwing, who was sitting on the left hand of the prince, was still puzzled about some content, so she had to ask, His Royal Highness, I don't know what this Kailuan coal group is. Is it an organization that sells coal? Wu Wing thinks that this name is not small, but whether the prince intends to set up a government office that specializes in coal is still unknown. He can only continue to listen to the prince's explanation to be clear. A certain prince flicked the soil turtle with his hands. It was a specialty that could not be shaken away. The group means collection and unity, and it is a commercial cooperative unit controlled by private equity, like a security bureau, a tea shop, and a restaurant. Wait, it's just a large shop selling coal. However, this shop integrates the processes of coal mining, smelting, transportation, and sales, and provides convenient services to customers who buy coal. It can be regarded as an enlarged version of the coal seller! With such an explanation, the nobles all understand, but there is another issue that is very important. If this is not solved, it will be impossible to sell coal at all. Yoji also noticed the inquiries in everyone's eyes, and went on to say, "Why is it called the Kailuan Coal Group? Because the coal mine is located in the area from Gaping to Luanzi in Yongping Prefecture, and the shallow coal is less than 10 meters deep. The thickest part of the coal seam can be up to 100 meters thick. The mineable reserves of the open pit part are about 15 billion jin 10 million tons, and the mine reserves of the underground part are about 75 trillion jin 5 billion jin tons. Excluding the underground part, the open-air raw coal is shipped to the capital without smelting, and the price is 1 or 2 silver per 100 catties. If miners, transportation, taxation and other expenses are eliminated, only a net profit can be made per 100 catties. 5 cents of silver, all mined out will earn 7.5 million tals. According to a certain prince's calculation, I believe no one will be tempted. The nobles have already been smashed by the astronomical reserves, and they can't remember at all. The only thing they can remember is the last amount. 7.5 million tals. Not counting the part of the prince, each family can be divided into 500,000 tals. This is simply a super good thing about pie in the sky, not only on their heads, but also directly into their mouths. For hundreds of thousands tals of silver in vain, who wouldn't be ecstatic? I am afraid that I will be moved by changing into a feudal king who is sitting on the side. In view of the fact that you have contributed a lot in the past, this palace allows you to invest 20,000 tals of silver each of which can account for 10% of the coal mine's shares, that is, the share, which is the same as the members of other shops in the fundraising. The remaining 30% of the coal mine's shares are owned by the palace, and the dividends at the end of the year will also be based on this proportion. I wonder what a king wants. Yoji wanted them to bid 50,000 tals, but since they had already paid out this amount before, if they tried to rip off the stick might not be able to bear it, so it was better to reduce a portion of it appropriately. Xinhu Wenbing was agitated and hurriedly got up and bowed his hands to salute. His Royal Highness is kind and generous, and the ministers are grateful, but if this happens, the interests of His Highness will be damaged. If His Highness does not abandon, the ministers only wish to take up half of the total share. This is not how much the prince gives you. You dare to eat as much. Who knows whether it is a pit? A courtier must know how to choose and give up, and appropriately give up a part of the benefits. Although I feel a little uncomfortable, this way can I live better and longer. The minister is also willing. Before Liu Wenbing spoke, the other 6 nobles also agreed with his views. The prince led them to make a lot of money. No matter how greedy they were, they would be too ignorant. Each of these businesses can pocket hundreds of thousands of tals of silver, but you swallowed it in your stomach without saying anything. How will the prince look at you afterwards? Well, each of you owns 7 shares, 49 in total, and the palace owns 51 shares in the coal mine. The dividend at the end of the year will be implemented according to this ratio. Each of you has 2 directors in the coal mine, one responsible for sitting on the local coal mine's board of directors, the other is responsible for passing orders and messages between the coal mine and the capital. The directors of this year are not like later, when a certain prince gave them 2 director seats just to let them listen to it. Directors have no qualifications and power to vote at all, because they don't need to vote either. A certain prince has a controlling stake in how he wants to play. Just play. You should use these 7 obedient honors to show to the princes of Daming that those who follow me can not only drink and eat meat, but also make a lot of money. Those who oppose us will not only be killed, but will also have no place to bury them. Where to go, you have chosen for yourself. Yoji explained by the way the main purpose of letting the nobles pay the 140,000 tals of silver raised by your 7 families is also of great use. One is to compensate the farmers whose land has been requisitioned, and the other is to recruit miners to use it, pay, and thirdly, It will also be used as a means of procurement and transportation. If necessary, build docks and ports. Kailuan coal mine is very close to the Shay and Luan rivers, so it can be shipped directly into the sea from the river and transported to Tianjin before entering the water transportation. The coal can be transported directly to the capital, which is much lower than the cost of carriage by land. The distance by sea is relatively long, but even if it is a detour, the transportation cost will be much lower than that of a carriage. This is also one of the reasons why a certain prince advocated mining and opening the Luan coal mine. This mine is relatively close to the capital and can absorb the Yongping mansion area. The idle man can secure rear of Shanhaiguan from an indirect level. At this time, the nobles are full of boxes of silver. Whatever the prince said, they all thought it was right. Sincerity Liu Kongzhao. Everything is subject to the arrangements of your highness, and the ministers obey your instructions. It seems that the prince has planned almost all the big things and small love. They are almost here to eat for free. Just wait for the census at the end of the year. The location of the coal mine on the map is remarkable, and the nobles do not doubt what the prince said. Nowadays, there are countless gold and silver jewels piled up by the foreign dynasties. There is no need for the prince to cheat them by using a non-existent fake coal mine for 140,000 tals of silver. There is one thing, a king can really help. These 7 are pure natives, so letting them sell coal will definitely work. Yoji asked 2 little servants to lift up an iron stove with a chimney about 2 meters in length. Another little waiter struggled with both hands holding a wooden tray on which there were 4 lumps of cylindrical black objects. Start the demo. Hearing the prince's order, the little servants got busy. One of them opened the small door under the stove, first stuffed some withered grass and dry branches, and then put the black object on it, and then lit the burning object. When I started to fan, honeycomb briquettes have been made a long time ago, because they have been drying. They were almost completely dried out yesterday, and the flames in the stove were about to burst out of the stove before a cup of tea, and the nobles were stunned. It's not that they haven't seen the cooks in their homes lighting up a fire to cook, but the stove in Prince Edward's place is too magical. The speed of the fire is beyond imagination, and the fire is even more terrifying. Could it be that the secret lies in this stove and the black objects? Yoji had to let the little waiter sit on a pot of water and prepare to boil the tea. Don't mention beef ramen in particular. If you count this meal, you will have to eat 3 meals in a row. Chapter 183, Sharing the Benefits. Although there are tall and long chimneys to guide the smoke, there is still a little choking around the stove. The little servant was choked to cover his mouth and coughed, and he did not dare to cough out loudly. He had to take care of the fire in the stove and was so busy. It's really fun. But this is how fire is made. It is not smoke at all. Everyone is used to it. Gongshan Huwing gave a flattering in time. This furnace is lighted so quickly, and the fire is fierce. It must be exquisitely constructed. Your Royal Highness is ingenious and admired by the ministers. Until the other 6 nobles immediately praised them. Although they were exaggerated, they were partly true. Since these 7 companies are willing to cooperate and have also given out 140,000 tals of silver, there is no need to keep hiding them. Yoji tells the truth and tells the truth. Everyone loves King. This stove is ordinary, and the mystery is all there. On this coal, first grind the coal into pulverized coal, then mix the appropriate amount of water into the pulverized coal, stir the pulverized coal into a paste, use a mold to make it into a cylindrical shape, insert 7 wooden sticks in the middle, and then it will be solidified. Leave a hole. This is the beehive briquette. After being put into the furnace, driven by the wind, the flame will go up along the hole to help increase the fire, and get twice the result with half the effort. Just like making dumplings, just concentrate on it. Research, you will naturally get what you want. British briquette is not difficult at all. The chefs who make beef ramen now use briquettes to cook in the courtyard of the East Palace, and within 4 to 5 minutes, the furnace temperature can rise to more than 300 degrees. Otherwise, expect ordinary firewood to slowly heat up the stove, which really makes a certain prince wait, and a group of people directly switched to the by guide steering's lead mode. Xinxing Huang Yuoxing heard the words again and again, and after he understood the mystery, he admired. It turns out that your highness is extremely clever, and the minister was stunned by his words. This beehive briquet is really a craftsmanship. According to the prince, this briquet is easy to make, but no one thinks that it is like making dumplings. The process of knowing it is disapproving, but if it is kept in the dark, it is puzzling. Yoji told them about the principle of making briquettes, and the purpose is to prevent them from being idle. King can set up a processing plant in or outside the capital to grind coal and stir cool. Large-scale manufacturing of briquettes, after about 5 to 7 days of drying, can be put on the market. Isn't it difficult to make money? Buy a piece of land, build a simple factory building, get a few stone mills, hire some strong men and livestock, and then ask a carpenter to smash out the molds. Even if everything is alive, it seems that this is the most convenient energy product with the most convenient production process. Others are much more complicated than this. The prince's move is to give everyone a reward. Xinli Liu Wenbing hurriedly bowed his hands in tribute. It's really not difficult. The ministers are deeply loved by His Royal Highness holy servants, and they will do their best. As long as the 7 people work together, they can see the money back in less than a month. Of course, everyone will be eager to try, and in the future, the coal business in Jisuk will be monopolized by them. That is a work of hundreds of thousands of tals. Calculating carefully, each of them gave the prince 70,000 tals of silver, and it was not a donation, but just a loan, and they could get such a huge transaction. Compared with the guys who are stingy on gold and silver, it is really far-sighted. These people not only failed to keep their wealth, but also failed to keep their heads. If you fight against the prince, you are damned. Seeing that the profitable business was close at hand, all the nobles were overjoyed. Yoji explained, "Why does this palace tell you aching this? Because the new city is about to be built. We will build the largest steel plant in gaming in the future. Weapons factories, oil refineries, chemical plants, sugar factories, wineries, etc. The coal needed must be calculated in hundreds of thousands of catties or even millions of catties, and the coal transported from the Kailuan coal mine to the capital will have no market. It's just the beginning, and it's a little trouble at best. The real business is to provide sources of supply for various factories. This is what the palace said is unwilling to compete with minutes. Even after a catastrophe in the Beijing camp, as long as the epidemic prevention work is done well, the population will slowly recover, and large-scale infrastructure construction will attract the indigenous people in the surrounding areas to make a living. They are not fixed residences, but also semi-fixed. Yes, after all, I still need a place to live. From now on, Jumin in the capital will be only a lot more. When the basic industry develops, the factories begin to recruit on a large scale. It is not a problem to absorb 2 or 3 million laborers. They can bring the capital to prosper again. It is not difficult to compete with Zuching in the south of the Yangtze River within 10 years. At present, Daming's largest steel plant is in Guangdong, and the transportation distance is too far. It is better to mine directly from Manshan, and then you can directly reach the capital by water transportation. But the problem is that the pollution of the steel plant is too serious, and the air quality in Beijing will be very bad in winter. A certain prince is still young and doesn't want to play a game of cheating himself. The solution is to build a steel plant in Manshan, just adjacent to the Yangtze River. Mining and water are very convenient. There are also coal mines in Huainan, which can easily supply the fuel needed for steel making through water transportation. After the semi-finished products are transported to the capital, they will be further processed with the incoming materials to turn them into weapon-grade steel, which is used for mass forging of various types of new weapons. Quasi-high-tech weapons will not be produced by factories in all parts of the south. They must be concentrated in the capital. so as to minimize the possibility of leaks. Weapons of the sky-defying level like airships are best kept secret for 3 to 5 years, even if the braids finally get the manufacturing process. It may slow the speed of the King Army's equipment. Otherwise, 1 year later, you will be able to see the incomparably magnificent King Air Force on the battlefield. It can't be beaten on the ground, but still can't be beaten in the sky, so it's really silly. These guys are so rich. Do they encourage them to start a steel factory? The coal dug out from the mine can be pulled directly into the factory. The idea is good, but 140,000 tons of silver have been squeezed out. If you squeeze it harder, Xungai will be painful. So let's keep it for later. The steel directly supplied to the weapon plant can be provided by its own steel plant. Anyway, he has a lot of money in his hand, and his financial resources are fully capable of building a quasi-modern steel plant. I'm afraid of being used by people with ulterior motives at that time, saying it is fighting for profit with minutes, and sending a group of illiterate animals to make trouble, and they will have to send soldiers to drive them away, let alone go to the meeting. It is more reliable to find a few spokespersons, take the money by yourself, and let them carry it if you have the pot. This is a good way to get the best of both worlds. As long as it is profitable, there must be many people who hope to support the prince. If you can earn thousands of tals a year, or even tens of thousands tals of silver, you can save your life even if you don't even talk about the back of the pot. The prince intends to build a new city, and the nobles already know that the prince is going to open many factories in the new city, and the coal business will naturally be like a fish in water. You can sell as much as you can, and everyone feels happier. Sincerity. Liu Kongzhao complimented. His Royal Highness has lofty ambitions, and he has the advice of His Majesty Taizagao. Returning from the immortal world, he will be able to revitalize Ming, ministers, etc. Although talented and simple to learn, he must follow his orders, go through water and fire, and die without hesitation. In the beginning, a few people just disdained to associate with Huang Dugong and others. They did not sincerely agree with the many decrees issued by the prince. They were also cautious about their own property, for fear of being missed by the prince and directly checked. But later, as time went on, everyone found that the prince was able to deal with difficult problems with ease, and not afraid of the obstruction of courtiers in every possible way, and vigorously inspected the moths among the officials, but did not perfunctory. But there is a clue of a generation of emperors. This time the cooperation in the trading of the Luan coal mine. The nobles have been regarded as happy and sincere. If they can follow the prince to fight for gold, what else is unsatisfactory? Even if the Earl of the Marquis goes to sell coal, it is also an order to sell coal, which is envied by others. It's too late. If the cooperation in the coal mine business goes smoothly, Yoji still wants to continue to play with the nobles, such as opening a refinery in partnership, looking at the entire capital, and even the Gifu area. Almost all merchants with their financial resources are their own. Strike the target. Even if someone is operating legally, it is rare, not to mention loyalty. There are far less obedient than the 7 nobles. They sell their trade secrets to the emperor when they are not kept. In this era, businessmen almost don't know why things. If the Yancheng oil field is to be exploited on a large scale, whether it is for military or mining purposes, the extracted crude oil must undergo preliminary processing before it can be circulated to the next stage. The construction of the refinery must be on the agenda. Yoji thought about building an oil refinery in Yancheng, and planned to do so, but in the capital must see an oil refinery with greater refining capacity. This is to provide explosive weapons for the Gifu area and even the Liuxi military group. If you are defending the city or fighting in the field, it is easy to consume hundreds of tons of fuel at a time. Moreover, fuel is the best weapon in rotten armor. Putting it into a glass bottle and throwing it out as a Tove cocktail will definitely make you braid. We are so crooked. Even if the braids have suffered a loss once, they can take precautions. You can wet the cotton armor of one's own soldiers, but the fuel is insoluble in water, and it will still burn on the cotton armor when exposed to water, burning the braids alive to death. braid. Each armored musketeer is equipped with 5 grenades and 2 bottles of cocktails. When they are in close combat, they are stabbed with a bayonet. How can they be exchanged for one? As long as the battle damage ratio is maintained at this ratio, it will be a big profit for Ming. Huang Tiji carried out a general mobilization, and the total strength of the Qing army was about 300,000. Every year, it beats piecemeal and strives to kill 10,000 braids. Accumulated 10 years can make the braid gang vigorous and drag them into an extremely cruel war of attrition. Can't extricate themselves from it. The pigtails entering the customs are very smart, and they will not easily fight against the Ming army in siege wars, especially when attacking a heavily defended city such as the capital. At most, they will fight in Jinan where there is no natural risk to protect a surrounding area with few reinforcements. The King of Germany will come to an end. If Wang Zhaijin made a difference in Shanhaiguan, that would be great. It would be okay to squat all the time. The big deal is that a certain prince sent troops to land from Jinzhou, Guizhou, Fuzhou and other places, and slapped his butt after a slap. Leave. The braids will do, and the Ming army will do, because 100 years ago, the Japanese pirates used this trick to have a fuck in the southeast coastal area. When the time comes, you will hit you, I will hit mine, and we will fight each other well, and see who can clench his teeth to the end. Originally, I opened a coal mine in partnership with the nobles, and then I thought of an oil refinery, and finally turned into a braid. The thinking of this palace is too divergent, it can be called a viral gossip. Where did you talk? Oh, by the way, mining and selling coal. The open pit part of Kaiyuan is about 15 billion catties or more. The palace hopes to mine more than half of the raw coal within 10 years. According to the annual mining of 1 billion calculated by catties, it would be necessary to mine about 3 million catties per day to remove wind, frost, rain, and snow. If each miner can dig out 1,000 catties of coal per day, the mine must recruit 3,000 miners. If the mining capacity is halved, then 6,000 miners must be recruited. If you want to speed up the mining speed, you must recruit tens of thousands of miners. The salary standard is formulated according to the standard of 2 catties of coal for 1 penny. If the managers have their own pockets, they will be severely punished. You, a king, must not intercede for anyone. If you do, you can, every time you ask, you will confiscate the person's 1% of the coal mine shares. The price of this mining is not high. It is not that a certain miner shovels coal out of the ground and throws it aside to make it all alive. This is to be transported to the weighing point for weighing, and then transported to the ship in a unified manner. If you don't want the coachman to allocate half of his money, the miner must use a cart to pull the coal to the point. I am afraid that it will take a few miles to reach the designated location, and it will not be possible to go several times a day. If you are injured at work, you can only admit that you are unlucky. It is impossible for the government to pay you any medical expenses. You must be careful when mining and transporting. One of the few benefits is that open pit mining does not need to go to the mine, let alone worry about being buried alive. No matter how hard it is, it can come in handy. A certain prince also thought that the nobles would plant their own people in the coal mine, and those clever fools, relying on the backing of the master, could make a lot of money in the mine, and wait until the Dongchuang incident to turn around and hold the master's thigh. The compassionate nobles had to put down their bodies, ran to the prince and begged to give them face, but after formulating this measure, they had to think twice. Your Highness, please be relieved. The ministers and others will never dare to intercede for those who violate the rules. If you ask for a one-time penalty, you will confiscate 1%. Each family's total supply has only 7% of the shares. I don't know how others think about it. Anyway, Qian Bojang Kingzhen dare not have this extravagant hope. That is really cutting off his own flesh. It has been said that everyone must abide by the rules, and some servants dare to act recklessly, that is, openly opposing the prince, and it is reasonable to be fined and confiscated. Rather than being fined for confiscation of shares worth tens of thousands of taels of silver, It would be more cost-effective to chop off the disobedient servant. After all, what kind of servant is not worth tens of thousands of tals? That's good. After Jiang Qingzhen, the other 6 nobles also hurriedly promised that even if Yoji was basically relieved, when he drafted the regulations in black and white, the nobles paid the same amount of silver and wrote an 8-part contract for everyone. Sign and press your fingerprints, and it's done. At the beginning, a certain prince wanted to put the Kailuan coal mine under the management of the closer Lao Wangtu, but was afraid that it would quickly become warlord and become the second Yuan Dudu, so it is more appropriate to divide the cake with himself and the nobles. 1 billion catties are mined every year, and every 100 catties make a net profit of 1 silver. The total amount is 1 million tals. If you divide 49 for the nobles, you can still have 51,000 tals of silver left. Maybe not so high in the early stage, but it will definitely reach this number after getting on the right track. Of course, a transaction with such a high return must be in your own hands. Chapter 184, Opening a Shop. If you have a coal mine, someone can start digging. If you have the funds, you can recruit miners. The finished honeycomb briquettes are in kind, and there is a small stove to verify your body. The only difference is the factory building. It is necessary to provide a place for hoarding and drying raw coal and briquettes. If necessary, the raw coal must be processed and burnt into coke. However, this process can be completed in Kailuan. Not only is the cost lower, but it will not pollute the capital, and the finished product can be shipped directly. If you purchase a factory in the old city first, you must choose the southeast of the outer city. This is the location of the downwind. Neither the northwest wind in autumn or winter nor the southeast wind in spring and summer will blow soot into the imperial city. This is theoretically, in case of a whirlwind, a certain prince really wants to lead his beautiful mother and a group of younger siblings to eat soot. It is more reliable to set up a hoarding station in the outer city, which is blocked by 2 walls. It can be better. The specific location is in the area of Yongdingmen, west of Shangquantan and south of Nanfang. There are several small artificial lakes. There are contiguous vacancies nearby. There are not too many minutes residences. If some, they may be almost burned by the fire. Even if it is intact, spend some money to invite the local indigenous people to live together. It is close to Yongding Gate. It is very convenient to get in and out of goods. Water can be nearby, and the fire can be easily extinguished. This location looks very ideal. After the Yonghua battalion has completed the task of hunting down the Beijing camp deserters, the 7 noble shareholders can go to the outer city to make field trips. They can decide how much money they will spend, how to build a factory, and who they hire. The only requirement of a certain prince is that the accounts must be clear. If there is a greedy person, no matter who it is, a slave, he will pop and never tolerate it. This stinking problem must not be used to it. The cabinet chief and 6 officials with a total of nearly 1,000 people have been arrested and awaiting trial. There is no need to shelter the servants of the Xongai family. It seems that the guy who is greedy for the money in Prince Mo's pocket has not yet been born. Everyone, aching, prepared the silver in the past 2 days. Think about the manpower to be stationed in Kailuan, and when the palace has drafted the operating regulations and management regulations, they can go to buy land and mine, and Yin Haodong in Shunshan Mansion will have learned from it. Assist. Since it is a big business, money and people must be prepared. This is the most basic. As long as there is no problem at Yongping Mansion, it will be a green light all the way. There is a situation. It is a big deal to change Yongping Mansion into a capable guy. The ministers will immediately return to the mansion to prepare the necessary silver and personnel. Please rest assured, Your Highness. If the business of mining is done well, the 70,000 tals previously smashed out can be earned back in 1 year, and it will be a pure net profit in the future. Not to mention earning 10 years, it means earning 5 years, and every year is guaranteed to lose 70,000 tals. which is 350,000 tals, a beautiful thing that could not be dreamed of before. Take 150,000 tals of silver to the hall of honor of the prince and buy a peace of mind. In the end, he can still pocket 200,000 tals of money. How practical is the money spent? Hearing that the prince said that to open many factories in the new city, there must be a profitable business among them. As long as mining can be done, the prince's thigh will be held in the future. From mining to transportation, to warehousing and sales, a certain prince has already solved the matters that should be thought of for the nobles. All they have to do is to use the money as the working capital of the Kailuan coal mine group. At present, the price of coal in Beijing is about 1 to 2 silver per 100 catties. The price of good quality raw coal can be slightly higher, but it can't compare with charcoal and coke. If you want to increase the selling price of your own products and increase the company's revenue, the timely and feasible way is to sell self-developed semi-finished products briquettes. The combination of this thing with a small stove turned out to be ahead of similar competitors, and withdraw after 2 or 3 years of play. Even if competitors also imitate, their own briquettes can occupy nearly half of the market share. Yoji never thought about monopolizing this thing, and how to leave a way for the charcoal sellers to stay alive. Not only did not plan to do so for the people's fuel supply field, and did not plan to organize manpower to crack down on imitations. The common people are poor, and their income is not much. And what they do best is low-price competition. Large-scale coal mining and transportation can naturally reduce costs, and they can squeeze competitors in the market with low prices and attract enough of consumers. For local tyrants and factories, it's even simpler. If you don't buy prince's coal, you don't give the prince face. I don't dare to say it if it is far away. It is estimated that this brainwave warning should still be useful in the Gifu area. 7 Xungai teamed up for 140,000 tals of silver, and Yoji didn't have anything to express gratitude, so I simply invited them to eat beef ramen. They eat with relish, and they are full of praise while eating, and they are not stingy with beautiful words. Even Xinli Huil Yu Wenbing, Sincerity Boyle Yu Kongzhou, Huey and Bojang Kingson and others are planning to partner to open a noodle restaurant in the inner city. They are laymen in mining and selling coal. When it comes to eating, especially the delicious ones, they can come up with a set of things, like a professional. Yoji intends to use the noodle restaurant as an intelligence station for the East Factory or Jinewai, but it is not a bad idea for someone willing to take the initiative to pick up the pot. He even saves the startup funds, assuming that the franchise fee of a chain store is 1,000 tals of silver. A bowl of noodles can make a net profit of 10 cents. If you sell 500 bowls of noodles a day, you can make a net profit of 50 tals of silver. Ben brought back all the benefits, except for the nobles in the palace, the 2 handsome men, and a few general soldiers. These nobles and the court ladies and eunuchs have eaten ramen. The local tyrants outside have never even heard of the taste, let alone eat it. Opening such a ramen restaurant in Beijing does not make a net profit of 3 to 5,000 tals a year. It can only be that the owner is playing the game of opening a store in 2 days and taking inventory in 3 days. Calculating this way, the initial fee can never be set at 1,000 tals. It would be too cheap for these guys who follow the meat. If you want to open a store, it's easy for you to open a store. This palace can provide a master chef from the royal kitchen and have a number of assistants for him, so the team will go to cook the ramen, and the recipe and ingredients are exactly the same as the soup noodles made in the palace. External sales are naturally foolproof. At present, there are 2 ways to join a beef ramen shop. One is direct buyout, that is, a one-time payment of 5,000 tals of cash can open a store, and the investor is responsible for its own profits and losses, and the palace does not participate in any form. The other is to pay the initial fee of 1,000 tals of silver first, and then the palace can get 50% of the net profit of the shop every year. Once the 2 parties sign the contract, it will be the rule of death, and there will be no possibility of change afterwards. 5,000 tals of silver is a lot, but after that, you can swagger and eat alone. No matter how much you earn, it will fall into your own pocket. There will surely be people who will be excited, and nobles will not dislike the silver in their pockets. Many. If you feel that it is too risky to invest in a ramen restaurant that is not amazing at one time, you can choose a more secure sharing model. Although the profit is divided by the prince in half, the investment cost is greatly reduced, and the loss is not much money. But everyone has personally enjoyed the peculiar taste of beef ramen. As long as you are optimistic about the prospects of ramen, you can spend money. It is impossible to expect the 20,000 tals of silver ramen to be eaten here in Prince Edward. Don't you see that those soldiers who had eaten the ramen yesterday had to stand in a row against the wall? Otherwise, the bloating would be unbearable when sitting. The palace maids and the little servants who didn't know all guessed what they said wrong and punished them here. Stop it, Minister. After Uncle Zhang Wu Yang Chongyu ate 2 bowls in a row, he was about to stand up and thank the prince to open up money for them, but found that he couldn't stand up. He barely supported the table with his arms and pushed up his butt. Then he slowly got up. The embarrassment was so embarrassing that the crown prince had a full view. Don't worry, don't stretch it to the waist and abdomen. Yoji waved his hand, but he didn't dare to hurt the nobles. It would be really funny if he was carried out by the eunuch. You can open a store, but I'm afraid that in the end, you order food in your store and ask to be packed and taken away by your own servants. A bowl of ramen with 20 pence, even if you add meat for 30 pence, you can only sell 50 pence with a dish. All 40 people in the family ate together, and a meal only costs 2 tals, which is really not much. Eating noodles is not considered a disobedience to the prince's decision to keep meals simple, and the cost is not high. It is estimated that after the opening, the house will order meals every day, and the whole family will sit around the table and wait to eat noodles. Yoji believes that noble family members can solve any tenth of the sales volume of each store. If you attract relatives and friends, you don't need to sell to the outside world. The circle of friends alone is enough to keep the store managers busy. This group of rich and expensive local tyrants are not bad at all. They should only eat the meat-added version. The regular version without meat can only be used as the second choice when the queue is too long to wait. Bring friends into the store to spend money. 2 silvers can only be regarded as the starting price. According to Yoji's preliminary plan, the 7 stores will sell 3,500 bowls of ramen every day, which seems to be a lot. However, there are many nobles, civil and military, wealthy merchants, and gentry in the capital. Everyone is surrounded by a bunch of wives, concubines and children. They are all established audiences. The price of 20 cents is not too high. After the salary increase, the quasi-officials who have not entered the stream below the 9th product still have a monthly salary of 12 silvers, and they can also eat ramen and tooth rituals with their wives and children. Affordable. Of course, we cannot ignore the large group of foodies who were born suddenly. They could not afford to eat before, but now they have a bulging pockets, and they can definitely feast on them. They are the soldiers of the Yongwei camp. Because the siege was killed by the Yongwei camp, and then died of mutual harm, plus the guy who was finally slapped by a certain prince, the Beijing camp lost no less than 6,000 people in the outer city, and the amount of silver was 60,000 tals. Huge. The total contributions of the brave battalion, Inner Factory, Imperial Horse Guard, Jiniwei, and Dahan General who defended the city in the early stage and wiped out the enemy in the later stage are no more than 4,000 people, and each can get at least 12 silver. Ordinary soldiers receive the reward first of all consumption. For a bowl of ramen with 20 liters, maybe they would have thought about it before and still reluctant to spend money, but after they have spare money in their hands, they have to try it out. Yoji believes that as long as the idiots ask about the taste of ramen, most of them won't be able to walk. If you don't sit down and taste it, you will definitely have to lick your lips with your tongue. Lu Jiud led the Yongwei Battalion Cavalry Battalion to pursue the Shinsu Battalion, and gained a lot. If you count this, The ramen restaurant instantly added 6 to 7,000 potential customers. Assuming that everyone goes there once every 3 days, it is estimated that the arms of the ramen masters will be too tired to lift up. These big men eat every day, and the masters will be paralyzed in bed with fright. Even if they don't go often, Huang Degong, who has already eaten ramen noodles, is definitely going to go. A certain foodie general is too lazy to go in person, and he will ask his soldiers to order and pack food. This general soldier is leading the way. It is estimated that Yongwei camp consumption will never be low. Starting this month, officials have enjoyed salary increases, and Yongwing is about to receive a lot of silver rewards. So even if 7 noodle restaurants are opened in the capital at the same time, a certain prince will not let the nobles make it for their own shops. The sales of the product are worrying. How do you choose the franchise mode? You don't need to reply to the house immediately. You can think about it slowly according to your own situation. You can reply to the house after 3 days. Wait until enough store managers are trained, and then open stores all over the capital at the same time. The process will not be less than 10 days, and the opening of the store will also require some preparations, as early as mid-April. Right now, there are only 3 of them in the palace. Although they can all be pulled out to be the store manager, Yoji is still not at ease with their skills. I hope they can stay in the palace for a while and wait until the ramen level is generally stable. Free range. Not only that, but also to train apprentices. Otherwise, the nobles will be unhappy if they don't have ramen. A certain prince doesn't want to hear a beautiful mother chatting in his ear every day, and he can't pay it back. Mouth. I believe that with the stimulation of 32 a month's salary, the prospective store managers will definitely work harder. After all, there are many imperial chefs in the palace, and they can be alone, and there are not many who make a lot of money, let alone encounter such a godsend opportunity. In fact, the royal chefs all hope to go out early. Although the title is gone, the associated risks are also gone. The royal chefs also put their heads on the belt of the trousers to cook. If you open a shop outside, it's not a problem to eat a customer's stomach. If no one else eats it, your stomach hurts. That means your stomach is not obedient, and this pot is easy to throw out. In the back residence, if there is a noble person who has diarrhea, just look at it. If you don't beat you up, you will be picked up, and you will be punished if you fall from the top, and you need to find out the cause. The ministers, thank you for your concern. You will definitely think carefully and will not delay your plan. Gongshan Huwing has decided to open a shop after making 2 bowls of ramen, but he is still hesitating between the 2 modes, and it is unreasonable to discuss with everyone in front of the prince. The prince made this arrangement to integrate his mind, and it would be better to be able to go back and think about it. Although there is only a mere 5,000 tals of silver, it is also money. If this move is right, opening a store in Tianjin, Boding and other places is not a problem at all, so the first step must be cautious, and then the journey will be smooth. That's good. The 7 stores have 7,000 tals of income. This is a particularly overbearing chain store model. In the blink of an eye, a few thousand tals of silver will fall into one's pocket. If the barbecue restaurant and the hot pot restaurant can follow up in time, this is equivalent to paying directly out of the pocket of honorable people, and they can't stop it. According to this investment scale, each of them would have to have a bottom of 100,000. Otherwise they would really not be able to withstand such a toss. For the time being, it's almost squeezed. If you squeeze it again, you may really vomit blood and become the seller's product. Chapter 185, Concubine Rubbing Hemp. Compared with opening a beef ramen chain store, although mining and selling coal can make a lot of money, opening a noodle restaurant can't let it go. 7,000 tals can at least be used as a salary for the people around a certain prince. Xia brought 8 court ladies. Before in Cunning Palace, their pretty mother gave them 3 tals of silver a month. Because of food and housing, the salary is not low. But in the East Palace, Yoji had to keep an eye on the idlers in order to let them take care of their mouths, so each of them was raised to 6 tals of silver, plus holiday subsidies, and they would be able to get $100 a year. Too many. Not only these girls, there are also more than a dozen eunuchs under the eunuch Yang Jinkao and Li Jizu, the eunuch in Donggong's palm seal, and there are as many as 30 in total. When the prince wandered around, they performed their duties. Some were in charge of moving chairs, some were in charge of holding fans, and some were holding Western-style clocks. In addition, there were drinkers, snacks, and back tables. Yes, plus one with pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Each of them is 100 tl, and it is 3,000 tls a year. This is not to mention those two taking the lead. Yang Jinkao and Li Jizu are 100 tls a month, and the salary of the housekeeper alone is as high as 5,400 tls. Li Fengxiang, the admiral and eunuch of the factory, carefully selected 24 masters to protect the East Palace. There were 8 people in each class and 3 shifts. A certain prince gave them 20 tls of silver per month for each of them. He spent money to buy loyalty throughout the year. That is 5,760 tls of silver. Ordinary guards are certainly not worth so much money. They are all eunuchs because they are protected throughout the day. The selection of materials in the factory is very narrow. Yoji naturally understands that these guards are also considered to be caring and pay more than the total wages. The guards around him are still high. As long as there is danger, it is worth it that they can protect them with all their heart. It is worthwhile to throw out so much money by themselves. It may be bragging to be one enemy to 10, but it should be no problem for each person to pack 4 or 5. Excluding Xia, who is preparing to become a princess, the salary of the maids, eunuchs, and guards alone is nearly 11,000 tls a year. If there are still people eating inside and out like this, a certain prince would really have torn the traitor's heart. Since I don't want to squeeze the silver into boxes on them anymore, Yoji will not keep the nobles. Otherwise, at noon, they have to eat and drink here. Let them leave before the meal, and they will fall again. No, it's better to leave the palace after dinner. My son, please peace with the queen. Did the queen sleep well last night? Yoji had to go to Cunning Palace to visit his beautiful mother. The nobles in the back residence were all scared by the Beijing camp. The rumbling of the cannons the night before made everyone out of their minds, thinking that the group of animals was about to break into the city, and gave them to. The emperor doesn't need to be polite. What happened to the war in the outer city? The Queen Mother can no longer hear the sound of firecrackers. After Empress Zhe had Xia's eyeliner, she kept sending people out to inquire about the movement, and was very concerned about the Beijing rebellion. If the capital was captured by the rebels, Ming would repeat the mistakes of the Anxi rebellion in the Tang dynasty, and it would be a heavy blow to the imperial court. Now that the emperor has been wandering into the fairy world, only the prince is in charge of the country. The mother queen, the Beijing camp, attacked the inner city yesterday, and started looting the mints high in the outer city. The child minister sent Zhuji and led thousands of elite soldiers to attack and kill most of them. The rebellion has now been put down. Tomorrow and the search are finished and escaped. The thief soldiers, the capital can be restored as usual, and the mother and queen don't have to worry about it. If it wasn't for the unreliable gossip, the beautiful mother would always be uneasy and would not frown. So Yoji came here to explain. Although the prince was young, the nobles and servants who governed the country and the back residence seemed to be very well versed. Naturally, it was not a problem to counter the rebellion. With the prince's notice, the back residence was quiet. The emperor should not lie to her mother. The matter is so important that you must not be sloppy. Empress Zhe wanted to hear the good news in her heart, but she was afraid that the eldest son could use lies to appease herself. At the moment the emperor is unconscious, the prince is the only hope of all the nobles in the back residence, and the prince must turn the tide. It's about the safety of the society. How dare your children say anything? The day before yesterday, our army beheaded one of the deputy generals of the Beijing camp. Yesterday, They killed 3 lieutenants. Only 2 of the 6 lieutenants who commanded the Beijing camp are now at large. The soldiers of the Beijing camp participated in the rebellion. It has already been wiped out by the Yonghui camp and the Qin army. The remnants are not enough to be feared. Yesterday Hong Chengchi led an army to Beijing and went to the palace to see his son. The son wanted to take him to see his mother. He heard that the mother was resting, so he didn't dare to harass. After tomorrow, the surroundings of the Tanjing city will be thoroughly cleaned up, and then ordered to go to the palace to see her mother. Women do not get enough sleep, but there are wrinkles on their faces, which disturbs the beautiful mother to sleep, and may be beaten by her mother later. Besides, you old lady can neither literary nor martial arts. You can only listen to it as a story. There is nothing wrong with telling you later. The emperor made such an arrangement, and the queen was relieved. Seeing the eldest son's serious statement, Queen Zhu no longer doubted it anymore. Since the eldest son returned from the fairy world, he had been particularly appropriate in handling affairs. It seemed that it was indeed a reward for Emperor Taizagao, and Ming was finally helpful for ZTE. Empress Zhu felt a little relieved in her heart, and her pretty face, which was trying to conceal her anxiety, gradually unfolded, revealing her dignified and noble color. This is the peerless demeanor of the world on weekdays. Urchin asks the mother to be at ease, and if you have a son, you will not let the antithief hurt her. It's time to say disgusting things again. Yoji doesn't want to be like this, but the current situation has to be like this. Whether it is the mother of the country or the village girl, a woman is willing to believe what she likes to hear in her heart, and the content is not important. In the whole world, only Brother Hong is the backer that the Queen Mother can rely on. Empress Zhu happily touched the face of her eldest son with her little hand. Her husband first fell in love with concubine Tan, and then went to the fairy world. The son finally did not let herself down, and he would have protection for the next few decades. Mother and Queen, the Songchen sees the aunts and sister-in-laws in the back residence are a little lonely, so he brings a piece of leisure entertainment. The mahjong is already done, and Yoji doesn't want the eunuchs and court ladies around him to play with him. If the prince accompanies them to play, he really loses a lot. He can earn thousands of tals in minutes. How can he waste his time playing with these people? Even if you want to play, you will accompany your beautiful mothers and aunts to code the Great Wall. Even if you lose money at the end, you can still enjoy your body and mind. Auntie Tan is a peerless beauty in this time and space, and her conversational temperament is comparable to that of a fairy or nearly 400 years later. Entertainment actress. Oh, Brother Hong is really interested. Queen Zhi has been troubled by the assassin and the rebellion in the past 2 days. Now that the assassin has been captured, the rebellion has subsided, and she can just take this opportunity to relax her mind. Besides, life in the back residence was inherently lonely. The emperor didn't come to Cunning Palace. Except for a few people such as Yuan Gai-Fai, there were few close people around him who could talk. With the intrigue, it was really melancholy. Queen Mother, this excellent product requires 4 people to participate in it. The sons and ministers also hope that the Queen Mother will invite 3 people to come, so it's good to be happy. Yoji didn't plan to go directly to the battle. In case there is a beautiful woman who can't learn it for a while, she can still give some advice behind her back. Brother Hong is right. Su Yan, invite the emperor's wife, Yuan Gai-Fai, and Tan Gai-Fai. Concubine Liu was too old, in her 80s, and Empress Zhu didn't dare to toss the old man at will. The 3 invited are all young and graceful, and staying in their respective palaces have nothing to do, so please come and join in the fun. Empress Zhu didn't want to invite concubine Tan, but now the situation in the residence is complicated, and the overall situation is about to be important. Yoji sent someone to bring a square table with a piece of fine silk as a tablecloth. It feels delicate and comfortable to the touch. Then all the hemp will be buckled from the box on the table. Since it is not ceramic, it is made of hard wood, so it is not afraid of bumps and dregs. The Queen Zhu sitting next to her was very curious and reached out and picked up a mahjong tile. After playing it, She began to look at it carefully. It seems that this thing is very similar to the popular horse hanging leaves in Ming Dynasty. Maybe there are similarities in the same way. Brother Hong, tell her mother, how do you play with this thing? Putting so many small wooden blocks of the same shape together, maybe it is really an interesting game. Hey, Empress, when the guests are all there, the sons and ministers will know it. Tell you again, and I will tell the other three beauties again. This palace is not a repeater. I'm buying it with my mother. Seeing that her son didn't buy it, Queen Zhu wrinkled her nose slightly to express her dissatisfaction, and she looked very cute and cute. It didn't take long for the three noble ladies to arrive with their maids and servants, to be precise, a widow and two juniors. It should be the excitement of hearing interesting things. In addition to eating the fairyland delicacies that have never been heard before, this is what can arouse the interest of the nobles. After the salutes to each other, the emperor's sister-in-law Jiang Yan sat in front of Yoji. The scent of the scent made a certain prince a little confused, and she didn't know that the Uncle Apocalypse tank was soaring. Why did she use so many cosmetics? Sister, two younger sisters, Brother Hong just brought a fun object. It is said that only 4 people can play, and the palace sends people to invite it. Brother Hong, everyone is here now, so I should give you more details. Have you talked about it? Can't you say it clearly? If it is vague, it is small to lose face and make the lonely nobles lose their appetites but can't satisfy them. Then you little guys asking for trouble, and the sister-in-law and aunts won't teach you a lesson. Strange. Yoji didn't care at all. If he didn't understand this, he plunged into the arms of his mother and killed him. Sister-in-law, auntie, queen, this thing is called Mahjong. It is a game in the fairy world. It is similar to the horse hanging leaves in the world, but it is easy to master. The cards are divided into 3 main cards, 1, Bing, and Tiao, plus 4 Hong's Hong auxiliary cards. 3 main cards, they are all from 1 to 9, each of which has 4 cards. For example, 10,000 is 4, and 90,000 is also 4. Before the card is drawn, the dice is determined by the size. The bigger one can draw the card first and get first, the power to play cards. Each person draws 13 cards, and then in a clockwise direction. First draw 1, then play 1. After explaining for almost 10 minutes, Yoji felt that he had already said that he understood very well. But when he saw the 4 stunning beauties on the opposite side, they seemed to have a blank mind, and they all looked at him foolishly, as if they hadn't understood it yet. Really? So embarrassing. The IQs of these concubines shouldn't be lower than that of Wu Yi, who has the lowest stance, right? Isn't that what I said before in this palace for nothing? What level of understanding do you have? God. Oh Earth. This palace should not bring Mahjong to Cunning Palace. This is my own death. Brother Hong finished. Concubine Tengui seemed to be still in the mood, blinked a pair of winking eyes. Ying Shengyan asked, that's it, sister-in-law, auntie, mother-in-law, let's take a real fight, and you will be able to grasp the mystery immediately. Listening to Mahjong 10 times by yourself is worse than playing it once. As long as you are not a particularly stupid fool, you can basically understand it after a round of play. Alright. The 4 beauties all felt that this game was the same as Horse Dio. It was hard to understand just by listening, and it had to be played several times. As a result, the 8 white and tender jade hands stretched quickly, and everyone worked together to build a great wall. The speed was beyond imagination. This is how the first Mahjong event in Daming's history began. A certain prince was about to turn the queen, the emperor's wife, and the 2 imperial concubines into Mahjong women who were fighting at night. In Sui Guanjil, Wu Yi thinks that the scholar officials are busy with horse grains and ruined government affairs. It seems that the time is not far away. Wu Yi himself is about to fall into the Mahjong trap. Unless he is really too culinary. The collapse of the empire originated from Mahjong. If you hear it, you will think that you are not aware of it. The table has already started, and Yoji is like a veteran in the industry, pointing the matin world behind the beauties. Without the guidance of a certain prince, It is estimated that this group of old ladies will compete with each other to win the game. Brother Hong, please help my aunt to see if I should hit this one. Concubine Tangui was rude to call a certain prince, and her tone was more natural than that of a beautiful mother. That's right. Auntie is really smart. Yoji glanced at the card, and found that the woman's luck was really good. The deck of cards was basically the rhythm of 3 drawing. That is to say, you only need to draw the expected 3 cards, and you can start to draw the treasure. When Tangaifai heard the prince's praise, she was naturally very happy, and happily used her white jade hand to play with the cards in front of her. She may not be as good as Queen Zhu in handling government affairs, but when it comes to all kinds of entertainment tricks, she can be called the top of the mansion. Brother Hong, come and help the mother to check it out. The beautiful mother didn't want to immediately, and hurriedly called the eldest son. This is his own son. Of course, you have to think about yourself. Empress, just be careful not to fire the cannon. By the way, Men King needs to double the money, so hurry up and take the cards or touch the cards. Yoji saw that her mother's face was not too different from Shizenfu, so she didn't have any illusions. Both of them are beauties, so why are the hands of the beautiful mother and concubine Tan so different? It's very difficult to change the card face of my mother without firing a gun. This card is like giving money to the other 3. A certain prince was really terrible, but fortunately only taught the beauties to hang alone and single hanging means that only 1 card can be used. For example, a single hanging of 10,000 means that you must touch 10,000 or a treasure card to be able to do it. Is simpler, similar to 2 or 4,000 and 30,000 or 6 or 8 cakes and 7 cakes. They were not taught for the time being like opposite or even the more disgusting 3-headed barking. Playing cards naturally requires a lot of money. The beauties in the back residence are all bulging, and they are not bad for money. Single hanging hook cards, each pays 1 or 2, each 2 or 2, and Mobao each 4 or 2. If it is a Boss Hong Bao, that is, if the card of Ku happens to be a treasure card, every family has 8 tals. For example, in a situation like a beautiful mother, if the other party touches treasure Zongbao again, they have to pay them 16 tals directly. So even if you play 1, 2, 4 and 2, if you are not lucky, you can get in and out of hundreds of 2 in one day. Chapter 186. Going outside ways. After seeing Concubine Tan's neat set of cards, look at her beautiful mother. 10,000, 20,000, 20,000, 80,000. 3 loaves, 6 loaves, 8 loaves, and 9 loaves. 2, 5, 7, 9, plus a piece of red. Ask professionals to tell this palace, what else can this kind of card face besides covering your face? If you eat 30,000, it means that you will automatically give up the opportunity to touch cards. To clamp the 6, you must cut off the 2 and 9. All kinds of pancakes have to be made by touching a few more pieces, which is simply miserable. Don't even think about forming a posture without touching 7 or 8 photos. It is estimated that 7 or 8 photos are not enough. My mother's noodles are a match for daddy's rags. It's really a couple in need of each other. 6. Eat. Hearing that Jiang Yan, the emperor's sister-in-law, had shaken out something to eat, the beautiful mother immediately seized the opportunity. Now that the son has said that the chance of Hupei is not great, he should avoid clearing the door. Empress Zhu should take a few wins as the card game concept, especially the next home is Tangaifai. Even if you don't play bad cards, you can't give money to this rival, and you can't double the gift. Upon seeing this situation, Yoji was speechless at once. This is simply an awkward card. It's completely a secretly contested plot of the movie, mixed with a little bit of palace fighting. A certain prince really didn't want to get involved, but the 4 beauties took turns to consult the bricks. Yoji took a look around and found that Concubine Tan was in the best situation, leading the way almost the entire time. Except for luck, this is inseparable from the cleverness of the brain. While the other 3 girls were still groping for the rules of the game, this aunt had already begun to wonder how to listen to Mo Bao. This is the gap, or gap, between a clever girl and a girl with a cloud of brains. After playing a few laps, one of them might have to lose money and borrow money everywhere. Brother Hong, come here and show my aunt. Can I listen to it? Concubine Tangui has watched it several times, and she thinks it should not be too much, but she still has no idea, for fear of being laughed at by the other three if she has done something wrong. Auntie is really amazing. You can indeed deduct it. That is a treasure card. You can read it and put it in place. Don't let other people see the face of the card, even if you touch the predetermined Who card or treasure card. 1. No matter how Yoji hopes that her beautiful mother will win money, we can't refer to the deer as a horse, and don't let the concubine dunk it. This game is a pastime and entertainment. It does not involve winning the house or land, let alone dancing with knives and guns. Besides, the lottery is within the range that everyone can bear. Inside. That's great. As the first person to listen, Tangai Fai was naturally overjoyed, and she stretched out her hand happily to grab the treasure, and took it to her arms to take a peek. Oops, I forgot what card. Cautiously put it back, and then screamed a bit regretful in the same place. It's okay, Auntie. You can lift it up and watch at any time. Just want to praise you for being smart. You just came to this sentence. What a rotten potato not to brag. Yoji also sneered in his heart. What's wrong with your special card? But the card is 20,000. You have two 20,000 at home, and it is impossible to open it and call you. The beautiful mother also knows that the two 20,000 is the only pair in her hand, so she doesn't let go of her, holding it like a baby. That's right, after drawing so many cards, there is still only one pair on my mother's side, and a certain prince is also drunk. Concubine Tans, who is 20,000. Concubine Yuan has won here, but it has already been eaten, and the last one hasn't appeared yet. It should be in the Great Wall. Whoever catches it depends on his luck. The treasure card is 6 cakes, and there is only one. So if you want to listen first, unless there are a lot of Who cards, you will really have to cross the single plank bridge. After 3 laps, the emperor's wife Jiang Yan also listened. Hers is 8 cakes, and there is only one visually. These beauties have nothing to fight for beauty, and they are really good at sports. They are not much bigger than a needle eye. After another lap, concubine Yuan Gaifai also listened, leaving only the beautiful mother who was lonely and stiff. Yoji was also very sympathetic, but there was no way. His own mother was really unreasonable, so she remained silent. It's better. 5. A loaf. 90,000. 4 loaves. Except for the hard queen, the other 3 girls stared at the treasure card, for fear of being touched by the opponent. Whenever they caught the cake card, if they could not see the 6 cakes, they would immediately sigh. But it is a pity that they have a good bear brand. Wow, it's this one. Jiang Yan touched a card, glanced at it slightly, just wanted to play it out instinctively, but found something was wrong, suddenly remembered that it was the treasure card, and immediately cried out excitedly, as if he was a kid who had discovered a fun toy same. Then the beautiful women of Who brand turned over their cards for everyone to taste and prevent possible fraud. The other 3 took a look with their white necks, as if there was no problem. That was the end. Quick! 4 tills of silver per person. The imperial sister-in-law immediately stretched out a pair of her own little tender hands. There was a saying before, even if it is a trial game, you must be a real sword and a gun. If you don't have a lottery, it will be boring. Therefore, Jiang Yan of Who brand is very serious in collecting debts. Don't say you don't give money, even if it's a difference of 1 or 2, it won't work. Behind every noble person is a group of court ladies and eunuchs, some with fans, some with spaghetti, and naturally some with purses. Everyone brings at least 100 tills of silver. If you lose all of them, you will go back and get them. Anyway, know the one who is short of money, according to the round number of 250 tills. Lose it. It doesn't matter even if it's a whole ingot of silver. Cunning Palace has small change, and there is no problem in exchange for various amounts of silver. Even 1 ingot and 50 tills of gold can give you a pile of 1 or 2 weights of silver. Come out. Let's come again. After giving the silver, the beautiful mother's tone was obviously dissatisfied. The urgency just now had a serious impact on her performance. It has nothing to do with the card skills. It must be dropped like this, and it must be like this. The concubine returns to the concubine. The casino has no girlfriends, especially in such a fun game. You must slap a card to experience the sense of chopsticks you are expecting. Seeing Huang's sister-in-law Shikai's flamboyant expression, Queen Zhu is also jealous and must win back. Not only her, but the other two imperial concubines are the same. Even worse. Concubine Tan was the first to listen, but in the end, she didn't have any cards. Instead, the emperor's wife came behind. How could this breath be easily swallowed? It doesn't matter if the enemy doesn't play cards. His good situation instantly handed him over, and he worked so hard to listen to it, but instead outputted fortals of silver. This is a lot of fire. The silver is small. The face is big. The second one must be a big victory. In fact, the unwilling concubine Yuan Gui felt the same way. She and the imperial concubine almost listened back and forth. The imperial concubine touched the treasure and beat the concubine Tan to win. She had to pay attention all the way. Come on. After winning the first battle, Zhang Yan immediately accumulated enough confidence, hoping to win a winning streak with his strength. Naturally he would not be afraid of Queen Zhao's blatant glamour. Combined with the previous explanation of a certain prince, the four nobles have probably figured out the rules of the game, and they like this kind of things from the fairy world more, and they are almost engrossed in it, and it is not far away from being unable to extricate themselves. Yoji took a peek at the time. After working for about half an hour, he was able to hit 8 in a morning, which is only 2 laps. Looking at the momentum, it would not be possible to stop the car without a fierce battle until the sun went down. The beauty drank a quick sip of tea while she was in the code, and the witty eunuch immediately removed the cups, so as not to disturb the elegance of the nobles. It won't be long before Margaret Wall will become the main business of the back residence nobles. Everything else is trivial and can be postponed, including meals. Sister, understand? Yoji watched Su Yan standing behind her mother for a long time, and she looked very cute attentively, so she went over to strike up a conversation. With the golden body of the prince, naturally she would not be gossiped by others. His Majesty, the servant is dull. I haven't realized it yet. Su Yan is very humble. Although this Mahjong game is an immortal game, the gameplay is relatively simple. It is very similar to Daming's horse hanging leaves. Su Yan listened all the way and watched the game from close range. In fact, she knew 90% in her heart. But you still need to keep a sense of measure. My sister Bingsu is smart. If my sister doesn't understand it, everyone else will be confused. Yoji. But Su Yan's brain is very bright. She is in charge of Cunning Palace's finances, and it is well organized. After a few hundred years, it will at least be a high-quality school graduate of a first-class university, and it is the kind of science that is a combination of undergraduate and master's degree. Your Highness is absurdly praised. Being praised by the prince, Su Yan was a little bit shy, her pretty face flushed, and she hurriedly turned her head away, not wanting the prince to see her embarrassment. But there were so many court ladies and servants around him that everyone didn't say anything, and she understood very well in her heart. Working in the palace is very hard. Although the food and clothing are free, they still seem extremely depressed. These little palace ladies and little eunuchs live by lace news, and big things can be blown into big things. Yoji didn't say anything anymore, and began to check the expressions of the paparazzi in the back residence. Everyone bowed their heads as soon as they saw this. They didn't dare to look at the prince, and none of them dared to take the risk. 80,000. Bump. The poker table is already at war. The emperor's wife is determined to be in Lianzhuang. The mother and the 2 imperial concubines have to avoid losing streak in order to defeat the enemies of the same. The contradiction between the dead opponents has also been temporarily eased, and it has become 3 times hit the trend of 1. My mother's hand is much better than the previous one. At least the card can be listened to with 4 cards, and it is still not as strong as Tangaifi's superior, but it has changed a lot. You can't disclose the situation of Tangaifi's to your mother. Otherwise, my mother's pretty face has to change color. After catching the 3rd lap, the situation became better and the situation was very good. After her son's instructions, Queen Zhu also understood her current situation, and she couldn't help showing a triumphant smile. But the smile didn't last long, because Yuan Gaifai actually listened to them, and Yoji was stunned. It's too fast. In order to listen to it, I don't care about the feelings of the other 3 companies. It's really ridiculous. Lord Brother Hong, please help my aunt to see if this is the right way to listen. Concubine Yuan is determined to win this time. It is a pity that such a good card is not humiliated, and it takes less time than the concubine Tan, so she will definitely get the treasure. Yes, that's it. Yoji swept through it. Yuan Gaifai has no shortage of 9s. There are palms and a bear, and they are all round. There are also 3 Who cards. There is no one on the table. There is only one other family. There are 2 treasure cards to be drawn. The situation can be said to have a great chance of winning. If this is not the case in the end, Yuan Gaifai will have to blame the carpenter. But first, it would be fine to carve a few more cards, so as to save the life and death after drawing the cards. This meal is anxious and the fire is added, and I have to use iced sour plum soup to suppress it. Pressure. Let's see who can do it later. Yuan Gaifai's lead is so big, if it can be overturned, this palace will be overwhelmed by this pt's wicked luck, and the fragrance can't stop it. There is another possibility that the other 3 companies are vying to fire in order to prevent Yuan Gaifai from touching the treasure. However, based on their current experience, they basically cannot guess what Yuan Gaifai uses, even the approximate interval. First of all, you have to make sure which one of the other people's husband is. If you guess it wrong, you will go wrong, and then you will slowly deliberate. One by one, there will always be hits, but this method it is time consuming. Once Yuan Gaifai had enough time, whether it was a treasure or a Who card, she might have drawn it herself. If you shoot Ku, the gunner and the other 2 only need to pay 2 or 2. It's the same as the self, but it feels different. If you let Yuan Gui concubine touch herself, that kind of joy is completely absent from being fired. If you can choose, of course Yuan Gui concubine will insist on touching herself. Moreover, it would be better if you touched the treasure card by yourself. This is the case with the superior emperor's wife, which is almost equivalent to letting the concubine Tangui, who is planning to come to a good start, eat a basket of Huanglian. 9 cakes. 10,000. 7. 10,000. At this time, someone has learned to follow the cards, and soon other tricks can be used without a teacher. Yoji feels that in the afternoon, the 4 beautiful ladies' card skills will be greatly improved, and then it will be the tip of the knife. The moment of Mang. 3. What a fool. Concubine Tan looked at her peers blankly. She never expected that she would fire a cannon, and she regretted it immediately. Although she detained, but didn't catch 3 cards, Yuan Gaifai was ashamed, and she gave it to the door by herself. I can't find a place to attack. Every family is 2 or 2 yo. It doesn't matter if you don't draw it by yourself, as long as you can play cards. Yuan Gaifai actually doesn't have high demands on herself. Besides, concubine Tan has deceived her. With one more competitor, she can't draw the cards slowly. The upper hand lost to the emperor's wife by 4-2. This one made 6 and 2 and made a net profit of 2 and 2. At last, he didn't lose money, and he was still the second man in the back residence. He was so beautiful in his heart. Concubine Tangui detained 2 consecutively, but one of them was gone, and the total output went to 6 tals. This is the most sympathetic person in the cunning palace right now. The same is true for beautiful mothers, but both of them here are standing and watching the show. Seeing that the opponent who pulled the cards was dumb, they snickered inwardly. just like their own cards. A certain prince didn't say anything. To find this situation develops. The emperor's wife and Yuan Guifai's Hu card will do. Once the mother and Tangui concubine have a Hu card, and it is Lian's Wang, the two of them will have to go out sideways sooner or later. Chapter 187, Palace Examination Questions. As the prince and the eldest son, Yoji watched filially all morning. The concubines have basically mastered the essentials of playing mahjong, and they can be considered to be well known. Although they can't guess the other three Hu cards for the time being, their card skills have been compared. The village girls are not much different. A certain prince has reason to believe that with the gradual promotion of mahjong in the back residence, it will greatly stabilize the back residence, and can bring closer the relationship between beauties, eliminate barriers, alleviate contradictions, and fade. Well, it's a bit too much, such as the beautiful mother and concubine Tan. It should be incompatible with fire and water. When it was time for lunch, the four beauties played 10 rounds. The beautiful mother-in-law only won 1, and Tangaifai was strong, but only 2. Zhang Yan went smoothly, winning 4 of them, and the other 3 belonged to concubine Yuan Gui. The emperor's wife was lucky. She had 2 touch treasures, and she made a net profit of 12 pls after digging out the compensation. The corners of her happy mouth couldn't be closed. In this regard, the beautiful mother is not too cold, because the enemy is not so good. In the morning, she is not lucky and needs to be transported in the afternoon. The same is true for concubine Tan. Regarding such a result, the Yangtze beauty said she was totally dissatisfied with her superb card skills. In addition to instructing the maid and the maid to take good care of the children during the break, the 4 girls have put their minds on playing cards. Just like not leaving school, the beauty is innate, and the Holy Family cannot be forced. But when it comes to playing cards, of course the beauties are not satisfied with each other. As long as they can stick the leaves, it is easy to understand mahjong. Therefore, it is necessary to show the male and distinguish between the high and the low, especially in the back residence. When the emperor wakes up, he may fall in love with playing mahjong. This is an essential skill for pets. Playing mahjong has become a palace fight. Yoji thinks it would be better for him to retreat. There is the emperor's wife here, and the beautiful mother is in the face of Zhang Yan's face. Even if he loses money, he shouldn't do anything to Guifai Tan. It's a big deal tomorrow. If your mother loses money for 3 days in a row, it's not a problem of luck. You have to teach your mother a small stove, so that the lord of the back residence is really half a bottle of mahjong. Yoji did not eat lunch with these addicted beauties, because Sun Quanting, Hong Chengqiu, Li Shiwen, Zhang Guoai, Wu Gang, Xguoguan, Zhuo Modi, Diyingxi, etc. came to meet them, not to mention Huang Degong, who is a big foodie. Since the lunch was a delicious fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowl, which made the prince and princesses enjoy eating, a certain prince seriously suspected that they had come in a group to enter the palace for a meal. Otherwise it would not be possible to have a meal before the meal. Waiting outside the palace, even if the court meeting is not held for the time being, the commanding generals will attack every morning to report to the prince yesterday evening and this morning's battle. After the relevant personnel counted the number of thieves killed, Li Shiwen, Shangxiu of the Ministry of Households, was responsible for reviewing the amount of silver rewards in order to declare to the prince. Zhang Guoai wanted to discuss the construction of the city with the prince. Building a new capital is not as simple as talking about it. There are too many related aspects, and the Ministry of Industry is almost messed up. As the number of officials involved in the corruption case is as high as thousands of people, the official department Shangxiu Duyingxi has to discuss with the criminal department Shangxiu Zhenxiu, who is in charge of the detention of the suspects, and also communicate with the Zhuo Duyushi Zongqiang of the Metropolitan Procuratorate and verify whether there are any people who are framed. On the other side, he had to go to the palace and apply to the prince to replenish officials as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be a problem for the court to resume operations. It would be a good thing for the prince to crack down on corruption, but if the various officers were unable to fill the vacancies in time, even the decree would not be smoothly communicated. More importantly, Zuo Modi, the new governor of Shaanxi, waited eagerly for the prince to allocate some officials to him so that he could take Shaanxi to take office. If there were not enough manpower, the so-called governing Shaanxi would be a ridiculous empty talk. The palace solves Zuo Aking's problem first, and all officials who go to Shaanxi to fill the vacancy are selected from the palace examinations. The young people are full of vigor and strong body and are suitable for working in remote areas. This is a practice which is beneficial to their future careers. This whole examination is presided over by Yuan Lu, the right servant of the Ministry of Rights, and Wu Wai, the second assistant, is the chief marking officer. The examination questions are personally drawn up by the palace, including stereotypes, and are not limited to stereotypes. The top 100 candidates will be allotted to the left. Aking, if you start to fall for your own sake after taking office, Zuo Aking can use Shangfeng sword to cut first and then play. My palace grants you the right to be arbitrary and does not need to report in advance. If there is still a big gap, you will draw from each department. It will be set from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. the day after tomorrow, for 1.5 hours, and the venue will be from Yumen to Chen Shinmen. The most anxious among these people is Zuo Modi, because Shanqian is thousands of miles away. Even if he knows that there are oil fields, coal mines, and gold mines, he can't develop them without enough manpower. It's really hard to do it on his own. The prince confessed. Yuanlu was not in the East Palace, so Wu Yan, the examiner's second assistant, said in a casual way, His Royal Highness, the minister thought that if the first 100 candidates were to fill the vacancy of Shanqian, the announcement before the exam would make the candidates deliberately slack, and the announcement after the exam would appear refusal to take office. Wu Wai understood the prince's care for Shanqian, and Zuo Modi was also thirsty for talents, but with this arrangement, it is estimated that few people would be willing to go. Shanqian is a poor place and cannot squeeze much oil and water. This is a well-known thing. There is a shortage of more than 50% of the local official positions, and the newly promoted officials simply don't want to go to that ghost place. Anyone who can go to office either has no way to find a place to give gifts, or is really poor and has no money to give gifts. And there are not many officials aiming to help the poor. This arrangement has its own reason and mystery. Yoji said with a smile and said, Wu Aking does not need to worry about it. You can link the area of employment to the relevant treatment and announce that the salary and salary treatment of Shaanxi officials is equal to that of Jifu, because it is a border area. Plus the subsidy, the monthly salary will be slightly higher, and all cash will be issued. This palace feels that some people will be moved. For those candidates who refuse to take up the post, they will be treated according to the crime of deceiving the king and be demoted to the common people, and they will never be retaken. If there is anyone in his family who evades taxes, he will make up for 50 years. A certain prince took special care of Shaanxi's officials. There is a bitter cold subsidy in the salary. Anyone who is not willing to go to work like this is the one who does not need money. If there is money in the family, tax evasion will inevitably occur. It's not far from the home ransacking. The family property of candidates who refuse to take up the post is used to pay candidates who are willing to take up the post. The court can boost the enthusiasm of the officials in Shaanxi and Qingxi and maintain the order in all parts of the northwest without paying a couple of dollars. This method is really perfect. His Royal Highness is wise, Shushan is pedantic. The prince made such an arrangement, and Wu Yan had nothing to say. It turned out that the prince was already thinking about the wealth of the rebellious people, so we can only blame them for not opening their eyes and insisting on confronting the prince, and the only end is the ruin of the family. But this is good. It happens to be able to take advantage of the domineering gentry children. The court is not run by their family. No matter how temperament they are at home, they can only be submissive when they work in the court. Otherwise, someone will teach you to cry for mercy. It's just that Wu Lu is very curious about what exam questions the prince will give. In previous years, the emperor participated in the question. This year, the emperor Xianyu, the prince will supervise the country, and the 10-year-old prince will give all the exam questions. This is just. Wu Aking thinks in her heart. I don't know what is this. Yoji asked Yang Jinkao to bring a few pieces of paper to Wulu. The questions on the top were the exam questions for the palace exam. His Royal Highness has an insight into Q-how, and the ministers admire it until. Wulu took it and glanced roughly, and immediately bowed his hands to salute. This was the question in his heart. The other courtiers were also Binksu smart. Of course, they guessed what was written on the paper, but didn't know what it was. Aking is the chief scoring officer. The exam questions can be checked in advance, but you alone can enjoy this treatment. Other Akings don't need to read it, so that guests will visit. On the contrary, if the exam questions are leaked, then the palace can find Wu Aking up. Anyway, the test will be opened the day after tomorrow. It's a big deal that Sifu just closed the door to thank the guests. I really can't hide and wait for Huang Degong to live with Ru Aiman. The conditions are a bit worse. I don't know if he can withstand the snoring of a certain general soldier. The minister must keep it secret, and dare not divulge even the slightest. Of course, Wu Gang did not dare to disclose the content of the exam questions, unless he was really tired and crooked, and hurriedly hid the exam questions in his sleeves for fear of being seen by his colleagues. It's okay, Aking can go to the corner to read it alone, and if you find something wrong, you can write it down first. When the palace finishes processing the political affairs, you and I are slowly discussing amendments. Yoji is not a word, especially when it comes to the examination questions for the palace exam. Wooler's relevant experience is definitely more abundant than that of a certain prince, and multiple experts can be more calm. The waiter arranged a table and chairs for Master Sifu in the corner, and also prepared the 4 treasures of the study, so as not to alter the exam questions prepared by the prince, but it was disrespectful. After sitting down, as soon as he saw the first question, Master Sisuk realized that his brain seemed a little insufficient, and he hurriedly stretched out his fingers to calculate. The full score of the exam questions in the palace exam is 100 points, and the first question is the 10 question, but Wu Wai was also a little caught off guard. The question is excluding Mengu, how many divisions are under the jurisdiction of the Daming territory, including the 2 capitals and the 3 border divisions. In fact, I asked how many provinces the empire had. The 2 capitals refer to Northern Zili and Southern Zili. The 3 frontier divisions are Wuxi Zhangdusi in Tibetan area, Dogonjusi in Qinghai, and Nuganjusi in northeast China. Nuganjusi can also be answered as Liadongdusi. Although the places that these 2 names represent have been occupied by Huangdeji, they are still under the empire in name. This question is actually very simple, because the examinee has been told directly that there are 3 divisions in the frontier. Just write the specific names, plus the many chief divisions in the 2 capitals and the mainland. If the number is still not correct, then don't blame your parents for bad genetics, such as Mr. Sifu who is breaking his fingers right now. There are hints under the question. 1 point will be deducted for a wrong answer to the name of the company. 10 wrong answers will not be scored for this question. A certain prince still didn't believe that there were duck eggs in the first question, so the General Dahan should kick him out of the examination room. Question 2. How many times did Emperor Chengzi make offerings during the northern expedition, and in what year? There may be excuses for not being able to answer the previous question, and some people may be born with road blindness. But if you continue to eat eggs for this question, you are really a slogan who has forgotten the ancestors, and you can get the board if you answer it wrong. Wulu hurriedly recalled the history when he saw it, and recalled the process of Emperor Yongel's expedition. Fortunately, he remembered it as a false alarm. Candidates who answer wrongly are only to blame for not having to work hard, but if they answer wrongly as the cabinet's second assistant, it will be discredited. Question 3. There are chickens and rabbits in the cage. There are 32-foot offerings and 10 head offerings. How many rabbits and chickens are there in the cage? Seeing such a question, Wulu was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses. as if the prince was deliberately trying to embarrass the candidates. How can this be calculated? Even if it is really calculated, it will take a lot of time, and it is very urgent to answer other questions. Wooloo simply stopped answering, but went straight down along this question, and when he saw the penultimate question, he became sluggish again. The topic is what is it? What's next? What dong? What west? What fat? What is thin? What's thin? What thick? After seeing it, Sisyuk wanted to stand up directly, and walked around the yard violently. What kind of problem is this? Can such a problem be worth 20 points? Is the prince deliberately molesting many candidates? This kind of question without a predetermined answer is the most annoying. If there is no corresponding standard as a reference, it is easy for the candidates to write. But how do you end the scoring officials' score? The prince came up with this kind of problem. Is this considering the supervising student? Obviously assessing officials. As the chief scoring officer, he was burned on the fire by His Royal Highness. All officials involved in scoring must hate themselves afterwards. In desperation, Wooloo sighed, only to mediate his mood with a wry smile. The last question is simple: how to interpret the sentence "Heaven walks healthy, gentleman strives for self-improvement." Even if the examinee can get full marks on the last question, before then, they should have been confused by the problem of the prince. The prince also specifically stated that 60 points are the passing line, 70 to 80 points are good, 80 points or more are excellent, less than 60 points are poor students, and those less than 40 points are not allowed to be appointed, and less than 20 points, those who are not allowed to refer again. As the second assistant of the Ming Empire, Wu Wei worked hard for a long time, and finally finished writing the answer, checked it again, and thought it was quite appropriate, except for some individual questions. However, even if it is an optimistic estimate, the score will be around 6 or 70 points, which is far from the 80-point excellence line. But he has already used his best in this way. Thinking of this, Wooloo felt that he should really say nothing about the prince, and let the officials of the third rank and above take the exam together, otherwise he couldn't swallow the breath. This is tantamount to being put by the prince. On the face of it, he got the test questions alone and became the object of everyone's envy, but in fact it was a dumb loss, and he couldn't find a place to reason. After answering the test papers, Wu Wei sat there for a long time with many thoughts. He felt that his life was full of unpredictable accidents, including being deceived in the palace. The hall exams to be held the day after tomorrow will be extremely wonderful, because I have answered them like this, not to mention those candidates with poor knowledge. Thinking about the benefits, this test will be able to remove the falsehood and preserve the truth, screen out some of the offspring who have real talents, and give them some problems. Chapter 188, No One is Spared. In all fairness, after answering and putting his pen in meditation, Wooloo still thinks that the subject of the palace exam is not too difficult. The first question is about the territory of the Ming dynasty. If you answer the wrong question, you can't blame anyone else. The prince has already revealed 5 regions, plus the chief secretary to get a full score. The second question is about Cheng's northern expedition. Some candidates still don't know about such a major event. They can only say that they usually idle, waste their studies, leave the business behind, and regret it until the palace exam. The 3 questions were designed to examine the mental arithmetic ability of the supervising students. Wu Wei tried to combine them one by one. After a while, he finally got the right number. I think other candidates can also use this method. The 4th question involves taxation, and the title is which types of taxes are currently receivable by the imperial court, what percentage of each tax should be receivable, and the types of taxes receivable must be stated and related reasons. When the prince set up questions in this way, it is easy to find out the examinee's attitude towards imperial taxation and the backers behind them, which have great reference value for future appointments. Right now the discerning people in the imperial court could see that the key to whether Ming could wipe out the bandits and even wipe out the eastern captives was taxation. which was the top priority. As long as the revenue can be increased substantially and there is sufficient silver as a backing, even if the prince supervises the country, he can easily mobilize people from all walks of life and expand his army for war preparations. Without money, any reorganization of Heshan and even Zongsing Daming is just a daydream, and there is no hope of seeing it. According to the most conservative estimate of the Ministry of War officials, just to regain Liaodong, the expenditure will not be less than 50 million tals. If it lasts for 10 years or even longer, I am afraid it will break through the 100 million mark. Now Liaodong's military expenditure is as high as 5 million tals per year. And this is only the expense when only defending. Once the army is dispatched, the money and food consumed is bound to double, and 10 million tals per year is only the consumption under the most ideal conditions. If you stage a big defeat like the Battle of Thrall, you will hit 10 million tals at a time. Before the imperial court's annual income was only 15 million tals at its peak. This humiliating fiasco was absolutely unbearable. In the era of the prince's supervision of the country, fiscal revenue began to be abundant, but so many soldiers and horses were lost at one time, and the court would be caught off guard. Even so, compared with the fifth question, the fourth question is just a trivial matter. The fifth question is to ask the examinee, Eastern captives have entered and plundered 5 times. Today, plagues are rampant in all parts of the north, and Vientiane is withered. Some people suggest moving the capital to Nanjing. With the heart of one man, it can be long and stable. What is the solution? Every time the Qing army entered the customs, the Ming army stationed in various parts of the north had to come to the king. The cost of money and food was so huge that it was second. The biggest drawback is to deploy the troops of the bandits to help Gifu. The main force of the Ming army gathered in the Gifu area, but it was still impossible to defend against. The Qing army still adopted the tactics of avoiding the actual attack, and the force was like a broken bamboo, successively destroying the city, looting the treasury, and looting people and animals, causing extremely serious losses to all parts of the north. Every time the Qing army enters the customs, Bifang will suffer a catastrophe. After 5 catastrophes, the tax revenue in the northern chief ministers has existed in name. Except for the main cities and prefectures and counties, the people in other places have long been turned into lumen and begged cross the day. Although there is suspicion of cowardice to move the capital, it can also be a strategy to move forward. Stick to the south of the Yangtze River and use the Huai River as a barrier. Just like the southern Song dynasty, it retreats on the battlefield steadily, maintained for more than 100 years. Now the only enemy in the north is the East captives, whose strength is far below the danger posed by the 3 major enemies of Jin, Mengu, and Xixia in the southern Song dynasty. Therefore, moving the capital to Nanjing is a way to retreat and rejuvenate. When the dynasty started, the Taizongao emperor made the capital Nanjing. Only after Jingnan, the Chengzu emperor moved the capital to the capital and moved south again. This is not a violation of the ancestral precepts, but it is in line with the intention of the Taizongao emperor. Moving the capital to Nanjing has many advantages. It can greatly alleviate the pressure of water transportation. The emperor took his mansion and tens of thousands of entourages to the south, so the water transportation does not need to send a large amount of grain to the capital, which can directly reduce the consumption during transportation. Secondly, Nanjing and the East captives are thousands of miles away. Even if the East captives enter the customs again, they will not be able to pose any threat to the capital. The imperial court can organize defenses more calmly to avoid large-scale damage to troops. In the third place, the emperor's presence in Nanjing can also more effectively control the taxes in the south of the Yangtze River, especially for those merchants who have evaded taxes for years. Under the blow of thunder, the annual revenue will surely increase. These 3 advantages are not available in the capital, but any savvy examinee will think that as long as they write it out, they can get more than half of the score. Wu Lu also imagined that the prince would use this question to test the courtier's views on moving the capital. If there is no fierce opposition, the prince might really move the capital south to avoid the east captives for the time being. Regarding the transfer of the capital, it is natural that the benevolent sees benevolence, and the wise sees wisdom. There is a corresponding reason for how to argue. He has to think twice before doing sparse words, so as not to lose the truth. In this whole examination, there are 7 questions. 1 to 4 questions are 10 points each, and 5 to 7 questions are 20 points each, with a full score of 100 points. Wooloo doesn't know who can get 80 points or more. If he could get 90 points, he would be a talented person, and he would surely be reused by the prince. Especially for the 6th question, it is really very brain intensive, and it's an extraordinary man who can fill it in. After Wu Yong sat there for a while, he felt dissatisfied with his answer on the 6th question, and was still thinking about better content. I don't know what the prince's standard answer is, and whether he can secretly follow the path of the dragon. The last question seems to be the simplest, but in fact it is a trap. Others are kept in the dark. Wu Wai sees it deeper and more transparently. The prince will not come up with this question for no reason, even if it is just to give the candidates points. After many candidates have explained that the sky is healthy, the gentleman strives for self-improvement, the prince may ask whether he can be an official like this, and the candidates will of course fully agree. If an incident occurs in the future due to the riches of private pockets, the Metropolitan Procuratorate will take this examination paper to compare what it has greeted with ink, and will sentence a former candidate to the crime of deceiving the emperor. The test papers are all in black and white and they need to be signed and hand-printed. It is the same as the original method of the prince to clean up the nobles. Although Wu Lu just listened to Xguoguan, he can roughly guess the situation at that time. Maybe you don't have to bother to stay at the Metropolitan Procuratorate far away in the capital. Something really happened. The governor of Shankian, Zuo Modi, who has the right to be head first and then play, can do it directly, and afterwards, just write the ins and outs and play the prince. When Wu Lu consciously finished answering the examination papers, a certain prince was almost done. In order to help Zuo Modi realize his original intention of facilitating Shankian as soon as possible, Yoji decided to allocate no less than 200 officials to him. Half of the palace exam is resolved, and the other half is adjusted by each yeoman. On average, there are only a dozen people in each yeoman. This isn't a thorny one. The real obstacle is that Jifu officials don't want to go to Shankian to take office, and everyone has this idea, which makes the smug Zuo Modi feel difficult. The solution to this was that a certain prince decided to grant an amnesty to those who greeted me with a relatively small amount of money, and let them go to Shanxi to commit their crimes and make meritorious deeds. It is not difficult to pick out 100 minor sinners out of nearly 1,000 worms. After escaping a disaster, many of them would choose the golden basin to wash their hands for the consideration of their family members. Even if they are bold and reckless, they will be cautious again. Sun Quanting brought good news. While Han Rui, the deputy general of the 5th Army Battalion, was unable to escape, the Qin army overtaken Yang Kun, south of Yuqing, and was shot dead. The body has been sent to the Ministry of War for the record. The commander Ma Xu, guarding Tianjin, reported that Bak Huang and Liu Liangzuo led their troops to seize the ship and fled. After fierce fighting, the defenders shot Bak Huang in one fell swoop and annihilated more than 1,000 enemies. Liu Liangzuo was on the run with the remnants and his whereabouts were unknown. At this point, the 6 lieutenants of the 3 major battalions have been killed. Most of the men and horses have become the fruits of the battle between the brave battalion and the Qin army, and the remnants of sins are already like frightened birds, not to be afraid. However, Flower Horse Liu had better luck and had escaped, but as long as he didn't board the ship and went to sea, facing the officers and soldiers who went to chase and suppress, it would be difficult for him to survive in the area of Jisuk and even Shandong. Sun Quanting has ordered the Qin army to repeatedly search for and sweep the remnants of the Beijing camp in the surrounding areas of Jifu. Before going south to suppress the bandits, he can eradicate this scourge for His Royal Highness and restore the peace of the city. Regarding the allocation of silver, Yoji asked Li Shiwin, Shangxiu, to directly communicate with Sun Quanting and Huang Degong, so as to avoid the intermediate link of the Ministry of War, so as not to delay business affairs by those who are rich in their own pockets. Theoretically, the front of a soldier in the Beijing camp was bared with tentals of silver. If there is only a naked corpse, it cannot be cashed out. Who knows if he will be defrauded of two rewards? With a lot of gains and under the pressure of Sun Quanting, the generals of the Qin army did not care too much about this, because the general's silver was not calculated on the basis of the gains, and the prince had his own share for them, and there was no need to compete with ordinary soldiers for rewards. Silver. A total of nearly 1,000 people were arrested in various Yemen. Faced with the demands of filling vacancies from all directions, the officials were now at a loss. Du Yingxi had to ask the prince for instructions. If he did not fill the vacancies as soon as possible, the court was afraid that he would be paralyzed. This is no big deal. Yaji's solution is the first, to release a group of officials who have been wrongly sentenced by the prisoner of the Ministry of Criminal Justice. For example, Yan Zhizu, the governor of Shandong, who was reinstated as an official, did not commit any capital crimes. King De was arrested by the braid and had little to do with him. It was just that he was arrested because he wanted to give Yang Siqing a backdoor. He was a veritable wrongdoer. The second is to recall the officials who have been dismissed or returned to their hometown in some trouble. How can a famous painter like Huang Duo, who will take refuge in the braid, do not find him back? How can he smoothly click off his head? This kind of dog food that eats inside and out, kills one and loses one. Isn't it good at painting? Then go down to the underworld early and draw a portrait for Lord Yama. Those guys who want to buy an official can ask Xyuogwen to receive him. After filling the vacancy, he will find a chance to snap together. This can not only relieve Yingxi's urgent need, but also make the husband and wife make a lot of money. Helia, why not? Through the palace examination, 100 or 200 people will be added to the official department. It is almost enough. These new officials have no work experience, but they are energetic. It is a great gift to be an official in Jifu. Anyone who is disobedient will be transferred to Shanqiangos. Roughly 500 or 600 people can be solved for blocking Yingxi. Even if it can't fill the pits in Yenon, it doesn't matter. Anyway, a certain prince has already raised the salaries of courtiers. So I think it's better to reduce staff and increase efficiency. Regarding the design of the new city, Yoji felt that he had to study it slowly with Zhang Guoai, Shangxiu from the Ministry of Industry, so that he could make a master plan for Shandong, and let him handle the details. The small city of 500,000 tals and the big city of 5 million tals are familiar and heavy. Of course, it is easy to see that Zhang Guoai is busy and lacks skills. So he must focus on this huge new city. All the requirements and suggestions of the prince must be implemented, because the prince has solved the most difficult problem of funding for the construction of the city, and the rest of the work must be completed by the Ministry of Engineering, and the prince must not be disappointed. Regarding the details of the western bastions, Zhang Guoai is still reading many architectural books brought by the armed warlocks not far away, especially about the military. The bastions of various countries also have their own characteristics and differences. Zhang Guoai must also compare them, take the essence and imitate them, and achieve the expected effects while reducing the cost as much as possible. This also gave him a new understanding of the Western defense facilities of the same period in the process of learning. In comparison, similar fortresses in the West have a stronger structure and stronger anti-invasion capabilities than Daming. It is not unreasonable for the prince to ask for such a request. For the same amount of silver, it is natural to build a Western-style bastion with higher defensive capabilities. If the outer walls of the new city can be built into a bastion, the new city must be indestructible, and the emperor can sit back and relax. Okay, the political affairs are finished. You, a king, can relax, and it is not too late to go out. After dinner, there are games from the fairy world in this palace, and you can share them with a king. Suyin, who is in charge of the Yinzu supervisor, not only does a good mahjong, if so many days have passed, if he does a good one, his official hat really won't be able to keep it. Knowing that none of the lieutenants of Jinying survived, Yoji in a good mood decided to play Mahjong for some fun in the future, and asked Yang Jianqiao to replace it with a table dedicated to Mahjong. The silk tablecloth was already laid, and the box containing the cards was just there. Bit up. This game is not much different from Horse Dio. I don't know which foraking volunteered and felt that the horse grain skill is good and dare to compete with her colleagues. The palace issued 100 tals of silver to each family before the meal. Even if you win, you will be replaced if you lose all your capital. Few people still carry heavy silver in the offense, so a certain prince gave the seeded players 100 tals of capital each, which is regarded as entertaining and entertaining. Everyone was eager to try, but playing openly in front of the prince still felt a little unsure. After thinking about it, after some calculations, Hong Chengqiu, Xuguoguan, Zhuo Modi, and Li Shiwen finally played. The level of this group of players is much higher than that of the back residence group. Yoji just said it briefly and concisely, and they knew about it. After throwing the dice, the first one turned out to be Xuguoguan sitting on the bank. It is really the first assistant, because he is afraid that he will not be able to hold the bank. Sun Quanting, Zhang Guoai, and Du Yingxi watched the battle behind them. Wulu didn't think about the exam questions when he saw it, and came to join in the fun. Among them, Zhuo Modi was the youngest. Yoji originally thought he would slacken his feet, but he didn't expect that he was playing well. Xuguoguan couldn't manage politics. He was an expert at playing this gadget, and he belonged to a high-ranking player among courtiers. Li Shiwen, Shangxiu of the Ministry of Households, is good at calculating, and he must plan what cards to play in advance, so as not to give gifts to the next family. Among the four, Hong Chengqiu was the smartest. Although he was a little stranger to the concubines who had just started fighting in the morning, he would not easily lose Zhang. In order to arouse the enthusiasm of the players, a certain prince set the compensation standard of 5 tals single hanging, 12 tals ku, 15 tals touching treasures, and 20 tals boss on bao. I am not afraid that they will not play well. Chapter 189, Love and Kill. It is the first time for a group of important ministers to play Mahjong, but this wooden card game is very similar to Ma Dai Yi. After hearing the prince's interpretation, the four people on the table have already become familiar with each other after playing in person. There are almost no ministers in the Ming dynasty who can't play horse hanging leaves. They are divided into two types, those who play well and those who play badly. As long as there is horse hanging leaves as the foundation, the speed of learning Mahjong is very fast. Of the four players here are extremely clever, and they will draw inferences from one another. What the concubines spend a morning to master, they only need an third, or even a quarter of the time, to be familiar with them. These people have their own set of skills to deal with the affairs of the empire, and they can be regarded as the leaders of the imperial courtiers. Playing chess and card games that are much less difficult is not to be a problem. The brain is more than enough to calculate the opponent's cards. It's just that everyone is still in the groping and familiarization stage. It is not realistic to ensure that one card is not played wrong as soon as you get started. But the four people are still making cards by agreement. 20,000. Xwaking can use it. Oh. Thank you for reminding your highness. As a prospective son-in-law, a certain prince naturally wanted to cheer on the prospective father-in-law's platform. Xuguoguan's row is also quite strong. If you don't count the open one, you can listen to Mobao with another one. It's the first time I have played with a king. So let me give you a reminder. Xwaking can actually draw cards normally without a Kong, but in this way, those who are preparing for Huowen will definitely not know that he already has 3 cards here. Put 1 card on the table, that is to say, it is impossible to use 10,000 and 30,000 cards and 20,000 cards. If you have to do so, you can only draw the treasure after listening. If it is a concealed hole, it is someone already has 3 of the same cards in his hand, and then he draws 1 and made up 4 of them. Then the other 3 have to guess what card he is playing, because they're concealed Kong, as the name suggests. is just to deduct it directly. Outsiders can't see it. If the other three players are playing cards with hidden Kong, then you can only draw treasure cards. Li Shiwen is about to prepare a card of 20,000, and if the first assistant is not clear, the Hubu Shangxiu will be stuck in the world. These words caused several lively audiences around to nod frequently. These wooden sign games integrate reasoning, calculation, and luck. They are really fun. A certain prince only explained a little bit because everyone was a rookie. Otherwise he would be lazy to say that even if he didn't understand at the time, after a few losses, he would understand it well after paying the tuition with money. 8 loaves. Shufu is now waiting for whoever can give him another 3 or 6 to draw, and he can draw one by himself. In short, the situation is very good. Stroking his beard triumphantly, with this beauty in his heart. 10,000. The upper family gave 20,000 to the bar to die, and the 10,000 to 30,000 in Li Shiwen's hand also lost its meaning. After touching a decent card, he simply threw it out without seeing it or worrying about it. Li aching. Are you still planning to listen? Yoji glanced at it and knew that Hubu Shangxiu had started to enter the self-pit mode as soon as he didn't pay attention. I don't know why your highness asks such questions. Li Shiwen was still a little confused, thinking that he knew the rules of Mahjong well. It's not allowed to deduct the missing of the 9. Even if the Hu card is deducted, it is considered a fraud, and 3 companies have to be paid. As for his deck of cards, there is no tail card starting with 9 characters at all, neither bird nor yibing, nor red in the middle, just one 10,000, and it's been played out. This is really a good example of throwing cards, throwing a card and patting the thigh. Li Shiwen looked at his card and recalled what the prince had said. He was dumbfounded and wanted to go back, but was stopped by the governor of Shanxi and Zuo Modi. Hey, Lord Li, it's a dead card to land. Ha ha. Zuo Modi happily picked up the 10,000 that the other party had thrown out, and then prepared to listen to such a happy event. Hong Chengchu was confused. He didn't know what happened. He was Li Shiwen's next home. He watched Zuo Modi overstep the position and took the card from his eyes. Yes. There is no problem. Can Hong Aking use 10,000 to listen to it? Yoji hurriedly went over to watch, but Zuo Modi was a rising star in the end. His brain was very bright, and there was nothing wrong with the card. Back to your highness. The minister doesn't need this card. Hong Chengchu understands that people who are listening can grab cards. If they are listening by themselves, they can still follow the original card draw sequence. However, they can't listen to the cards with 10,000, so they have to work hard. The card is drawn. 6. Zuo Modi knocked out the unused cards he didn't have, and he happily glanced at the treasure cards, rubbing his hands excitedly, hoping to win. Bump. Xuguogwen had stretched out his hand and was about to draw the card. He almost shuddered when he heard Hong Chengchu's slightly outright call. Listen. He still wanted to touch Liu Xiao, but Zuo Modi sent it to himself. It was so convenient. Xuguogwen couldn't help but slander. Although he didn't say anything, he blamed Hubu Shangxiu with his eyes. It doesn't matter if you lose the Jiang yourself, just send the other 2 to the listener. Originally, my card should be listened first, but this is not good. Master Shufu has automatically classified Li Shiwen as a pig teammate. If he doesn't want to play cards, he wants to reach out and choke this guy directly. Hee. Interesting. When a certain prince saw what Hong Chengchu wanted to behave, he suddenly smiled, but he could play, and when he came to a single slogan, most people would not use this kind of side-by-side tactics. As long as this card is still in the Great Wall and is touched by someone, it will be played 9 out of 10, and it will directly become an artillery, almost a hit. Mahjong, which is dominated by Ku, has fewer single Hangjing players, so players will be more careless and don't care much about side cards such as Yojiu. His character can also be seen through the card of Hu. Hong Chengchu is very pragmatic. He doesn't ask for a big Hu, but only asks for his card. He is just like an official. In comparison, Zuo Modi Suo's card 40,000 is generally not easy to play, which involves risking a shot. If you hit Xiaocao at once, you will have to pay people $12 silver, and no one would be willing to change it. It should be this one. Like a veteran, Hong Chengqiu didn't look at the cards first, but touched them with his hands. He felt that the texture of the wooden card was very similar to the one he wanted. Then he turned over the cards he had touched, which attracted the admiration of the colleagues around him. The reason for everyone's astonishment was not that Hong Chengqiu was successful in his own way, but that he was caught by single Dai Bao Zongbao, and the amount of compensation for each family was as high as 20 tuo. Yoji also admired the luck of this product. The Hu card and the treasure card are left in the Great Wall. According to the probability of Zuomada's Hu card is twice as high as that of him. Even so, the final winner is still the old one. Hong Tu Shufu is still complaining about Hu Bu Shangxiu. If he hadn't hit 10,000, such a chain reaction would not have occurred. But going back further, Xu Ogwen opened the bar. If he didn't kill 20,000, Li Shiwen would not hit 10,000. If you push back to the end, it is the idea of a certain prince to open the bar, but Yoji can't give it to himself. As the sole sponsor of this entertainment event, of course, he has the undisputed right of final interpretation. After he hit 20,000, he went straight out for 20 tals of silver. It almost hurt his prospective father-in-law. Xu Ogwen is about to make a comeback. This is all Li Shiwen's fault, and it has nothing to do with his superb card skills. Lost an fifth of the chips in his hand with one hand. Except for Hong Chengqiu, who was so happy that he grinned to his cheeks, the other three were extremely nervous. According to this progress, within an hour, he would be kicked out. Go down. The money given by the prince who lost the light is small, and the decline in front of his colleagues is big. It is said that 20 was the first to be swept out of the game. Later, the colleagues will use this matter as a post-dinner talk, and they will be speechless. Now, we must regroup. The four of them are all young and powerful players, so the speed at the Great Wall is very fast. Regarding Hong Chengqiu's victory, the other three players all agreed that it was a fluke of stepping on shit Kong. It's also a coincidence that this prospective father-in-law came up and opened the bar, and it was a concealed bar. He directly gave the three people on the opposite side a straight bar, because it was completely impossible to guess what the Shufu adult bar was. Yoji was also stunned. According to this development, the first assistant will be renamed Shao Ugang. This is the rhythm of no bars and no joy. However, the real threat to other players is almost zero, because Xu Ogwen is in the red, which does not affect the entry and exit of the other three cards at all. However, these three goods on the opposite side were kept in the dark and couldn't figure out the pulse of the first assistant at all. So playing cards became cautious. This strategic weapon can actually start deterrence. When playing Mahjong, the most feared Hu card is that the opposite side is dead by the concealed leverage. If it is all on the bright side, it will be relieved. This is so hard to catch for a long time. When it is over, you find that the opposite side is blocking your retreat. How aggrieved in my heart. A certain prince believes that the other three players will have similar ideas and will try to avoid 100 things that do not necessarily happen to him. Otherwise, the audience will really be laughed at. Xu Ogwen was wondering, how could something like Li Shiwen be his next home? The last one is Zuo Modi. This guy is embroidered by Jiangf. There are thick and thin, which is very difficult to deal with. It is very difficult to want to eat his cards. As for Hong Chengqiu, who was sitting opposite, Lord Shufu was angry when he saw his complacent look. He made 60 tals of silver in one hand, almost catching up with an tenth of his monthly salary, and he had to find a way to let him vomit it out. So anxious that Xu Ogwen couldn't even drink tea, he just sat there thinking about how to play Hu Pei as soon as possible. Yoji glanced sideways at the card of Hu Bu Shangxiu, and almost exploded directly. The upper hand, Li Shiwen, was given a single card, and it was played back, which directly caused irreparable and serious consequences. This one is quite different. There are 3 pieces of a loaf, 2 pieces of 9 pieces, 1 bird, and 2 pieces of 90,000. No longer have to worry about not being able to listen to it. For Li Shiwen, these Yojiu cards can be called a box of ginseng, so you can make up for it. Another question ensues. The prospective father-in-law has monopolized the Hongzhong, and the Ministry of Household Shangxiu is wholesale Yojiu. Can the other 2 families listen to it smoothly? A certain prince, who was very curious about this, turned around and found that Zuo Modi and Hong Chengchu still had no shortage of this stuff. Having learned from the superior Li Shiwen, they both paid special attention to this. Not in the next place. Let's listen to it first. It was Hong Chengchu who said this. Yoji very much doubted that the shepherd dog he likes pulled down under his chair. Otherwise, how could the old Hongtus car, just like sitting on the rockets, jump directly up, and he can't stop it? Live. 60,000. As his next home, Zuo Modi can only use the cards played by Lao Hongtu to speculate his who cards, but he can guess at best that he doesn't want to stick in one whose cards are likely to be cakes, specifically just a few cakes. I don't know. Xuguogwen was even more anxious when he saw this. He only drew 4 cards. Hong Chengchu, who was on the opposite side, had already listened and started to draw treasures. Is his card skill really so high? 2 cakes. After scratching his head and thinking for a long time, the prospective father-in-law felt that the 2 cakes he had just touched were really useless. The cake brand only had 2 5 cakes and 6 or 7 or 8 cake skewers. There was no need for 2 cakes to fill up here. It is natural to be an abandoned son. Thank you, Shu Fu. Hong Chengchu hurriedly stopped, first politely bowed his hand and thanked him, then opened his face with a smile, and signaled everyone that it was so comfortable to eat. Single hanging 2 cakes. It is estimated that this is no one. Yoji thinks that old Hongta's IQ is not trivial. Most people will choose single or deck 90 hands, which is the easiest way to go wrong. At most, single-handed red is the same as the upper hand. But Hong Chengchu actually played a single hanging 2 cakes. It can be described as a master of art, not to mention a prospective father-in-law who actively feeds the cakes. Seeing Hong Chengchu's card, Xuo's expression suddenly stagnated, and he had to hide his embarrassment with a wry smile. The upper bar was 20,000. And finally Hong Chengchu touched the treasure. This hitting 2 cakes directly became a cannon. This number is really unlucky, and you must be very careful in the future. What is even more tragic is Li Shiwen, who still stands with a clear door. Shu Fu had opened the door anyway, and only had to pay a dozen silver, but the amount paid by the Department of Household Shangxiu had to be doubled. The output of 2 hands went to 42. Which was an eye-opener for everyone present. Li Shiwen was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood, and looked at Shu Fu very reluctantly. These 2 are considered to be a bunch of golden partners, mindless and unhappy. Hubu Shangxiu has reason to believe that this is a deliberate revenge by the first assistant because of the loss of the superior. One will give it to someone to listen to, and the other will fire a cannon. You 2 must not tell this palace. You are all legendary masters. It seems that your card skills are not as good as Tangai Fai. People are out of luck, but they don't often fire a gun. Shu Fu and Hube Shangxiu love each other and kill each other because of playing Mahjong. This is an anecdote of my great dying dynasty. After watching 2 live broadcasts, a certain prince is basically certain that Hong Chengchu is really smart and lucky. Zuo Modi can't match him, but he is also a better player, and most people can't play him. Yoji didn't want to make an evaluation with those 2 goods left. After all, his strength was comfortable, because if you continue to play like this, the audience behind them will all plan to play. Chapter 190, Military Supplies. Li Shiwen didn't know what happened, only vaguely remembered that he had lost 50 tals of silver in the first 3 rounds. Because the 5th Wuning at chips placed in the small bamboo tube nearby, it only took less than an hour to reduce by half. There is no size on the gaming table, and besides the prince supporting him, Hong Chengchu naturally does not need to consider the feelings of the other 3. At the beginning, he was very sharp, and with good luck, he came up with a 3-game winning streak. which was terrifying. Mo said that the Shufu master who played horse Dio very slippery. Even Zuo Modi, who played vigorously, could not resist. Hubu Shangxiu, the worst player among the four, had no choice but to rely on the old Hong to cheat if he wanted to stop his losses. It's a pity that Hong Chengchu brought Yu Yong in a streak of consecutive battles, and the more he played, the better, which made it difficult for his opponents to take advantage. Although a certain prince hasn't seen other people playing Mahjong, it is estimated that the strength of the old Hong Tu should be among the top 3 courtiers. When the annual meeting is held in the new year, it is estimated that Mahjong will become popular by then. You can let the people with the highest card skills in the court join a table to see who can become the biggest winner in the end. Yoji wouldn't feel sorry for Li Shiwin, because Hu Dapai's model was not given to everyone at all. With Hong Chengchu's current hand, it is not difficult for Hu King to be the same. I am afraid that Li Shiwin will lose his qualifications. This is because Lao Hongta's third hand is their Zhu Ting card, that is, he just takes one card and listens to it. The rules set by Yoji are not allowed to be heard, so Hong Chengchu had to follow the steps. But he also scared the other 3 into cold sweats. Even Xu Ogwen thought that the opponent was either cheating or stealing cards, but it was helpless if there was no evidence. What's more, Li Shiwin didn't wait for him to think about a countermeasure, so he sent it to someone again. With this kind of divine assist, Hong Chengchu would of course not refuse outwards, and smoothly touched the card of Su, seeing Master Shufu almost depressed into injury. To break this unfavorable situation, the new governor of Shaanxi, Zuo Modi, successfully counterattacked, avoiding the possibility of Hong Chengchu winning 4 consecutive victories and making everyone continue to be embarrassed. But for Li Shiwin and Xu Ogwen, it didn't make much difference, because they both continued to lose money. Strange to say, until Hubu Shangxiu lost all the chips in his hand and was swept out of the game, he failed to win one. Hong Chengchu was the biggest winner of this event, with a total of 5 wins before and after. Zuo Mao came second and won 3. No matter how bad Xu Ogwen was, he won 2. Zhang Guoai, a veteran of the Great Wall, took the place of Li Shiwin, but after being unwilling to do so, he won. After the game settled, Hong Chengchu had 160 titles even with the profit, and that 60 titles was a net profit for everyone. According to the gameplay established by a certain prince, all contestants can own the principal and profit. With 1 win and 3 losses, Zhang Guoai was able to lose 82, which was considered to be the appearance fee for the master to build the capital. There is nothing special about dinner, just go to the barbecue. This is Zhu Sijian's favorite of the foodie minister, because barbecue hurts the intestines and stomach. A certain prince can only eat it once a week. It is estimated that he is in a hurry. Yoji ate with the courtiers around him, and it was beyond the control of Zhu Sijian whether he had to rely on the rockery to digest his food. From the beginning of the military corruption case to the quelling of the Beijing Camp Rebellion, these ministers were disturbed and could not sleep. Today, a certain prince gave everyone a short break to engage in team activities that are beneficial to physical and mental health. I believe everyone will be very happy to even take the silver to eat barbecue. Except that the Hube Shangxiu is a little disturbed. In the early morning of the next day, Fang Zhengwu came to report, His Royal Highness, about 1,000 tea merchants are outside the imperial city to ask for an amnesty for those arrested. Did they collect the money? Yoji is curious that these family members still have the face to come to plead. Yesterday, the East Factory wanted to hunt down all the tea merchants, but a certain prince thought over and over again, and in the end, he swept the original net to make up the tax in full and regularly. But where the notice was sent to the various tea merchants, they didn't expect it to be like this, and they all took advantage of the kindness of a certain prince's stupidity. Fang Zhengwu knew that the prince only cared about silver, but these tea merchants didn't know what was good or bad, so they dared to come to petition openly. In the opinion of Yikan, I never made it together. Almost no one brought the boxes, and they were all empty-handed. They planned to let the prince give himself a face, so that he could let the head of the family go, just like a daydream. HMPH. What are they doing then? Can't demonstrate to this palace. Yang Shikeng, who was clever but was mistaken by cleverness before, slapped the supervising students of the Imperial College for such a time, but was slapped by a certain prince, and his family was ruined in the end. Obviously, these tea merchants haven't figured out their own positioning, let alone think that they will end up like Yang Shikeng, so they dare to kick their noses. The minister sent someone to disperse it. Fang Zhengwe wouldn't use his money to fill in holes for tea merchants. He didn't want to do it, and he didn't have such large financial resources. He could only let these come from and where they went. No need. Anyone who comes will be deducted. Dongqing arrested tea merchants who had never been here in the whole city. By the way, they ransacked their homes. The family can't let it go. They can only be released if they make up for the taxes paid. These people are like this. They think that they are weak, and they can get in. The distance is not too far to do whatever they want. When they are still in charge of the potfather, just throw a few ounces of silver, just like sending a beggar. Call Huang Degong. Don't you think this palace is a soft persimmon? Can you pinch it casually? It's easy to handle. This palace finds an extremely hard, big and thick helper, who must make you dying. Soon, the idiot who lived in Ruiman came to see him with his armor and armor. A certain prince allowed him to ride to the gate of the East Palace and saw him with a sword. This was considered the highest honor given to military commanders. They usually rode until noon. The door will come to an end, and you must dismount and walk. Huang Degong, chief soldier of the Yonghui battalion. Huang Degong had long heard the noise outside, and only when he checked in the past he learned that the tea merchants came to petition. However, the crowd will inevitably be mixed with people with ulterior motives, so he kept the guards guarding the imperial city with a high level of security equipment in case of accidents. Hearing that the prince summoned himself, Huang Degong instinctively thought that the prince could not bear it, so he asked him to mobilize the Yonghui camp to arrest all these tea merchants, or kill them on the spot to demonstrate no courtesy, flat body. The foot-polling idiot is best used to clean up these unreasonable shrews. This is the right one. Of course, Huang Degong can't fight alone, so if 1vn, Ming will lose another soldier. The soldiers of the battalion of brave guards are not afraid of death. The guarding of the inner city can be said to be a great contribution. Has the household department ever issued rewards for silver according to the results of the battle? If there is another problem with the Ministry of Households, then Li Shiwen was slapped with Mao Zhong by Hong Chengqiu yesterday, and today will be slapped with a board by Jin Yiwei. Although the two kinds of things are made of wood, their lethality is absolutely different. No matter how much meat is on the buttocks of a general minister, he can't hold the staff 10 times. Usually the ministers who were ordered by the emperor would be taken to the Meridian Gate, where the eunuch who was in charge of the court would supervise the eunuch, and Jin Yiwei would spank. The end of the stick used is made into a hammer shape. Although it is wooden, the hammer head is ironclad because the iron sheet is attached with an iron hook, which is specially used to tear the flesh. According to the emperor's anger, the power of the court rod is also divided into 3 levels. Fighting means normal strength, meaning that it is enough. Even if you hit 20 boards, you can ensure that the beaten can be alive and well. If you really fight, you have to teach the offending minister a lesson so that you don't confront the emperor in the future. To fight with your heart is to fight to the death. If you don't kill you, it will not show the majesty of imperial power. Before Jin Yiwei hits someone, he will observe the shape of the toes of the eunuch's eunuch. Outerbazi means letting the other party a way out, so there is no need to think about the innerbazi, just how powerful it is. But in the middle and late Ming dynasty, the ministers took pride in disobeying the holy will and taking the court rod, and this trick failed. Therefore, a certain prince would not easily be a minister of the court. Since the imprisonment of the country, the court hasn't happened once. On the one hand, it demonstrates the benevolent state of governing the country, and on the other hand, there are more effective strategies to replace the court stick. His Royal Highness, the Ministry of Household has completed the statistics of the battle results of the final generals yesterday, and the silver rewards will be issued today. In Huang Degong's view, the work of the household department is already extremely efficient. In the past, this would take at least 7 or 8 days. Even so, it is impossible for the rewards to be paid out in full, and they will definitely be detained by 20%, and the Ministry of War will deduct another 20%. In their hands, there will be 60% left, and if it is more, only 70% will be left, which requires a great deal of gratitude. This is good. If the household department is procrastinated or even greedy for ink, a king can directly report to the palace, and the palace will decide for the soldiers. Because of the greed of the Qin army's payment and silver, many worms from the Ministry of Households have been caught. If such a thing happens again, the entire household department is estimated to be overwhelmed. At the end, he will bring his soldiers to thank the Holy Family. With the full support of the prince, Yonghui camp will no longer have to worry about the food, wages and ordnance in the future. Huang Degong feels that there is someone in the court to do things well, and he is right. He has suffered a lot in the past. My palace calls for love to come here for rewards. Those tea merchants who ignore the orders of the palace can evade taxes and even dare to come to ask for amnesty for the arrested tea merchants. They are clearly resisting the order. The palace cannot bear to kill, so I specifically call a king to come over. If you don't give these unruly family members an unforgettable lesson, you really think of this palace as a soft persimmon. His Royal Highness orders the end general. Huang Degong was a little confused. When the prince said that he could not bear the killing, he ordered the Yonghui camp to kill 3,000 prisoners in the Beijing camp. This time he said, "Is it necessary to?" The palace has clearly ordered Fang Zhengwu to call for tax payment. Those who make up the money will not be blamed, and those who refuse to pay. But when they are between 15 and 45 years old, the male family members are sent to the mountain building for mining, and the female family members are incorporated into the Jiufang division. If there is resistance, it's not a matter of killing. This time Yoji didn't intend to make concessions to the tea merchants, and instead adopted zero-tolerance measures, otherwise they would always be used as fools by the other party. I will follow the order at the end. Huang Degong thought it was a normal operation to maintain order, and it was not the first time that the Yonghui battalion had done this kind of thing. The experience was very rich and there would be no difference. Can you take a break from the previous part of the Brave Guard battalion's participation in the Battle of the City? Yoji felt that it was time for a wave of loyalty. If you don't do it at this time, let's wait when His Royal Highness Qi will finally transfer him to wait outside the imperial city. Huang Degong felt that this was because the prince expressed dissatisfaction with the long rest period in the Yonghui camp, and hurriedly catered to the holy will. Well, except for the seriously injured people who are undergoing treatment, all are transferred to stand by outside the Chengshan gate. If you are seriously injured, you will not be able to participate in this entertainment, lest you lose your breath after halfway through the game, which is not counted as a death. I will follow the order at the end. Huang Degong immediately took the order to do it, speculating in his heart that the prince would take another action. But assembling thousands of people just to deal with the family members of the tea merchants, it was a bit fussy. His Royal Highness, only 5 tea merchants have chosen to pay enough taxes, and the remaining 160 families will continue to partition outside the imperial city. Fang Zhengwu is also very embarrassed for such a disparate ratio. The tea merchants are clearly in partnership against the decree. They are collectively putting pressure on the prince in an attempt to impose a law and not blame the public. They want money and don't die. Yoji didn't intend to leave them behind, and decided to implement the final solution for tea merchants and their families. It was an obvious sign that Yongwing must be on standby. In just half an hour, all the brave battalions stationed in the inner city were all the people who participated in the battle to defend the city. One is led by the Deputy General Zhang Yilong and the supervising army Wang Yumin, and is mainly an early defender at the head of the city. The other was led by Zhu Yuji, and they were all mixed forces that took the initiative to attack the Beijing camp in the later period. There are more than 3,000 people in the 2 films, and it is naturally easy to deal with nearly 1,000 tea merchants. Separate the male and female, and all the female relatives are taken into custody in the mansion of Yuding Marquis Skopaimin. A certain prince was on Chengshan Gate, staring coldly at the pretentious tea merchants below, and then ordered Huang Degong. After the Yongwei camp took the command, the soldiers like wolves and tigers immediately rushed into the crowd and began to arrest the female relatives. "What are you doing?" A male family wanted to obstruct the soldier when he saw that the soldier was about to take away the woman next to him. "Screw you!" As a result, the sturdy man who was glaring at him kicked to the ground and threatened with a knife in his waist. For these tea merchants who deliberately evaded taxes, everyone in Yongwei camp showed no mercy. Oh no. Kill. An old man who relied on the old and sold old wanted to have a fight with the soldiers. He fought for a while, and bit his mouth when he saw that he was not doing well. The result was angered and his neck was chopped directly. As soon as the people around saw this situation, they immediately became agitated and began to rush and call, hoping that the prince on the front of the city would be able to stop the barbaric acts of the subordinates. At this time, the tea merchants began to feel really scared, because the prince mobilized Yongwing instead of Dongqing or Jianiwei, which meant that they were going to be guarded. Humphrey Yoji simply ignored these people's crying and begging for mercy. No matter how they displayed their superb acting skills, it was impossible to impress a certain prince who had made up his mind. Only a handful of people were slaughtered, and most of them gave up the struggle in the end, and caught them obediently, otherwise they wouldn't even be able to save their lives. A certain prince ordered Huang Degong to cooperate with Dongcheng in arresting tea merchants' family members throughout the city. None of them can be turned over, especially the women's family members, who will be used as military supplies. Chapter 191, Making Sulfur. A certain prince saw that the tea merchants were arrested by the soldiers of the warriors and guards. He was no longer ready to go, so he did not plan to continue to watch the scenery from the tower. Today, he has to devote himself to it. Put into chemistry experiments. If you procrastinate further, the soldiers who were seriously injured in the counterinsurgency will really be hurt alive or die due to infection. Such non-combat attrition is unbearable for Yoji. As long as you have silver, you can of course recruit enough doglegs, but there are very few loyal ones. Those who are loyal and able to fight like the Yongwing camp are even rarer, so saving one is one. His Royal Highness, the utensils and materials are ready. This is Qian Bentong, the director of the Inner Weaving and Dyeing Bureau, Yang Jiaxu, the director of the Wine and Vinegar Bureau, and Shi Wend, the director of the Yinzhua Bureau. The admiral and the eunuch Chu Xianzhang did not know how the prince came to work, so he had to follow the previous instructions as much as possible, and in the shortest time, all the personnel, equipment and experimental materials were gathered. Very good. The departments under their respective control belong to the 8 bureaus in the 24 Yemen. The Inner Weaving and Dyeing Bureau is to do fabric printing and dyeing, and the Wine and Vinegar Bureau is just to make silverware. The things and personnel needed for the manufacture of sulfur were all transferred from these 3 bureaus. If a certain prince alone, it would not be possible to complete the work until sunset. Now check the identities of the people present one by one, and wear protective gear after correctness. After the official start of construction, all personnel were prohibited from entering and leaving the experimental site at will, because they were afraid that someone would steal the results of the experiment and sell it. Due to the production of toxic substances such as strong acids and alkalis, protective equipment must be in sufficient quantity and distributed in place. Helmet hats, glasses, gas masks with charcoal filtering, white coats and thick cloth gloves are essential. In addition, everyone must wear leather armor for torso protection. In short, they cannot be caused by splashing or explosion, cause unnecessary loss of personnel. Seeing such meticulous protection measures, there is not much difference from fighting. Chu Xianzhang even raised his heart to his throat. What the prince did would be extremely dangerous objects. No matter what, The absolute safety of the prince must be guaranteed. After the identity verification of the personnel was completed, everyone lined up for the prince. Yoji took off the extremely crude gas masks and finally said, "First, this and similar experiments in the future belong to my DA Ming's top secret." Regardless of the level of official position, one leaked out. The words will be punished for the crime of treason with the enemy, ransacking the family and exterminating the family. There is no special amnesty. Second, because we produce highly toxic substances, during the experiment, no personnel should take off the protective equipment without the permission of Shangfeng, let alone use it. Skin contact with the experimental raw materials, let alone tasting, and those who violate the order are responsible for the consequences. Third, it must be completed strictly following the steps already marked by the palace. The required materials must not be deviated by the slightest, and the manufacturing process must not be overridden. Since sulfur is prepared from 4 raw materials, acinylide, chlorosulfonic acid, liquid ammonia, and liquid caustic soda, the yard in front of the Donggong Palace was divided into 4 pieces. High iron screens were set up between the experimental sites, and a large number of wooden barrels containing sand and soil were arranged to prevent explosions and fires in a single site from causing damage to other places, and to minimize casualties. In order to use raw materials accurately, the Ministry of Industry has also specially manufactured a batch of experimental weights. The reason for the special design is to convert the weights and measures of the Ming dynasty to the standards of later generations. Otherwise, no matter how beautiful the ground is, it will be the weight of the Ming dynasty. The experiment has to be converted. The Ministry of Industry did not know why the prince was so persistent and insisted on making a batch of weights with such a weird weight. They already had a very accurate one, which could be accurate to about half $1865 grams. Yoji naturally has its own logic. If this is done in accordance with the Datong dynasty's weights and measures system, all the amounts have to be converted again, and he has to be exhausted to vomit blood. At the current manufacturing level, it is completely acceptable for a weight with a weight of 5 grams to have an error within the range of 0.1 grams. If you are not satisfied, it will be difficult for you. Anyway, I didn't plan to start with a small dose. The minimum amount of raw materials used in the experiment is 50 grams, which is 2 in 1 city, so that it is easy to see the chemical reaction in the test tube. Because the production process is not delicate, the test tubes are also very rough. The size is equivalent to the later large test tubes. The thinnest is also as thick as an adult tiger's mouth. The same is true for the catheter, because no matter how thin it is easy to break. Any kind of flasks are at least the size of a shot ball, and some are even the size of a volleyball. With such experimental equipment, I feel sorry if I don't play them simply and rudely. My palace will do the division of labor first. Wine and vinegar is very familiar with making vinegar. Your ministry is responsible for making vinegar. Acinylide is very easy to make. Just let aniline react with glacial acetic acid. Glacial acetic acid is also easy to prepare. This group of masters who often make vinegar is easy to do. The real difficulty is aniline. It is prepared at high temperature and it is difficult to control the heat and temperature. The Yanzhou Bureau is very familiar with smelting. Let me smelt the sulfur powder first. There is a detailed explanation on it. The raw materials for the production of chlorosulfonic acid are sulfur trioxide and hydrogen chloride. Sulfur dioxide can be prepared by calcining sulfur, and then platinum can be used as a catalyst to obtain sulfur trioxide. This is equivalent to obtaining sulfuric acid. Hydrogen chloride can be generated by reacting sulfuric acid and sodium chloride. The aqueous solution of the latter is hydrochloric acid. Of course, neither of these two acids are pure. Under the existing conditions, any chemical products produced are not pure. That's why a certain prince allowed all personnel to carry out comprehensive protection. As long as one drop is splashed, the hapless egg will whine like a pig. Yoji very much does not want to hear this noise. Before the experiment, Yoji had to check the crucible specially. This was the most important thing. Don't wait for the raw materials needed to be prepared. The crucible reacted with the contents inside. According to the requirements of a certain prince, the Silver Bureau specially prepared quartz crucibles, graphite crucibles, platinum crucibles, porcelain crucibles, silver crucibles, and nickel crucibles for different reactions. Quartz crucibles are resistant to high temperatures and can be used for strong acid reactions. The disadvantage is that they cannot be in contact with alkaline substances, are fragile, and cost much more than porcelain crucibles. In contrast, a certain prince prefers the graphite crucible that takes the acid-base allyl-carnate method. Not only does it have the advantages of quartz crucibles, but the cost is also much lower. The munitions factories under the Military War Bureau use graphite crucibles for high-temperature smelting. The inner weaving and dyeing bureau is usually exposed to more alkali, so you are ready to make liquid caustic immediately. Liquid caustic soda is liquid caustic soda. The original name is pure liquid caustic soda, but at present, it is such a cottage workshop. It seems very difficult to make pure things. Looking at the whole area, it seems that only the few shepherd dogs are pure. The scientific name of caustic soda is sodium hydroxide, which can be made by the reaction of sodium bicarbonate, baking soda and some calcium oxide quicklime in the laboratory. Industrially, the causticizing method is used, that is, soda ash is made into soda ash solution, and lime is made into lime milk, and the two are simmered at a temperature of 100 degrees. Yogi also asked the little eunuchs to make a bunch of metaphysical mercury thermometers, but they didn't even know whether they were accurate or not. After testing with boiling water, the value was okay. If it doesn't work, let's try it with 2T mergents. Accuracy. The process of making caustic soda is the simplest among the many raw materials used in the production of sulfur. If you mess up this palace, you will be simmered in the pot. As long as everyone strictly follows the icons on the board, there will be no danger to their lives. Yogi didn't know whether he was a reminder or a threat, but if someone acted to death, it was a waste of what he said. A large wooden board was placed in the field of each experimental group, on which were written the name and dosage of the required reaction substances, as well as the order of putting them and the temperature of the preparation. The above is the chemical equation, which is for a certain prince himself, and the following is the corresponding Chinese character name and number, which is for the illiterate Xuan chemist. Many people, including the eunuchs, actually know Chinese characters, but the internal reaction process to the material is left to the surface cognition, which is not up to the level of the first-grade students. They all know that substance A and substance B will generate substance C after being heated, but they are absolutely unclear about why they are generated. This is also a bottleneck in the development of science, especially chemistry. Each team must report before the experiment, and the experiment can only be conducted after approval. If an abnormal situation is found, the team leader should be called immediately. If there is a big fire, it can be extinguished without reporting. Each team leader must be supervised on the spot. Those who leave their posts without permission will be arrested and sent to jail immediately. Surrounded by security personnel from the factory, they are all equipped with cold weapons, which means that accidents will happen when they are afraid of shooting illegal people with muskets. Yogi believes that this is basically foolproof. Although the production of sulfonamides is very complicated and difficult to control the reactants and products, it still feels more reliable than the production of biochemical cantaloupe. In terms of antibacterial, penicillin is of course much more powerful than sulfonamides, but it is also much more difficult to manufacture than sulfonamides. First of all, it is impossible to build a sterile laboratory. Like old leather boots, cotton cakes, and even long-haired cantaloupe, a certain prince asked Yang Jinkao to prepare a pile, which was placed in petri dishes in 3 rooms, and was supervised by a dedicated person and inspected regularly. However, Yogi did not have much expectations of them, because the reaction process of sulfur is not so difficult, it is controllable at any rate. To make penicillin, it depends on the mood of the masters of mycin. For the first few batches, or even the first dozen batches of quasi-penicillin, Yoji didn't know the specifics of what was made, so he could only use white rabbits to test it. Hopefully it would be somewhat effective. There is no need to be so cautious about making sulfur. At least the experimenters do not need to take a bath and change clothes every day, even if there are fleas on their bodies. They can continue to work. In order to prevent the noxious gas from threatening the nobles in the back residence, Yoji also specially sent people to make 2 huge hand-cranked fans, which were erected in front of the Donggong house with an elevation angle of 30 degrees, specially used to blow off the noxious gas. Among these raw materials, the most difficult to make is aniline and nitric acid. The upstream product of the former is benzene. Crude benzene can be obtained by coking from coal and then distilling coal tar. Although the output is relatively low, 1 ton of coal can produce 1 kilogram of benzene, but the most indispensable thing for damming is coal, which is so much that it can be dug casually. It is extremely laborious to make the latter. The laboratory method is to combine sodium nitrate and sulfuric acid to produce nitric acid. The industry started doing the same, but because this method has a large amount of acid and is easy to corrode equipment, it was changed to the ammonia oxidation method. A certain prince is now pursuing speed and output. As long as the trick is easy to produce, no matter how high the cost, he will practice it. Some saltpeters will start to produce nitric acid on a large scale when the sulfuric acid is produced. Nitric acid and benzene react to produce nitrobenzene, and the product can be combined with hydrogen to produce aniline. The key is that during nitrification of benzene, the temperature needs to be controlled between 70 and 80 degrees Celsius, which is very accurate for the temperature control. A certain prince thinks that if you are lucky, there should be 1 qualified nitrobenzene product out of every 3 experimental products. It is difficult and easy to produce hydrogen. The difficult method is the water-gas method, which uses coke as a raw material to react with steam to obtain carbon monoxide and hydrogen, and then convert the carbon monoxide into very stable carbon dioxide. In this way, you can get hydrogen with a hydrogen content of about 80. If you want to get more pure hydrogen, you need to use cuprous acetic acid. Without this ghost, you can only use 80% pure hydrogen. If it is prepared by electrolysis of water, the hydrogen obtained will be very pure, and the purity can reach more than 99. Yoji plans to build a few hand-cranked generators. Anyway, there are not many others around, especially eunuchs. While Yoji was thinking about the remaining steps, suddenly there was a scream in the yard. The first sulfur powder smelted by the Silverworks Bureau has been squeezed dry. The master in charge of the smelting is preparing to dump the crucible with iron tongs, and the guy in charge of connecting with the iron does not know what life is thinking at this moment, so he just loses his mind. The iron barrel shifted more than 10 centimeters, causing the hot sulfur powder to pour directly on the gloves, and it was so hot that they screamed. Fortunately, there are gloves to block, otherwise this idiot will be directly promoted to first-degree burns. Even if the arm has the ability to move, the epidermis will be burned beyond recognition, just as chilling as being gnawed by a dog. The gloves are double-layered, with coarse cloth on the outside for heat insulation, and leather on the inside to prevent splashing. If the outside is leather, I am afraid that it will not be able to handle the long-term high-temperature fire, which will deform and affect the hand movements. After she went, the director of the Yinzuo Bureau reported the situation. Yoji gave a corresponding warning: this person has made another mistake, he will be expelled directly. A certain prince didn't know what else was more important and dangerous than the immediate thing, especially if sulfuric acid was poured on your hands. Whether you wear gloves or not, it would be completely useless. Working here in Prince Edward is dangerous, but the treatment is very good. It takes care of 3 meals a day, the salary is doubled, and there are bonuses. The food is much better than before. Lunch and dinner are available. Meat. Today's lunch is beef ramen, which can cultivate a large number of potential customers. After this batch of work is finished, these people who have eaten noodles will develop inertia. A ramen restaurant has opened in the inner city. and they promised to join in. With ramen noodles as bait, I believe this group of second products will be careful, because if their hands are scrapped, even if the ramen is free, you won't be able to eat it. Chapter 192. Biochemical Weapons. A certain prince has prepared multiple emergency plans in advance, so even if there is a casualty accident at the scene, it will not be caught. There is a well-armed imperial physician nearby at any time to reserve and enter the scene of the incident to treat the wounded. If the injured dies and the kick hangs, it will save trouble and can be taken directly to the morgue. The distracted guy had good luck. He was only slightly burned. It was said that it was a scald. In fact, the skin around the back of the hand and wrist was reddened by sulfur powder. Just apply some ointment and continue to work. What are you doing? Do you want to repeat the same mistakes? The admiral and the eunuchs of the supervisory bureau, Chuxianzhang, saw that everyone had seen an accident and there was a play to watch, so he stopped his work by appointment and took a break from his busy schedule. The father-in-law was furious and shouted to let the surrounding artisans watch the lively craftsmen. People resume their duties. The prince sits on the scene. You dare to be lazy? You really think you have a long life? The prince is kind. He has increased your monthly salary, and also increased your food. You are actually trying to make a fool of yourself. It is really outrageous. There are people of this kind. Wait, it must be severely punished. Yoji didn't say anything about it. Regardless of the dynasty, the local aboriginals, regardless of age, sex, and their greatest hobby is to watch the excitement. As long as it's irrelevant, they will hang up high. The bigger the excitement, the better it looks. Will look better. They are indifferent, selfish, and powerful. They are born to be inadequate, so they have to be supervised at all times. Otherwise, it seems that they have lost their support and have been taken away from the backbone. They don't know what to do and become a bunch of headless flies crashed around. Bum, dang. After seeing Father Chu's madness, everyone had to continue to work. But the legs and feet did not realize the same actions with their brains. The two guys in the wine and vinegar situation didn't wait to turn their heads and walked forward, but they didn't wait to see the opposite person. Bumped into each other. Ah! The pig-killing screams sounded again. The newly synthesized dilute sulfuric acid is not as terrible as concentrated sulfuric acid, but it is also highly corrosive. Even if it is protected by a coat, it penetrates into the epidermis and makes the neck sore. Cold endlessly. Although it was only a small bottle of dilute sulfuric acid that was shattered, there was not a lot of dose spattered on the skin at all, but the sulfuric acid would quickly heat up after contact with the skin, which still made the craftsman unhappy. Deserve it. Don't watch the excitement that shouldn't be watched. There is a row of partitions and screens. You are still trying to spy one or two. You can't wait to stretch your neck over and have a good time. I don't know whether not watching the excitement makes you feel uncomfortable, or will you die if you don't watch the excitement? I was splashed with sulfuric acid because of watching the excitement. Isn't this the main action? I hope to take it as a warning, and don't be a fool anymore, or you will be transformed into a little monster if you replace it with a bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid. Watching the excitement of car accidents on the road, and there are too many people who are directly killed by a car from behind. For them, watching the excitement is more important than their own lives. No matter what occasion, they can't stop them from watching the excitement. His Royal Highness has ordered that all personnel stop their work, stand on the spot, and listen to the edict. Yang Jinkao screamed to convey the latest instructions to everyone. Yoji couldn't bear it. You will listen to this palace. If you watch the excitement and cause casualties or damage the utensils, those who violate the order will be expelled from their household registration and the whole family will be demoted to minors. Yoji stood on the table with a loudspeaker made of paper shells and shouted to a group of idiots. Without warning, the few catties of sulfur that were made with great difficulty would have to be a disaster for this group of mentally retarded things. If it is really close to the original version, even if it is only about 3040% of the original version, then this batch of sulfonimides will be equivalent to gold. and 1 pound of sulfonamide will be exchanged for 1 pound of gold, and buyers will be eager. My palace has finished speaking. You will continue to work. I didn't want to say this, but a certain prince was still indifferent when he saw everyone, so he had to make up at the end. It's really a bunch of idiots. When you get the chance, let you watch the fun and enjoy it. I don't want to watch the fun in this life. As I said before, what I did was toxic substances, and what was released was toxic gases. I still had the mentality of slackness. An accident occurred because of paralysis, but it was really a shame to die. Hearing that the prince would be expelled to become miners, the artisans are all nervous now. They don't want to mine. Although working as artisans is hard, they won't be exhausted and they will be taken care of according to the output. Miners have to mine all their lives, and the name sounds like a craftsman, but everyone knows that they are slaves. Once their household registration becomes slaves, for ordinary people like them, there will be no day to turn over again in this life. That's why everyone put aside their curiosity, vigorously, and carefully engaged in the work at hand. With those 2 hapless lessons, everyone knew that no matter what, the end would be the same as the 2 of them. His Royal Highness, you want the pressure cooker to be ready. Shi Wend, the director of the Yinzuo Bureau, didn't know why the prince asked his yeoman to make a pot, but the order is not to be said. The structure of this pot is still very special, and it is worth letting the highest artisans in the yeoman carefully build it. A sturdy man came to the front, holding a short cylindrical object in his arms, and it was very difficult to look at the expression. It is estimated that this thing should be very heavy, to say nothing. It must be 20 or 30 kilograms, which is completely a large size. The weighing mound. Yang Jinkao looked at it, but couldn't interrupt. Can this object be called a pot? Does it look like an iron ingot? But since the prince called it a pot, it must be a hot pot, and no one can change it. How many do you do? Yoji is looking forward to this. If it can be successful, it will be able to manufacture sulfur in small batches. A foolish minister is incompetent. I only have 1 bite today, and I can make a 2nd bite tomorrow. The drawings provided by the prince were very complicated. Shi Wend gathered the best craftsmen under his command and worked hard for 3 days before making such a pot. Fine, nothing. How tight is it? Can it leak? That's it. If it fries like a converter that bursts popcorn, then the pot will be useless. This is still a trivial matter. Without liquid ammonia, sulfur is absolutely impossible, and all previous efforts will be in vain. The Yukan tested and fired 3 Baidu before, and this pot has never leaked. Shi Wend felt that he was still saying this, and he didn't dare to exaggerate. Once it was exposed, it would surely arouse the anger of the prince. Well, try it later. When ammonia is at 0 degrees Celsius, the pressure reaches 430 kilopascals before it is liquefied. If it is placed in a yard with a temperature of more than 20 degrees, it needs to reach more than 900 kilopascals to become liquid. For a certain prince, this is simply an impossible task, because the pressure of an ordinary pressure cooker is only about 200 kilopascals. No matter how tight the pot is, the top sky is only 300 kilopascals. It is impossible to liquefy ammonia at room temperature. So Yoji plans to pressurize the pressure cooker to the limit, and then transfer it to the Aoki ice cellar for cooling. The room temperature there is below 0, and even if the ammonia gas cannot be directly liquefied, it is enough to see some hope. The big deal is to use saltpeter to make ice, and an underground ice cellar is specially built to liquefy ammonia. It is possible to achieve the room temperature reaching -10 degrees. If it still doesn't work, you have to wait until winter. When the coldest time in Beijing, the outdoor temperature will definitely be below -20 degrees, and it is easy to get liquefied ammonia. But in that case, some seriously wounded people will fly up early, and Yoji still has to try to make sulfur as soon as possible. Even if the purity is not enough, the efficacy of the medicine is very limited, and the output is not high, but it can be regarded as one's own efforts and worthy of the heart. This winter, a certain prince must produce sulfur in large quantities. As long as they can be exported overseas, they can earn back all the military expenses spent in the summer. In the end, Yoji decided not to go to the Queen's ice cellar. The ice stored there is collected in winter, not saltpeter. Because saltpeter ice contains a bit of toxic ingredients, ordinary people don't care. It's too hot, and eat as soon as they eat. For the incomparably valuable royal family who regards health, they can't do this without paying attention to food hygiene. If the ammonia liquefaction experiment starts tomorrow, it will be too late to dig cellars and make ice with saltpeter today. There are many cellars in our key, some for storing ice and some for storing vegetables. They are all ready-made, and an empty one will be requisitioned. That's it. Let Anmin factory, which produces gunpowder, make ice directly. There is a lot of saltpeter stored there. It is more suitable for them to make ice. There is no need to worry about toxic side effects. Anyway, it is not for eating, as long as the amount is large and fast. In short, an ice cellar should be built in the shortest time. It is best to be around -20 degrees. It doesn't matter if it can't be reached. Then add ice. The other side of Anmin factory can't work. The ice is definitely a lot of stuff. Yoji immediately dismissed the idea of experimenting in Magi. Ammonia is not too toxic, and a small amount of inhalation can cause nasopharyngeal inflammation and bronchitis, but once it spreads in the back residence, it will make the nobles feel uncomfortable. Rather, I finally used Mahjong to divert the attention of my beautiful mother, the emperor's wife, and the aunts. At this time, I was getting an ammonia poisoning. It was really limitless. A certain prince thought that the pressure cooker he designed would explode 9 out of 10 when the lid was opened, and the effect of ammonia gas would cause a lot of chaos in the back residence. It would be better to try it in each Yemen. Charter. Do you know where the cellar in the 24 Yemen has the lowest temperature and the easiest to store ice cubes? If there are ready-made ones, there is no need to dig anymore. After a lot of effort, groundwater may be dug out. His Royal Highness, the minister, thinks that the cellar in the vinegar office is more ideal. The office often stores vinegar to avoid deterioration in the heat. Chuxian's Hang didn't know why the prince asked such questions. Is it possible to store some ice cubes? Then let it vacate a smaller volume for the experiment. Since the experiment is more dangerous and will release toxic gases, first move food such as wine and vinegar to other cellars. Tomorrow, the palace, there will be a palace test tomorrow. So I will go to the field test in the future. It's okay to postpone the experiment for one day. Didn't she mean that one can make a pot in the day? Then just take it. 2 pots can be tested twice, otherwise one of them will blow up, and there will be no fun at all, and it will be more disappointing. Yoji thought about it again, but gave it up. Forget it. Let's find a place to dig a new cellar. Experimenting in the wine vinegar field in the courtyard will inevitably cause toxic gases to drift into the wine vinegar, which will affect the safety of the royal food. The excavation started today, at least 3 feet deep, with 2 steps in length and width. After the excavation is completed, ice cubes can be placed inside, and the temperature of the cellar should be lowered to below freezing point as soon as possible. If you draw a sketch according to this standard, this does not seem to be a cellar, it is clearly a well. In theory, the deeper the insulation, the better the insulation. If possible, dig a 100-meter deep cellar. There are many coolies kept in captivity in the Yemen. As long as you have enough money, you can dig it up overnight. Yoji is not worried at all in this respect. If even this can't be done well, then he can just die. A certain prince ordered 10 carts of ice at the Anmin factory, and all must be shipped to the designated place before tomorrow 9 o'clock in the morning. With such a lot of trouble, 1 pound of sulfonamide is exchanged for 1 pound of gold. That is the ex-factory price, which is absolutely worthy of conscience. When the exam tomorrow morning, a certain prince does not have to go to watch, just show up when appointed in the afternoon. You can continue to do experiments in the morning. It is best to prepare all the semi-finished products except liquid ammonia. As for whether it can succeed, it depends on the next generation pressure cooker in front of you. Visually inspecting the side of the pot body is 1 finger thick, but I don't know how strong it is. but the thickness is very supportive. The seal is made of rubber imported from the Malay Peninsula. I don't know if it was bought by Zheng Lao. The Southeast Asian local products needed by the court came from the Zheng family fleet, but they were all bought and sold normally. I can never ask how the Shangjia loaded the goods. If this pot really can't liquefy ammonia, it can't be thrown away. It can be used for beef stew. It seems toxic, and the remaining ammonia may not be cleaned, so throw it away. The hopes of all the wounded soldiers who have been infected are pinned on a pot, which is really a pit. No way, it's not winter, and the weather will get hotter and hotter in summer, when the wound is most susceptible to infection. Making liquid ammonia is as difficult as making an atomic bomb. The sulfur produced at that time was 10 times more expensive than gold with the same quality. There is not the most pit, only more pits. Otherwise, try biochemical cantaloupe again. Let's see what the mood of Master Amison and Auntie is. Can you give birth to small penicillin? Ho 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 ho. A certain prince sat there wondering for a long while, and finally laughed out through the gas mask, making Xia and Yang Jinkao around them unclear. If the ammonia gas really can't be liquefied, then Lao Tzu will simply break the can, and bring these lovely gases to the battlefield. And then, I hope it was downwind, and if it was headwind, it would be sad. The whole army was annihilated, and just now, a certain prince gave the emperor chicken an assist. Can our palace use airships to airdrop and fill ammonia? How toxic the condensed version is, you have to grab a few braids to test it out. It seems that inventing biological and chemical weapons is much easier than manufacturing medicines. If it can be exported on a large scale, it can also make the cost back. I hope that the jars will not be damaged during transportation, otherwise the people in the boat will abandon their martial arts. Chapter 193, Tasteless Chariot. A certain prince only monitored closely for a day, and felt a little discomfort in his throat, which must have been smoked by the poisonous gas released by the experiment. Although there are large fans and gas masks, they are still invincible. The copycats are not reliable, perhaps because of their young age. Adults have strong resistance to these chemical agents, and the craftsmen are also very hardworking. Even if someone has a cough, they will endure until off work. After the first day of research and development, Yoji felt that it was necessary to find a ventilated environment to continue production, otherwise everyone would be scrapped without waiting for high-purity sulfonamides to be produced. Natural ventilation is much greater than the wind generated by 2 human-powered fans. As long as the secondary wind can easily blow away the toxic gas leaking from the test tube, there is basically no problem of staying in the site. Magi absolutely can't do this thing anymore. A certain prince didn't want to die young when he was 10, and was forced to wear it to another dynasty, in the northeast of the inner city, that is, the east of Xianfang in the north, and the east of Dongzhim Bixiao Street. There is an artificial lake. There are few residents nearby and it is in the position of the downwind vent. The Admiral Chu Xianzhang, the eunuch of the Supervisory Bureau, felt that this place was more suitable for the manufacture of classified drugs without affecting the surrounding area. A certain prince looked at the map, pondered and agreed, and moved the laboratory as a whole there, digging by the way. Several cellars. Based on the experience and lessons learned today, Yoji asked several eunuchs in charge to sum up, and in the future, the chances of similar incidents must be reduced. Otherwise life will be killed sooner or later. If you don't care about killing yourself when you do such a thing, and you don't pay attention to it, when industrial production is realized, there will be no more than dozens or even hundreds of dead people. Therefore, we must take precautions and plan ahead. After get off work, all frontline personnel participating in the experiment can take a hot bath, one for disinfection, and the other for relief from fatigue, and then go home after eating a work meal. The next day is the day of the hall exam. Yoji cannot go in the morning. Yuan Lu and Wu Yan will be responsible for them. Even if they read the papers, they have to wait until after the afternoon exam. More importantly, this is the third day that the 2 commanders and their troops have stayed in Kisyuk. In 3 days, the left and right arms will be divided into 2 groups, and the troops will go south. The armor factory is intensively building unscrupulous guns. According to the report of the factory eunuch Zhang Liuan, the daily output of these 2 days has been more than 100, and will be tested in batches after it is built. Unconscionable cannons can not only be used for buried launch, but also can be changed to a vehicle. So a certain prince came to the chariot factory next to the imperial palace storage. The Lonking mortar has a relatively short range, and the artillery is easily attacked by the opponent's artillery when digging a pit. If it becomes a semi-self-propelled artillery, it can easily improve one's own defense and survival rate. The chassis of the chariot must of course be handed over to the chariot factory to manufacture. They are very familiar with this business, and most of the chariots installed by the Ming army have been manufactured here. For the vehicle-mounted mortar, the plan drafted by a prince has several requirements. First, the armor must be thick, especially the front armor of the car body, which must withstand the firing of the Franco machine and the bird blade, and cannot be as brittle as the shield vehicle. Skin. The East captive's shield car seemed sturdy and could protect the infantry from advancing. The front of the car was also equipped with a scary tapered spear or a wooden siege hammer, but it was hit directly by a cannonball. Slack load all. Secondly, it must be able to carry at least 2 artillery. The crew compartment must not be exposed and must be equipped with protective armor, because there are a pile of explosives bags stored in the ammunition warehouse, and each vehicle can carry only 10, and the propellant used by the mortar. In particular, if it was blown up by the opposite side, the entire vehicle and the infantry within a range of several tens of meters would have to be bombed directly into the sky, and there were no bones left behind. Third, the car body must be sturdy, especially the construction site, which must be able to withstand dragging to prevent it from being directly pulled apart due to dragging when it falls into the mud on a rainy day. The appearance of the unconscionable gun looks funny, but the recoil when launched is also great. So the car body must be able to absorb the kinetic energy generated by the artillery launch. It must not have just fired a few shots. The enemy is not doing well, but your own tank is already. It's lying down. Finally, this tank should not be too heavy, otherwise it cannot be pushed by manpower, and Yoji did not even think about designing it as a heavy self-propelled artillery, as long as it can carry 2 main gunners and auxiliary gunners. During transportation, horses can be dragged forward, and a pack horse can be pulled without taking up more animal resources. During the battle, the pack horses are unloaded, and a dozen infantrymen who attack with the chariot are responsible for the carts. So the car body should not be too heavy. In general, although this tank does not have the combat power, defense and maneuverability of tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, it must have some of its functions, such as destroying enemy firepower points and protecting one's own infantry attack, and the vitality of the battlefield should be as much as possible taller. A certain prince did not intend to design it as a rear-powered apocalyptic Nutan because the cost of a conscientious gun is very low. If a pure natural engine is installed in it, this is the price of the engine, are much more expensive than guns. The biggest feature of the Apocalypse tank is that it has built-in power and does not require human power. It is precisely because of this that the 2 engines have become the most expensive part of the vehicle. It is impossible for Yoji to equip every squad of infantry with an Apocalypse tank. This is expensive to purchase, and maintenance is also expensive. The imperial court cannot afford the cost of large-scale installation in terms of funds. The purchase price of an Apocalypse tank is initially set at 100 TL, and the annual maintenance cost is at least 100 TL including the body, crew, engine, and supplies of related weapons, grain, ammunition, and parts. An armored infantry brigade has 100 of this kind of stuff, which is equivalent to directly evaporating 20,000 tls of silver, which is in line with the biggest feature of high-tech charm super burning money. Of course, the Apocalypse tank was a relatively inexpensive high-level weapon than the Erof airship that started at 3,521. Even if the engine suddenly became angry, it would not cause much loss. If the unconscionable cannon can be turned into a cheap tank, mixed with the Apocalypse tank, and then form a high and low match in the army's heavy equipment. It will be very warm and good news for the court. Your Royal Highness, please look over. Wang Chengming, the eunuch of the tank factory pasting factory, learned that the prince will inspect the factory today, and immediately sent people to cover the finished tank with a piece of red cloth to add a festive look. Uncover it. Yoji has no intention of tailoring at all. Without this stuff, his psychological expectations would still be lower. In case, after the increase, you will make a 4 abnormality, how would you comment on it? Pasting factory eunuch Wang Qingming and bureau officer Xiao Yuanxing jointly unveiled the mysterious veil, or red cloth, of the new chariot for a certain prince, revealing a small object with a length of more than 3 meters and a width of about 2 meters. The wheel hub is made according to my own meaning and is very wide, about the size of a hand, which can have a decompression effect. But a certain prince held his shoulders and carefully circled the new weapon. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like an enlarged stroller. The armor of the front of the car is very thick, about an inch, and the iron skin on both sides seems to be able to prevent the attack of birds. With Yang Jinko's support, Yoji deliberately got into the car and looked at the situation inside. After the conscientious gun is in place, the remaining space is not big, and the place to go out to put the explosive bag and gunpowder is only enough for 2 people. How heavy is the car? The appearance and interior are just fine. As a cheap tank, it will be made like this. If you want to upgrade, then you will have to increase the price. Back to your highness. The empty weight is about 300 catties. Bureau officer Xiao Yuanxing has already reduced his own weight as much as possible under the premise of ensuring the protection ability in accordance with the highest instructions of the prince. How about the cost? Yoji is actually most concerned about this. If the cost is too high, the purchase quantity will be reduced. Materials, personnel, and other expenses are fully packaged, and the total price of the bicycle is 20 tals of silver. The wood that is not very good these years is not valuable at all, and iron plates do not need to be of good quality. Xiao Yuanxing feels that if the Ministry of War purchases in large quantities, the cost will be lower. Counting the artillery, ammunition, workhorse, and grain, the cost of a semi-self-propelled artillery will not be higher than 50 tals, which is basically within the range that one can bear. Considering that the workhorse is not like the engine of the Apocalypse tank, there is basically no combat loss, so it can be used repeatedly, and mass production can also reduce the cost. The actual purchase price can be equivalent to about 30 to 35 tals. The price of 3 semi-self-propelled artillery is equivalent to an Apocalypse tank, so it seems to be able to highlight its superior cost performance. But the comprehensive combat capabilities of the two are quite different. Apart from anything else, the Apocalypse tank at least has a built-in engine. Although the engine is not good, it often farts to smoke the crew members. Some models will be equipped with turrets that can rotate 360 degrees to achieve shooting without dead ends on paper, and the armor is thicker than the semi-self-propelled gun, and the anti-strike ability is stronger. You get what you pay for. 100 tals have more advantages than 3 or 40 tals. If there is enough money in the pocket, Yoji will of course choose to install all the armored infantry brigade Apocalypse tanks. But now the large-scale army expansion is not as good as the agenda. It requires large-scale recruitment of soldiers. The money burned into boxes must be carefully calculated. For some scraps, they can be given semi-self-propelled artillery. It is wise to concentrate the financial, material, and manpower resources of comparative advantages, and first install a batch of Apocalypse tanks in the ace troops, such as the Yonghui Battalion. This is definitely not an equal share of all troops, and it will be completely abolished. A certain prince also had doubts about the survivability of the unconscionable artillery on the battlefield. especially in the face of the King cavalry with a very strong assault force. If there is no necessary protection, these artillery with a strong range are very likely to become disposable toys. Losing some iron barrels is irrelevant. The key is to save the lives of the artillery. The semi-self-propelled artillery is not so much used to destroy enemy targets as it is to put on a body armor for the artillery. The bows and arrows of the King cavalry could not do anything with these large baby carriages, so that the artillery would not be caught in a pot. When the braided heavy armored infantry rushed up, it was time for the two armies to fight head-to-head. Sun aching and Hong aching, please get in the car, you are pushing the car behind. Yoji had to do a test for the full-load driving condition of this thing, so he let Sun Quanting and Hong Chengchu as passengers, and a group of small eunuchs strolled behind them. In order to express the weight of the artillery and the medicine package, they also installed 50 kilograms of bricks as the pressure cabin. The chariot itself weighed 300 jins, plus 2 large living men and a chariot of bricks, which made a group of eunuchs very difficult to push. The speed of the chariot was a daughter's scrawl, but it was still advancing. Considering that during the war, he would be replaced by a physically strong foot-scraping idiot, who would be much stronger than these sissies, so a certain prince tolerated this driving speed for the time being. After a round trip, the two passengers in the car didn't feel much. They were exhausted by the group of carts below, and each of them poked in place and panted. It is estimated that their throats are already on fire. Lack of training. This baby stroller was sinking, but it was also on the flat ground. A dozen eunuchs all showed that the body is really bad enough. Go back and let Yang Jinkao teach it well, so as to save yourself the embarrassment. His Royal Highness taught you the most. The most embarrassing thing is that Yang Jinkao is now, and his face is full of awkward smiles. These are all his servants. Pushing a car is so embarrassing. They must have a taste of the whip. Yoji also saw the problem, and turned to Shi Yuanxing. Can this car lose weight? The battlefield is not as flat as the current one. There will be potholes and pits. If you use human power to push a tank of this weight, the off-road ability is almost zero. Assuming that the maximum range of the unscrupulous gun is 300 meters, the range of the enemy's guns on the opposite side is twice as high. That is to say, the semi-self-propelled artillery must enter its own range, at least 300 meters ahead of the gunfire. Calculated at a speed of 1 meter per second, it takes 300 seconds, which is 5 minutes. If the opponent can fire 1 shell every minute, our artillery and infantry will suffer at least 5 batches of attacks. It would be a different matter if the rockets were used to directly hit the heavy artillery with a long range. The question is whether the rockets are on the drawings. If the two sides collide, the survivability of the semi-self-propelled artillery on the battlefield will of course not be too high. After nightfall, if you sneak up and shoot a few shots, it may also reduce casualties. However, this tactical single-soldier cannon model is more suitable, and the investment cost is also lower. If there is no need to fight the East captive cavalry, the semi-self-propelled artillery is almost a tasteless weapon. His Royal Highness, the minister, thought that if the iron plate at the rear of the car body was removed, it might be possible to reduce some weight. Xiao Yuanxing thought for a while, that is, the protection at the back can be reduced, and the front and sides must not be moved rashly. Okay. Yoji thinks that the steering of this product on the battlefield may be almost zero, and the position of the buttocks is almost the same. If you go to fight the Eastern captive cavalry, you don't need to unload it in order to prevent the braids from looping around and shooting. Yesterday, the sulfur was not made, but a biochemical weapon was made, and he smoked himself too hard. Today's tank is not good, but it has made a very modest taste. Go back and check the almanac. Is it because your 5 elements are out of luck? Do you have to eat some soybeans to smooth it? Chapter 194, Mortar Car. Whether it is the semi-self-propelled artillery or the more expensive Apocalypse tank, they are only the first-generation tanks powered by animal power. It is not excessive to describe it as simple and primitive. If a small steam engine can be developed as the engine of a tank, it will be able to be updated, even if the driving speed is not as good as animal power. It will also have epoch-making significance. Without an industrial product as an engine, even if the Apocalypse Tank X is built, it will only be replaced with a new shell on the basis of the prototype, and the old wine will be packed in new bottles. But even the semi-self-propelled artillery and the Apocalypse Tank are far more survivable than the various types of battlefields originally equipped by the Ming army, because a certain prince puts the defense of the tank in the first place, under the condition that the power itself is better than nothing and the firepower is unsatisfactory. The armor can only be thickened desperately if the three elements of the King of Land warfare are not accounted for. It is waste wood, and it is useless on the battlefield. To judge the Apocalypse Tank from the perspective of later generations, this weapon is of course very scum. And it is not even the worst of the War 5 scum. However, when the hot weapons of the Eastern captives were only 20 or 30 years old, the apocalyptic tanks were immune to all kinds of cold weapons, muskets, and shotguns, as long as they were not directly hit by the Hongi cannon. The proud cavalry with braids can't break the tank cluster. The infantry lined up behind, using tanks as a barrier and line of defense, and it is relatively easy to hold on. If the formation is not dispersed, there will be no large-scale defeat. If the strongest marine forces on both sides have to fight head-on, the Apocalypse Tank can theoretically turn braided cavalry into reptiles that can no longer stand up. Comparing the combat effectiveness of the two arms, the King Cavalry ranks 3, Infantry rank 3, Artillery rank 2, Ming Cavalry ranks 1, Infantry rank 1, and Artillery rank 2. The total bonus on the opposite side is 8, here is only 4, not only can't be beaten, but also violently beaten by the braids, beaten so much that they cry father and mother, and defeated. But with tanks and airships, coupled with the upcoming mass production of individual weapons, the defense of the unit has been improved. Yoji believes that infantry can reach level 2. And artillery can be equipped with mortars and rockets. Promoted to level 3, the opposite bonus remains unchanged. The Ming cavalry is still level 1, infantry level 2, artillery level 3, chariot level 1, and airship level 1, and the total is also 8. As long as the number keeps up, you can fight against the brave braids. You have the silver, and enough idiots to pick your feet. The only difference is the time for training. Thinking of the airship that dominates the sky, the one thing Yoji wants to hear most is Kirovriotk, Bilg, Kirovriotk, Kirovriotk, Kirovriotk. That thing was also made in the tank factory. Yoji was considering whether to put the Kirov airship's production plan in the tank factory of Dazho dynasty. In order to satisfy the evil hobby of a certain prince, it is best to have a eunuch standing on the top of the factory building when the airship is about to take off, and using a big loudspeaker to pull his neck and shout to the people below. Kirovriotk. Only in this way can it demonstrate the unique charm of this weapon. If it can be upgraded to a model equipped with helium airbags, it can be set as a secondary airship. When the braids entered the customs again, they will be able to taste the powerful power of the air and ground battle. I hope that the lovely airships will not be blown away by the strong wind by then. Pull out of the city for live ammunition testing. Yoji has to see the performance of the semi-self-propelled artillery with his own eyes before deciding whether to mass-produce this chicken rib weapon, otherwise the tens of thousands of pulls of silver will be turned into a waste in an instant. Although 45 pulls of silver is not much, but if this cargo is really the off-tank, a certain prince will reluctantly cut love and concentrate his financial resources to build the Apocalypse Tank. If the semi-self-propelled artillery is too scumbag, there is no need to keep it. It is better to produce the Apocalypse Tank with more obvious advantages. Yesterday, I was so confused that a certain prince took the opportunity to go out and breathe, hoping that his golden rim would not run into Xiang. That would be disappointing. Boom. The first assistant Xguogwan, the second assistant Wulu, the Ministry of Industry Shangxiu Jiangyu Oi, the Ministry of War Shangxiu Fangyuan Biao, and the Hubu Shangxiu Li Shaiwin, who were responsible for participating in procurement matters, were the first to see the powerful power of a conscientious gun. At first, I heard a loud noise, My body was trembling suddenly, and then I saw an extremely terrifying fireball from hundreds of meters away, changing from red to black, not terrifying, and I was immediately stunned. The two handsome Sun Quanting and Hong Chengchu wore their beards thoughtfully. No wonder the prince insisted on letting him carry hundreds of firecrackers. It turned out that the seemingly simple structure had such a power to eat people. A trilogy is equipped with 300 guns. It is almost unfavorable in close combat. 300 projectiles smashed through at the same time, bursting and shaking the mountain. Even if thousands of anti-thieves come to fight, after this attack, how many people survived? It's like that. Yoji watched the test shooting scene with a telescope from 200 meters away, muttering to himself. The last time it was tested at night, this time during the day, although the visual effect is not good, it is more convenient to observe the explosive power. This experiment is not a unilateral test of the strength of the tank body and chassis, but also a test of the Lonking-style mortar. The new guns produced in the past must be tested, and a certain prince will be spot-checked. Once the defective product is found, trace the source immediately, because every gun has the name of the craftsman responsible for its creation. Successful launching is only the first step. And the next step is to assess the range and accuracy of lethality. Not only must the explosive bag fly far and hit accurately, but also have enough explosive power. 10 guns drawn from different production batches used equal weight propellant and explosive packs and heat shields. The average range is between 150 steps to 200 steps. And roughly the distance between the explosion point and the center of the target is 20 steps. The maximum kill radius short-term loss of combat power from the earthquake is about 10 steps, and the absolute kill radius death is 5 steps. When using external iron beads, the ability to wear iron armor at close range is less than half an inch 16 centimeters, but it can penetrate 3 layers of cowhide armor. These are the data obtained through the armored dummy with the same weight as the human body, which is not much different from actual combat. A certain prince carefully surveyed the location of the explosion, basically knowing it well. And the chariot that had fired 10 shots in a row in front of him was tossed, and after the fight, he would be baptized by his own hot and cold weapons. Before that, Yoji first went up and took a look. Except that the wooden structure of the fixed artillery was partially damaged due to the recoil force, there was no problem with the rest. A certain prince was also more satisfied with the anti-strike ability of the tank. He couldn't penetrate the front and sides with a musket at a distance of 50 meters, and only the Franco cannon could destroy it. The eunuch Wang Chengming and bureau officer Xiao Yuanxing of the chariot factory were tortured by the crown prince and turned into a pile of wreckage with green smoke. They really wanted to cry without tears. Yes, just build 1,000 cars according to this standard, and ensure the quality. Because the conscientious artillery can produce more than 1,000 pieces, the semi-self-propelled artillery must at least reach relative amount. The individual artillery can continue to play, but it is definitely not a long-term proper mode. Thinking of the individual cannon, Yoji thinks that the size of the conscientious cannon will be reduced, and the cartridge will be reduced to 1 catty or half a catty. The spindle-shaped projectile body and the wings that are helpful for flying will be used. I'm going. That's so cool. When the braided cavalry saw the Ming army infantry carrying they promised to dial the horse and run away. If they run late, they will be bombed with their horses. The ultimate nightmare of king cavalry. If the propellant is reduced, the recoil can be reduced, and on the basis of ensuring a certain lethality, it can become a direct pointing weapon. The grenade weighs the same as a pound of projectiles, but it needs to be thrown by manpower, and it can't be thrown far. Doesn't have to be so tiring, and it can easily hit 100 meters. The only obstacle is that you must control the cartridges not to explode in the barrel, so that the artillery will be abolished. If this obstacle can be overcome, this weapon is definitely promising. If you can really produce qualified products, 100 Ming army infantry with on their shoulders can kill 200 to 300 braided cavalry. Because of the long range, After the rocket is fired, there is plenty of time to fire another wave with muskets and grenades. His Royal Highness is wise. The minister, thank you, your holy family. Hearing the huge amount of purchases, Wang Chengming and Xiao Yuanxing immediately ignored the wreckage in front of them, and were so excited that they weren't unnecessary. Their previous efforts were finally in vain. The purchase of 1,000 tanks in one batch is definitely a big deal, and with such a large number, they are profitable, and the two are even more happy when they think that they can profit from it. From now on, during your tenure, for each qualified tank produced by the tank factory, you and both of you will receive half a coin. Take this car as an example. If you build 1,000 qualified tanks, you will get 200 each. 50 tals of silver. 100 vehicles are in a batch, and 10 vehicles are drawn from it for testing. If all one fails to meet the standard, the 100 tanks will have to be reworked. The palace reminds you both in advance, if you get your money, severe punishment. I never want to listen to nonsense begging for mercy. No matter who it is, if you dare to use my command as a fart, my palace will let you never hear the fart. Can you two understand? Receiving personnel of the Ministry of Defense cannot conduct a comprehensive inspection of each tank, and can only conduct random sampling. This method of riding is the most suitable. Otherwise, even if the quality and quantity can be guaranteed in the early stage, it will cut corners in the later stage. The structure of the semi-self-propelled artillery is very simple. In fact, it is an armored wooden four-wheeled box vehicle. If the tank factory has no other tasks, it will be no problem to build 40 or 50 vehicles a day. In a few days, if the Apocalypse tank takes up the production line, the semi-self-propelled artillery will reduce the output, and this batch of orders can be completed in 2 months. On average, both of them can receive a monthly bonus of 125 tals in addition to the fixed salary, and their monthly income has reached the level of a senior member of the 3rd grade after the salary increase. If you are still dissatisfied with your salary like this, please report to Yan Wanai. The monthly income is calculated in units of 10,000 tals. Understood. 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 Chen will not dare to disobey His Highness. Both Wang Chengming and Xiao Yuanxing were frightened, standing still, sweating constantly on their temples, and they didn't dare to wipe them with their sleeves, and their backs were already soaked. The prince was still young, but he was decisive. The 3,000 prisoners of the Beijing camp were killed when they said they were killed. The prison of the Ministry of Criminal Affairs still held nearly 1,000 officials who corrupted the ink, and the end would not be much better. The silver is important, and the head is even more important. If you cut your head over there, you are still greedy for silver. If you are reported, Dongcheng and Jianyuai will be ransacked. Once the silver is copied, it will be dragged and cut, which is equivalent to he was making money for the prince. It's good to understand. Remember what you said to this palace today. If the yang is against the yin in the future, it will be the crime of deceiving the emperor. All that should be said. How to act is their business. Yoji can't control so much. It's a big deal to change 2 people in charge. For the purchase of semi-self-propelled artillery, a certain prince did not need to ask the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Industry for their opinions. The 2 departments themselves still had a lot of trouble to solve, and Yoji could directly make up their minds for them. Chen would not dare to die like this. You dare to ask His Royal Highness to give this car a name. When the bureau officer Xiao Yuanxing showed his loyalty, Wang Chengming, the eunuch who posted the factory, would welcome him. Then call it a Jiajing mortar car. Apocalypse, Wanli, and Longqing are all used, and Jiajing will be further ahead. Sooner or later, the Hongwu Rain will be used, and hopefully it will be an aircraft carrier. If the Rain is almost the same, use the names of famous generals, such as Xi A, Chang Yuk-hun, Tang He, Mu Ying, Qi Jiguang, Yu Dai. You have done it carefully. After some time, our palace will release another large tank to the tank factory to manufacture it. The Apocalypse tank is a decisive weapon against the Braid. It cannot be developed blindly. It is necessary to brainstorm from design to finalization. A certain prince intends to wait for the Frankensteins from all over to be sent to the capital by Jin Yiwei, and make a decision after discussing with them. Not only must the engine be built in, but also a rotating turret must be installed on the roof, and a steering device will be added if necessary. This requires repeated weighing and overall planning. Even if it cannot be done in one step, it will not allow major defects in the finished product. Oh, that's right. The wheel hub should be bigger to facilitate off-roading, and the outside of the hub should be covered with iron to prevent it from being damaged by the enemy. Whether it is a wheeled chariot or a track tank, the most fatal weakness is the lower body. Once the transmission device is knocked out, it will have to lie in place no matter how powerful it is. Chending remembers his Royal Highness' edict, and sends craftsmen to make improvements when he goes back. Xiao Yuanxing felt that the prince was already quite expert, and he could see the flaws in the tank at a glance, and he was even more in awe. Dear King, this car is my great weapon for defeating the enemy. What you hear and see today must not be disclosed to others. Whether facing colleagues, relatives, friends or subordinates, you must remain silent. Those who violate the order shall be regarded as collaborating with the enemy and treason. Punish. The armor thickness of the tank is the top secret, and the enemy must never be known. Otherwise the opponent will develop corresponding tactics and weapons based on its characteristics. If anyone dared to reveal the truth, then a certain prince would have spent tens of thousands of tals of silver in the water. It would be a shame to die, and he would not be able to relieve his hatred by looting him. Fortunately, the test was not carried out in the imperial city. Otherwise, after a series of explosions, the concubines would have to be frightened. Chapter 195, The Porcelain Cup. Civil officials like Zhuogwen have not seen a cannon shot since he became an official, and the opportunity to observe with the naked eye at close range has never been possible. This 10 bursts really made the prospective father-in-law very scared and felt his legs were weak. Walking is a little lame for commanders like Sun Quanting and Hong Chengqiu. This kind of thing has long been commonplace, and I can't wait for the greater the power of the explosion to defeat the enemy. This shameless mortar is indeed a rare weapon. In order to shock his old husband and the civil servants who had never seen a battle, and to celebrate that the prototype cars and mortars produced in an emergency had passed the test, a certain prince made an exception and allowed each person to drink a bowl of wine at noon. But don't drink too much. In the afternoon, I have to go to see the situation of the palace test. If I drink so much that I can speak with a big tongue, the students will see it, thinking that the court officials are a group of drunks. There is no need to hold a court meeting right now, but it is also a working day. Due to the rebellion in the Beijing camp, the scheduled rest day has been postponed indefinitely. All troops stationed inside and outside the capital are on standby 247. Ready to respond to possible sudden changes. The hunt for tea merchants in the city continued. It was not a screaming scream, but a runner who was shot by a bound arrow. A certain prince stipulated that he could only be taken back for interrogation after being captured alive, and he could not be killed on the spot, otherwise it would be a murder. Embezzled family wealth. For those stubborn tea merchants, Yoji does not have any sympathy and compassion for them. With such a rich and undeserved money, there can only be one chicken in the entire Ming dynasty, and the iron rooster that disobeys the holy will die. His Royal Highness, please see the 15 tea merchants who have paid all taxes evaded for 50 years. Yang Jinkao waited until the prince was dinner before reporting the incident, so as not to affect the owner's appetite. Well, declare it. This group of tea merchants who do not know the heights of the sky are really not thirsty without seeing the toilet. They are just a bunch of goods that have not been cleaned up. Are they all honest? Cao Minutes knocked on His Royal Highness, wishing His Royal Highness 1,000 years old. 1,000 years old. 1,000 years old. They can't do anything else, saying that this congratulatory message is slippery. The 15 people actually said it neatly. just like some singing group. They can't hear the extraneous sound at all. Wouldn't it be rehearsed in advance? The first group of 5 people paid up their taxes. Seeing that they were released by the jailers, someone immediately followed up, so another 10 people were released, and it was too late to copy the rest. Because a certain prince doesn't need so many tea merchants at all. Too many tea dealers are not easy to manage, just a dozen of them are enough, and more is to add to himself. Okay. It seems that you are all people who understand things and know how to make progress and retreat. Since they are willing to listen to the persuasion of the palace has no intention of pursuing it. From next month, the business tax will be 10 taxes and 2 taxes in the future, and you will all have to pay as it is. Yogi didn't let these sluggish people get up right away. Those who are qualified to sit in the Eastern Palace are all important ministers of the imperial court, who are qualified to stand, either the maidservant or the general guard. These tea sellers have dared to evade huge taxes, so let's kneel for a while, or sober your mind so as not to be stupid again. Your Highness, please have a look. Yang Jinkao respectfully submitted a pamphlet containing the taxes paid by the families of these 15 people. The lowest was more than 50,000 tals, and the highest was close to 200,000 tals. Some colleagues may have more than this, but they have no chance to hand it in, and the whole family has been fucked by the factory guards, which is more than deadly. Kamenetz is determined to be his duty and abide by the law. From now on, Kamenetz will never dare to evade taxes. 15 tea merchants have paid more than 1.3 million tals of silver. Although there may still be some concealment in it, the clerks still profit from it, and a certain prince does not intend to pursue it anymore. Yogi handed the book back to Yang Jinkao, and motioned him to pass it to the courtiers. All the ministers who had seen the amount of silver were shocking. There is also a list of the amount of Zijin bonds purchased by each family, which can be regarded as a personal voting certificate for the prince. It starts at 50,000 tals and there is no upper limit. The highest family bought 300,000 tals. This is really rich. All the tea merchants buy the 10-year period, but forgive them that they dare not take it out when they are due, and they don't even have the idea of asking for interest. If you change one, whoever takes out the money will have to put their heads sent in. After reading the content on the paper, Yogi saw the deliberate welcoming of the slavey-faced tea merchants, and chuckled lightly, picked up the teacup beside him and said, "Hee, my palace wants to be kind and compassionate. It will not be severely punished easily, but some people should not think that the house is weak and incompetent. From now on, in the future, if anyone violates yang and yin and continues to fool the house will let the factory guard eat this teacup. Let this person know the meaning of porcelain cup for embracing." A certain prince intends to collect 1 million tals of tea tax every year. If this goal is not achieved, then the tea merchants' homes will have to copy 1 million tals for life and death. In short, no matter what methods are used, they must be copied. Squeeze 1 million tals out of the tea business. Slap. After speaking, he threw the teacup in his hand and fell to the ground, breaking it into dozens of fragments of various sizes. The tea merchant who was kneeling on the ground trembled with fright. The frightened expression was the same as that of Master Shu Fu in the morning. There was not much time difference between the explosion. The ministers were all astonished at the new interpretation of compassionate, but when they thought of the tax evaded by tea merchants, they were relieved. These are just the tip of the iceberg, and the part that has been confiscated is the real big head. Of course, this palace will not blindly suppress you. It is understandable to do business for profit. As long as you sell tea in the future, there are naturally benefits to be found. Originally, there were many tea merchants in the capital and it was difficult to manage. From now on, this palace will allow it. You 15 tea merchants sell tea in the city, and foreign tea merchants are not allowed to join without special approval. If there are other things besides selling fake tea, evading taxes, reselling donglu, the palace will naturally look for your 15. Wait. After returning home, you can set up an industry association to uniformly set the wholesale and retail prices of each type of tea, clearly mark the price, And you must not deceive customers. A president and 2 vice presidents are selected to be responsible for meeting all the tea merchants in the palace. If something happens, this palace will also summon the chairman to discuss. Now that you have paid the protection fee, I have to give you some sweetness. The capital market is monopolized by your 15 companies, but you can't raise the price of tea for no reason. Not only can it not be increased, but the price must be appropriately lowered to give customers a profit. It is also a 3-point thin noodle for a certain prince, and the price cannot be increased as hard as before. If this plan can be implemented smoothly, the management area can be expanded to the entire Shunshan mansion, so as to effectively control the tea leaves from the land channel to outside the customs. Although the Imperial Navy is stronger than its counterparts in the eastern captives, it is still unable to restrain the flooding activities at sea. It still needs to meet with Zhenglipet to discuss an effective countermeasure. On the route from Jiangnan to Liaodong, the most popular commodities are tea, salt, and grains, 3 major consumer goods. In addition, silk, porcelain, powder and medicine are also very popular. There is also a commodity that is in great demand, that is, wrought iron, especially refined iron, which can be converted into cash immediately after it arrives in Liaodong, because it can be used to make Hongyai cannons. For braid, there are 2 ways to obtain strategic materials. One is to enter the customs and looting, and the other is to wait for the seller to deliver it to the door. Therefore, in the eyes of a certain prince, if the situation continues to develop, the braids will only become stronger and more difficult to deal with. After a long time, it will be a problem to raise the tiger, not to mention the tiger has grown up. As long as Zhenglipet is given enough benefits, the Zheng family fleet dispatched on a warship will be enough to blockade the northern waters of the Yellow Sea, and at the same time strengthen the management of the ports in the south of the Yangtze River. As long as any merchant ship dared to violently cross the blockade, and did not lower its sails to slow down after the court battleship fired its guns, it still sailed north and sank all, and those who fell into the water were punished for the crime of conspiracy against the enemy. Okay, what should be said? My palace has said almost. The rest depends on your performance. If you perform well, you will naturally have other rewards. If you do not perform well, just think about how porcelain cup. Be pregnant, kneel down. The money is collected and the benefits are given. The smart guys know how to do it. And the smart guys who think they are smart will know how to do it. It will take less than a year to see the results. It's a matter of personal thought. As a reward, a certain prince rewarded each tea merchant with a bowl of beef ramen. The taste from Aoki really made them want to stop. Many people came to see him after having lunch in advance, but they still ate all the noodles. Not even a bit of soup left. After the imperial meal, compliments are necessary. And it is indeed delicious. If there is such a noodle restaurant in the city, everyone will definitely eat it every day, and a bowl of noodles for 2 or 3 cents can be eaten. Summoning tea merchants can only be regarded as a side job of digesting food. There are 2 main things today. In the morning, we will test the semi-self-propelled artillery and spot-check the mass-produced mortars. In the afternoon, we will look at the palace test, especially the health workers. Our answer sheet. His Royal Highness. There are 772 students who participated in the palace exam this year, and they have all answered. The Ministry of Rights and the Hanlin Academy are making every effort to approve the answer sheets. The 2 Yeomen used nearly 100 people to participate in the approval. 1 person had to approve 7 or 8 test papers, 1 had to approve 1 in 10 minutes. And the whole approve had to be completed. The first, second, and third questions are all fill-in-the-blank questions. They are either geography or calculation. The answer is clear at a glance. If you make a mistake, points will be deducted. It is easy to reply. From the 4th question to the last question, it is more difficult to handle. Taxation, capital transfer and other issues are very tricky. Candidates will go astray if they are not paying attention, especially the 6th question, about what up and what down. Candidates answered very diversely, and they are all surprising. Haha. Yoji randomly took a test paper from an examinee, looked at it, and couldn't help laughing. His answer is, the beam is up, the threshold is down, the east house is on the east, and the west house is on the west. Fatty meat, lean meat, thin skin, thick stuffing. Seeing that a certain prince is really speechless, you still can't say that the answer is wrong, because just looking at the answer, it really means that, and it is right. Wu Yan, the second assistant in charge, took a look and looked a little embarrassed. Who really taught him? The answer to the question is so unreasonable. This is a palace exam. It is really stupid and insulting to read the test papers by the sage. I'm afraid that this is the masterpiece of the regular supervising student to study place purchased by the local tyrants. The quality of these students is uneven. This time the examination paper has been read by His Royal Highness, which really embarrassed the Imperial College. Yoji took another paper from another table of batch numbers. The candidate wrote very beautifully. All the first 3 questions were answered correctly. When it came to the 4th question, which is the question of taxation, the answer was resolutely opposed the collection of the 3 taxes. Since the beginning of our dynasty, farming has been the foundation. Emperor Taizagao has encouraged merchants to operate with low taxes. Today, this ancestral system is deeply ingrained. The courts today and the past should not compete with the people for profit, causing people's grievances. Boiling, it is difficult to find a livelihood. Repeat the mistakes of the Wanli period. Extensive taxation is an act of reversal, and heavy taxation is not a long-term solution. The authority of the court will surely make the merchants retreat. If you rashly implement it widely, it is bound to be a bad policy of business decline, resulting in no commercial treasury to collect and no silver to collect. Yoji glanced through it roughly, and knew the purpose of this product. After looking at his total score, he had 72 points. It must be considered a relatively high score among the candidates, but this position is just. After unpacking the part with the name and the place of affiliation, the answer came to the bottom. It came from the beautiful mother's hometown Suzu. This is the site of Donglin Lao Lao. It is strange to support the collection of multiple taxes. His point of view is that the peasant households should be taxed and the 3 taxes should not be levied. Otherwise, they will compete with minutes. He does not want to answer whether the peasant household belongs to minutes. If the household is tight, the imperial court is incompetent and has nothing to do with it. This product is extremely disapproving of the move of the capital. How could Yanyang Daming move the capital south under the pressure of the eastern captives? No matter what the situation is, you must stand firm. The emperor will not work, and the prince will also be nailed to the capital, and he can't retreat one step. Taxes cannot be levied, and the capital cannot be moved southward. It is wise to conquer the enemy with reason and not fight for profit with minutes. Such a talent, I should go to Shanxi to take a post. Yoji gave the candidate's test paper to the new governor of Shanxi, Zuo Modi. The latter was not stupid, but he could still hear the words. The first time he took it, he could see where the clues were. Understand the prince's intentions, and insist on criticizing the prince's decision is naturally unlucky. After the prince was exempted from the 3 taxes, he hoped to rely on the 3 taxes to overcome the current difficulties. The court understood that the 3 taxes were related to the country's society and the survival of the country was critical. This is the general trend, and it is definitely not something that some people can resist by saying boycott. Pulling out the 3rd test paper, Yaji's face sank, and he directly deducted it, without passing it to his men. When Liu Zhengzong, the head of the Hanlin Academy, came to report that all the examination papers had been approved, and the personnel who participated in the approval of the papers were waiting in front of the hall, a certain prince said, "Which king is named Chen Zilin?" Chen Zilin is waiting for His Highness to send you. In what year was Chen a king of Jinchai? Chong's and 10 years top 2. Not bad. Do you know what you did? Xu Chen is stupid, but I hope His Highness can speak bluntly. This guy is still pretending that he doesn't know. This is going to be carried to the end. Yoji doesn't want to pierce his good deeds directly. When did I become so exhausted and hard to come back to this day? It's because there are too few talents who can do a lot of things, and there are too many scums who are stubbornly engaged in camping. And the scums are decent and rampant in the world. What is scum? It looks like human dregs. This thing is not as good as manure, because manure can at least be used to irrigate farmland. For example, some Hanlin who dare to fill in the answers for the candidates for the palace exam. Chen Aking said that is the case. Chapter 196. Palace Exam Fraud. Chen Xilin Wanwen did not expect that the prince would randomly check the test papers, and he happened to draw one he had approved. He knew very well that the so-called approval was not only about scoring, but also some extra work. My palace is very curious. The candidates' names and territories have been sealed, and they are not allowed to be opened without authorization. It is no easy task to complete this move. Chen Aking still needs the help of some accomplices. Otherwise, how can I find those who have been discussed in advance? What about candidates who deliberately left this question blank? The sixth question is worth 20 points. As long as you do it properly, the examiner who has the correct answer can fill it out for it. However, this requires close cooperation between upstream and downstream. Otherwise, finding someone in the test papers of hundreds of candidates is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Generally difficult. Because this palace exam was given by the prince himself. The Hanlin Academy did not get the questions in advance, let alone the answers. But there are good strategies at the top and countermeasures at the bottom. Some Hanlins who want to make money and want to go crazy will do it. Targeted deployment. It's very simple. The whole group of interests cheats for the candidates and fills in the answers directly for them. This is extremely appropriate. As long as the prince does not send someone to review it, there will be no problems. As for how to send a test taker's test paper to a certain examiner, this is very simple. There is a special person to collect a test taker's test paper, and then it will be a matter of course. It is exactly the same as the plot in some spinach movies, and a few days in advance. Century. Seeing this guy and wanting to use silence to confront him, Yoji smiled and induced. Chen Aking can save a family member if he says one accomplice, and he can save the life of the whole family if he says 10. If you say it, this can save the lives of your accomplices, but Chen Aking's family will all be a substitute. The palace will not be able to frame Aking. Let Aking's colleagues look at the handwriting on the test paper, and then ask the courts. The relevant personnel will know one or two things after identification. Temple exam fraud has been around for a long time. This is not the first time this year, and certainly not the last. It's just that some people are unlucky and directly hit the gun of a certain prince. Fill in the correct answer directly for the examinee. You guys are really attentive. Want to make money and die? Row. Just die. Jinnying is finished. Hanlin is finished. It's really one article and one weapon, and it complements each other. When you finish cleaning up your Hanlins, I will see who dares to take the next one. Starting from the first assistant Xgyuokwan, the 7 books were circulated, and then read by generals such as Hong Chengqiu and Sun Quanting. The test papers finally fell into the hands of Zongqiang, Zhuo Duyashi of the Metropolitan Procuratorate, who was also the main person in charge of the palace exam fraud case. Zongqiang took a look and compared Chen Xilin's signature with the answer to question 6. The two handwritings were very similar and very different from the candidate's handwriting. Perhaps he did not consider that the prince would get the test paper he approved, so I even gave up on copying. Are you looking for death? At present, the case of corruption of the army is still under investigation, and the case has not been closed. For the sake of the palace examination, the prince has instructed the Ministry of Justice, Dali Temple, and the Metropolitan Procuratorate in advance to deliberately bypass the Hanlin Yuan and Guo Zijian, so he did not harm the 2 Yemen personnel. But there are always people who face up to difficulties for fear that the prince will not be able to see him. Zongqiang also knows why the prince asked the handwriting appraisers of the Metropolitan Procuratorate to attend the whole test. This is the reason, And this kind of thing really happened. The development of the situation has long been in the grasp of a certain prince, because I have a great deal of trouble in everything that involves the exchange of interests, and there is nothing that goes wrong. Writing dozens of words can make hundreds of kills or even thousands of dollars. How about these people? Can you not be tempted? Candidates give the examiner a confession, and when they get a good ranking in the hall examination, they will get an indispensable opportunity. After taking office, they will find ways to get back the money from the confession. In the end, it is not the people who pay for it. Chen Aking, Yang Shiking is also a Hanlin. What is this person's character and what crimes he committed? I must have heard of Aking. I don't know if Aking wants to follow in his footsteps or reign in the precipice. Take the initiative to confess guilt. Just wait for the whole door to copy and cut. So far, the most violent one in Hanlin is Yang Shiking, who urges the candidates to petition outside the palace, then conceals their wealth, and pours the dirty water of the silver till to his wife, deceiving the emperor to die. Acknowledgement. All kinds of laughable and generous scandals have become dinner talks for 100 officials. If this kind of matter is to be investigated by the Metropolitan Procuratorate, a group of bricks will have to spend several days. A certain prince has no patience. Anyone who wants to treat him as a fool is best to convict him immediately. Otherwise, seeing them still panting, a certain prince would be very upset, and he had to get rid of them quickly. Minister, the situation is so critical that it can no longer be considered. Chen Zilin is already riding a tiger. He has his family members linked by blood on the one hand, and his colleagues for profit on the other. It is extremely difficult for him to choose. If you betray your colleagues in this way, you will no longer be able to gain a foothold in officialdom in the future. You will definitely be left out, and even be entrapped by others in every possible way. But if you abandon your family, then I am afraid that my own life will not be guaranteed. Guilty. Referring to what the prince said before, the saint had already determined that he had a team of accomplices, so at the moment just confessing his guilt is determined to be unable to pray for the prince's mercy. The only way is to tell those colleagues who are profiting together. Speak, who is there? Among the civil servants, some people are indeed hard bones, but most of them are cartilage heads who are greedy for life and fear of death. Even if they don't think about themselves, they will also think about their family members. Otherwise, what is the use of earning so much money? Li Yulin, Han Saiwai, Huxian, Lin Zhengzi, Chen Kaiking, Zhang Yuangxi, Xu Oyan. The officials of crime ministers are relatively low. I only know that the above-mentioned people are involved. Chen Zilin confessed to his comrades in a trembling voice. After speaking, he bowed his head and dared not get up. Since there were fewer than 10 people, he didn't know whether the prince could forgive the lives of the young and old in the family. He was extremely nervous and anxious. There is nothing to say. A certain prince always arrests people first and then finds evidence. As long as the evidence is not empty, he should be able to find the evidence. If he can find it, then make a copy. The damn person must be punished. Just die. The minister was wronged. His Royal Highness is watching. Chen Zilin framed the defender. The guys who were bitten out naturally refused to admit the account, and started yelling, saying that they were very innocent. It was Chen Zilin who was turning black and white and harming Zongliang. No noise. This farce made the prince frown. Yang Jinkao saw the clue, and sternly stopped drinking, so that the group of objects on the opposite side were honest, and annoyed the prince, and let your whole family fall to the ground. My palace is not easy to talk nonsense, and there is no time to talk nonsense. Just say a little, take the initiative to confess, and the death penalty can be avoided. If you don't admit it, the whole family will ask for it. Lao Tzu didn't believe that the entire Hanlin Academy would dare to make waves in the temple examination with the 8 of you. You don't have the ability of Brother Monkey, and there must be a bunch of people lurking underwater. While several people were still hesitating and pondering, Huxian, who was kneeling on the ground, raised his arm and pointed to the person next to him. His Royal Highness, the head of the academy, Liu Zhengzong, also received the candidate's silver coins. Since he wanted to use his colleagues to cushion himself, he had to bite out a guy with a higher official position to attract the attention of the prince. In order to save the lives of himself and his family, Hu Xian couldn't care too much. What about the head office? The crown prince even dared to pay official posts to the elders, and even checked the houses of the nobles. You are just a green onion in front of the crown prince. Of course Liu Zhengzong will not admit that this is a crime of losing his head, and as the head of the Imperial Academy, he is most responsible for this kind of thing. Blood. Your Highness, this person deliberately framed the minister, but also hopes Your Highness observe. Once it's done, it's all over. Liu Zhengzong wanted to use this palace test to recover all the money he had offered for many years, but unfortunately, it didn't follow people's wishes. And one test paper made the Hanlin Academy jump up and down. His Royal Highness, what Hu Xian said is true. His Royal Highness, Liu Zhengzong is indeed my partner. His Royal Highness, in addition to being in charge of the courtyard, there are also. Seeing that Hu Xian had all given the confession to the head office, the other colleagues were naturally unwilling to confess, and they started to vomit, and all of a sudden more than 30 confessions were given. And there were 44 people in total. What an extremely lucky number. I'm sorry for this number if you don't die. Since there is a word first, biting out an accomplice can be exempted from the death penalty. A certain prince is trying to kill them, and he can't break his word and get fat in the public. Even if he is fat, he has to eat meat and eat fat. Then they can happily be sent to the Shandong mine to mine. If they don't like it, they can go to the Kailiuan mine. In short, don't expect to write with a pen in this life. This is called put the pen from the mine! Exclamation mark. Looking at the group of bastards kneeling down below, Yoji couldn't help but mocked. This palace is very strange. So many Hanlins can make money to earn the palace test. Is there anything Hanlin who is obsessed with money does not dare to do? Dare to love every year many of the Hanlin's palace exams are all making money. From this point of view, the so-called first-class and second-class scholars are naturally unsatisfactory. The stunts performed by you and others are really wonderful. Liu Zhangyuan, my palace talent appoint you to be the head of the Imperial Academy for a few days. Would you dare to collude with them to deceive this palace? What a courage! The Hanlin Academy, known as the Land of Elegance, is now where the dirt are hidden. Everything must be in line with the silver. The Hanlin who does not aim to make money is not a good Hanlin. The salaries and silver are only pocket money, and sideline is the main income source. Minister. After Liu Zhengzong had concluded his words, he did not dare to answer. If he confessed his guilt, he would probably have to be shown to the public. If he didn't confess, he didn't know what to say to get rid of his guilt. It's hard to reverse what the crown prince found, let alone himself. I had done something bad at first. Zhenghua, sent someone to copy the house. All these 44 houses will be copied. Chen Zunzai, for Dongcheng and Jini Yuai, the work pressure these days is very heavy, and they are exhausted physically and mentally, because there are too many household belongings in the residences of Xungai and the court officials. If it weren't for the prince who had already spoken out, he would reward the general factory guards. Everyone would be encouraged by this, otherwise they would soon be overwhelmed. In the eyes of a certain prince, the factory guard was a moving company, and the princes were all employees responsible for moving. Their main job was to move the wealth of the Xungai and courtiers to Magi. This is what Leech said in the past. Recovering stolen money and helping pay has the same effect. Now the city gate is closed. No one should take the opportunity to slip out. Liu Aking, tell me how much silver did you collect for this whole trial? If you want to talk about dry goods, this is what everyone wants to hear the most. And everyone wants to see so much money, but the last 1 or 2 were not obtained, all belonged to the prince. This kind of sad and tragic experience is the senior member. We love the good things we love to hear. No matter how thick-skinned Liu Zhengzong is, he is not embarrassed to answer in front of many colleagues. Being bitten by Hanlin means that the wealth he has accumulated for many years will be wasted. He is already exhausted physically and mentally and does not want to abuse himself. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Shen Zilin, Shen Aking, Let's talk about it. Some people don't want to say it, maybe some people want to say it, especially those who want to grab the life-saving straw and go ashore. Chen Zilin had no way of retreat. He could only choose a way to cut off his guilt from his colleagues, and he had no scruples at all. His Royal Highness, the preparation for the palace exam is thorough. The exam questions have not been leaked, and the examiner is criticizing it. The answer was only obtained when the paper was completed. According to the agreement of participating in the fraud Hanlin, the candidates who entered the top 10 must pay 10,000 tls each. To enter the top 20, each person must pay 5,000 tls. The top 50, each of them must pay 2,000 tls. Each of the top 200 pays 500 tls. The total is 31 million tls. And the ministers can be divided into 2,000 tls. 2,000 tls may not seem to be much. Just imagine that you can earn such an amount in just a few days. It is definitely an extremely efficient income. The Hanlins will naturally be happy for the rest of the time. Once a year, steadily falling down, working as an errand in the Imperial Academy is probably the most leisurely job in the Datong dynasty. Despite the reputation, there is really a lot of money to take. How do you rate it? This time is different from the past. Yoji does not have the top 3, instead it is changed to a score system. I don't know how this group of borers worked secretly. His Royal Highness, after collecting the papers, according to the amount of silver tls paid by the candidates, they will be sent to the corresponding examiners. Since this palace exam determines the candidates' positions based on the total score, Hanlin agreed that those who have paid the silver will be given special care. At least the 60-point pass line is required, and then the specific score is determined according to the amount of silver paid. The top 10 must be at least 90 points, the top 20 must be at least 80 points, and the top 50 must be at least 70 points. The top 100 are above 60 points. If the examinee cannot write the answer, the examiner will fill it out. If the answer of the examinee who has not paid the silver is closer to the correct answer, the score must be lowered. Chen's Island's prosperous and flowing water is like narrating a well-planned project. In order to avoid suspicion, the teacher of the Imperial College did not participate in this examination, and this fatality fell to the Hanlin Academy. It is not the first time that Hanlins have done this, otherwise they would never have done so detailed, just like a professional team. TSK, okay. You are all the pillars of my Ming. The palace test has been penetrated by you. The palace test is regarded as a money-making business. I don't know if you feel face-to-face. The ancestors? Why don't they all go to Shandong for mining? Chapter 197, Amnesty for one person. Hearing that he was going to be sent for mining, Tangtung Hanlin turned into dirty and embarrassed miners. These people immediately began to resist instinctively. While crying for the prince's forgiveness, they bit out a group of colleagues from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Imperial College. They came to cushion themselves, and if all 3 yeomen were counted, there would be more than 100 people. In this way, it can be described as a one-stop service for production, supply and marketing. Yoji couldn't help but sigh. Wait for you. Joining gangs, guarding oneself, deceiving Shen Kong, and teaming up to cheat, really is the wonderful work of my dear Ming Junji. Can the Jinshai selected by the whole test have integrity? Can they have a conscience? Can they have a bottom line? The silver given to the examiner is not doubled from the people after becoming an official. Isn't the person who died of my Ming dynasty the column in front of my palace? Thinking about the benefits, even if a family can copy 3,000 tls, at least more than 300,000 tls of silver can be copied from more than 100 houses, as well as those jewelry, calligraphy, and real estate, which can be regarded as small for a certain prince and the household. Make it up. The sinner prays for mercy from His Highness. That's all for the candidates. If you don't accept it, you will be squeezed out. The Hanlins didn't want to be miners. They had to live by digging coal all their lives, and they didn't want to be stripped to their heads or even peeling the grass. In short, this is the practice of the officialdom, and they are just taking advantage of the trend. How can the candidates insist on stuffing money? After hearing these absurd reasons, Yoji wanted to laugh out loud, and said with contempt, "Isn't you just a person who sees benefits?" This kind of reason can be said with a face. It is a typical reason that is not straight and arrogant. The Donglu wants your heads. Why don't you take the initiative to give them out? Seeing et al.'s shamelessness, this palace reminds me of Yang Shikeng before, and the performance of this dog is exactly the same as et al. Civil officials are greedy for money, all kinds of sophistry, military commanders. I am afraid of death, resisting orders and disrespectful. Even though I have thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, can there be a reason to survive? The officials of the Imperial Academy and the Imperial College belonged to the top of the wall. When Li Ziking entered the capital, they surrendered to the express company. Dorgan beat Li Ziking away, and they joined the Biscuits group. Emperor Ming was just one of their temporary bosses. The only thing this gang valued was the vested interests in front of them. Whoever fed them dog food, they would wave their flags and cheer for them. Seeing that the empire was about to collapse, the emperor fell, and the prince was still young. It was a God-given opportunity to make money. They were busy cashing out. No matter who was found, as long as they were not involved, they would do side business wholeheartedly. These profitable civil officials had only two main functions at the end of the Ming dynasty. One was to earn money for themselves and enjoy life. The second is to work for interest groups, to turn the emperor over. After the Potfather ousted Zhu Yanru, the Jiangnan scholar group and the court, which was replaced by Donglin, they were thinking about how to seize power and reinvigorate the government. And there is no contradiction between cheating in the whole test and counterattack. Donglin used this method to transport his own trilogy in large quantities and succeeded in occupying the magpie's nest. This is the good deeds done by the upright people who advertise themselves as the world as their own responsibility. Since this palace has something to say first, Shen Zilin, Li Yulin, Han Saiwai, Huxian, Lin Zhengzi, Chen Kaiking, Zhang Yuangxi, Xu Oyan and others have cut off their reputations and demoted them to Xumin. After ransacking their homes, they thought behind closed doors without permission from the palace. Don't leave the house without authorization. All the food and food used by the whole family are provided by the factory guard. The rest of the people, etc., first copy their homes and then be reviewed by the Metropolitan Procuratorate. If there is a misunderstanding, they can be released after verification and reporting. If the verification is correct, the family will distribute the mountain. Mining. Don't you like to make money? That's easy. Just go to Shandong to dig hard. The more you dig, the more you earn. From now on, the gold mining company will be called Dig Duo. After Wu Wai committed the crime, he thought behind closed doors at home, or he had to get involved. These 9 people are all good at flattering, keeping them just enough to be the mouthpiece of a certain prince. People make the best use of their talents, and dogs make the best use of them. Since it was in the early stage of the business, there were too many dogs to keep, so just keep these few in the early stage. Any candidate who bribed the examiner must pay a fine 5 times that of a bribe. If you give Hanlin 1,000 kls, you will be fined 5,000 kls, and if you give 1,000 kls, you will be fined 50,000 kls. If you can't pay, you will ransack your home. First detained in the Imperial College, the parents can hand in the guarantee and fines and then release them. If there is any illegal behavior in the future, the family will be ransacked immediately, not only to clean up the examiners, but also to teach these candidates. Otherwise, I always think that the palace exam rankings can also be bought with money. If you want to buy it, you must go to this palace to buy it. Going to other places is a disobedience. Seeing that you don't plan to do this, this palace won't force it, and it is more convenient to copy home. A certain prince sent someone to call the honest candidate and asked him how he wrote such a truthful statement. The student Xujufu knocked on His Royal Highness. I wish. No. This name is really a local tyrant, and his body and voice are almost like pigs. Did you write all the content on this test paper? Yuji's notes look like a masterpiece of a person, but he can't be completely sure. Back to your highness. It is indeed written by the student. Xujufu didn't know how high although his score was, and he was very nervous. but he still had to answer 5 to 10. Can you give money to the examiner? Send. Send. How much did you give? 5 500. 2. Why did you finish the test paper by yourself again? The student is afraid. The examiner has collected the money. In action. You have a perfect solution. This product looks stupid, but in my heart it is very flexible. It is necessary to send money and think that the examiner will only collect the money and not do practical things, so I write it down by myself. If the examiner is still honest, I can increase my score by then up. In fact, he is right to do this. You can't completely trust those worm examiners who put their own future in the hands of others. If they don't fill in the blank test papers, don't you just step on the empty one? The beam is up, the threshold is down. The east house is on the east, and the west house is on the west. Fatty meat, lean meat and thin meat. Thin skin and thick stuffing. Did you fill in this? It looked like a smile. And the future officials of the court were of this level, so the prospects were really worrying. His Royal Highness, it is the student. This question is very difficult, the student takes a long time, just come up with such an answer. Xujufu also has his own reasons, not to mention him for this question. It is difficult to get full marks when replaced by a talented person. What's the job at home? Yoji believes that this product must be a small local tyrant, otherwise the students from ordinary people's families have to make up the sum of money comparable to heaven. Go back to your highness. There is a restaurant at home for livelihood. That's it. You can get an amnesty without paying a fine, and you won't be degraded, but in the future there will be the slightest illegal behavior. Otherwise you will be sent to jail. No wonder it grew up like this, and dared to write the meat on the test paper. Even if he was allowed to enjoy the amnesty treatment, he had to be warned. Thanks. Your Highness Xi is forgiving. The students will definitely abide by the edict. Xujufu was so scared that he was sweating, and he felt relieved to hear that he was pardoned. But compared to those who were inferior to him, he felt much better, and finally escaped. Since your family is not short of money, you can go to the northwest with the governor of Shanxi's Zuo Modi. Are you willing? Let this guy go to Shanxian to lose weight first, and then eat some mutton supplements when the reduction is almost the same, and then let him lose weight by order. Will. When I heard that he was going to be sent to Shanxi, Xujufu was 100 reluctance. He was from Huibai. Although he was not as rich as the Jiangnan area, his family was not bad at money. The scenery in his hometown was much better than that of the deserted land in the northwest. I heard you are very reluctant. No one is willing to go to the northwest to take up posts. Without officials to maintain the order there, the imperial court's rule over Shanxian would be considered dead in name. I'm willing. The sanctuaries are really willing. Xujufu heard that the prince was very unhappy with his answer, and he immediately regretted it and scolded himself for being extremely stupid. If he irritated the prince, he would have to withdraw the amnesty treatment of Shijia's Wang. I don't want to hear perfunctory words. Talking is like farting, which is equivalent to putting eye drops on a certain prince. Absolutely. Absolutely not perfunctory. Following the matter, Xujufu was already frightened. If he said another sentence wrong, he would be dead. Whatever the prince said, he would agree to something. There was no need to think at all. If he thought too much, he would make mistakes and make the prince more dissatisfied. Then, from now on, follow Zuo Modi and do it well and do a good job. My palace will promote you for a poor job, and there is no need to punish you. Zuo Modi has a Shangfeng sword. You can try it with your neck. Test whether the sword is sharp and tough. It is necessary to be scared. Some people are timid and don't dare to act rashly when they are scared, and some even dare not step beyond the thunder pool for a lifetime. There is no need for a prince to worry about the daring. Zuo Modi has the right to be head first and then play. For Yoji, he doesn't need to report to such a big official if he kills such a big sesame official. Regarding Zuo Modi's character and style, a certain prince has absolute trust, and will fully support everything in Shanxian. As long as he can settle in Shanxian, It is a great accomplishment, and his uncle cannot be overstated. Shengxing Shengman fixed Dangdang following Dui, another name for the governor to the death. Although Xijufus' head looks like a pig's head, he is not slow at all, otherwise he will not distrust the examiner. He understands that he has been targeted by the prince and he must perform well. However, he was registered with the prince. If you go to Shangqian, you can follow the governor's Yuo Modi. I want to save a towering tree. As long as you don't make a big mistake, your career in the future will be straightforward. That's good. Remember what you said today. In the future, if you dare to violate it, it will be the sin of the king. I am too late and copy everything. The old people who have been in the court for many years don't care about this intimidation. But for the survivors, the crime of Lin Kai is simply a nightmare they can't get rid of, and they will be horrified and shudder when they hear it. No, no, no. Dear. For a long time, Fu had eaten hot pot, and thought that he would also want to slice the meat off his body by the executioner, and maybe he would be shaken up, and he was almost suffocated with fright. Mo said that it was unacceptable to copy and slash oneself, and the fat body began to tremble unconsciously, and he couldn't stop even if he wanted to stop. You don't need to be afraid, just abide by the court's laws and regulations. Zhuo King is an upright person, a clean and honest official, and has a good governance, and his achievements are outstanding. Following Zhuo King, you can get a lot of benefits. If you don't want to keep up, then you will be the first person. It's a different place. This is not a fright. This is the truth. Zhuo Modi could be regarded as one of the few civil servants with real talents in the late Ming dynasty. He could learn from this teacher, and his salary would be considered superior. The pig in front of him has a second thought. If he doesn't know if he seizes the opportunity, he can be slapped by Shang Fang's sword. Yes, 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 yes. Xijufu also heard of Zhuo Modi's reputation as an official, and he respected him very much. He really wanted to follow the governor. Apart from excitement, he was also a little anxious. I don't know if his boss is harsh and whether he can achieve it. Claim. I owe 600 words, and I will make up in the next chapter. There will be no extra charge. Please rest assured. I wish you all a happy holiday. Hearing that he was going to be sent for mining, Tangtang Hanlin turned into dirty and embarrassed miners. These people immediately began to resist instinctively. While crying for the prince's forgiveness, they bit out a group of colleagues from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Imperial College. They came to cushion themselves, and if all three yeomen were counted, there would be more than 100 people. In this way, it can be described as a one-stop service for production, supply and marketing. Yoji couldn't help but sigh. Wait for you. Joining gangs, guarding oneself, deceiving Sheng Kong, and teaming up to cheat, really is the wonderful work of my dear Ming Junji. Can the Jinshai selected by the whole test have integrity? Can they have a conscience? Can they have a bottom line? The silver given to the examiner is not doubled from the people after becoming an official. Isn't the person who died of my Ming dynasty the column in front of my palace? Thinking about the benefits, even if a family can copy 3,000 tls, at least more than 300,000 tls of silver can be copied from more than 100 houses, as well as those jewelry, calligraphy, and real estate, which can be regarded as small for a certain prince and the household. Make it up. The sinner prays for mercy from His Highness. That was all forcibly given by the examinee. If you don't accept it, you will be squeezed out. The Hanlins didn't want to be miners. They had to live by digging coal all their lives, and they didn't want to be stripped to their heads or even peeling the grass. In short, this is the practice of the officialdom, and they are just taking advantage of the trend. How can the candidates insist on stuffing money? After hearing these absurd reasons, Yoji wanted to laugh out loud, and said with contempt, "Isn't you just a person who sees benefits?" This kind of reason can be said with a face. It is a typical reason that is not straight and arrogant. The Donglu wants your heads. Why don't you take the initiative to give them out? Seeing et al.'s shamelessness, this palace reminds me of Yang Shikeng before, and the performance of this dog is exactly the same as et al. Civil officials are greedy for money, all kinds of sophistry, military commanders. I am afraid of death, resisting orders and disrespectful. Even though I have thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, can there be a reason to survive? The officials of the Imperial Academy and the Imperial College belonged to the top of the wall. When Li Ziqing entered the capital, they surrendered to the Express Company. Dorgan beat Li Ziqing away, and they joined the Biscuits group. Emperor Ming was just one of their temporary bosses. The only thing this gang valued was the vested interests in front of them. Whoever fed them dog food, they would wave their flags and cheer for them. Seeing that the empire was about to collapse, the emperor fell, and the prince was still young. It was a God-given opportunity to make money. They were busy cashing out. No matter who was found, as long as they were not involved, they would do side business wholeheartedly. Chapter 198. The Bite of Hope. Shanqian is a poor place, and there is not much oil and water that can be obtained as an official there. Xujufu knew this well, so he directly dispelled the idea of accumulating money and returning to the capital. Besides, he is not short of money, and he doesn't like the monthly payment. 20-30 tals of salary. The only hope is to follow Zuo Modi, take care of the front and back, and serve the people, trying to leave a good impression on the governor, and then looking for opportunities to be transferred to the south, especially in the area of hometown, which is not worth the hardship of the past few years. Although it was targeted by the prince, it's good to think about it. From now on, I'm a hand-pointed Jinchai, and I worship Zuo Modi's sect. Even if there is no public apprenticeship, it's actually the same. No matter who it is. You have to give yourself 3 points of thin noodles. There should be more than a handful of students who have rushed to take up positions in the Northwest. I am afraid that I am the only one who can get such treatment. This is a great honor. How many people want to worship, but still can't find this way? They will be available in the future. Cherish it. You are really fat and alive. Although the rookie knelt on the ground to listen to the decree, his eyes kept spinning in his sockets. The eyes were the windows of the soul, and Yoji knew what his temperament was at a glance. If Zuo Modi didn't take care of him, he would be full of money after a few years, and then he would become a pig waiting to be cut. Students. Don't dare to violate. Your Royal Highness Oracle. After being pierced by the prince, Xujufu was completely honest now. He simply squatted on the ground and didn't dare to get up. What you should think about is how to be a good official and an upright official, instead of thinking about being a high official or a corrupt official all day long. Because only by being a good official and an upright official can you gain longevity, and being a big, corrupt official has to be exchanged for your life. Fatty meat, Ling Kai, forget it. Lighting a sky lantern is just right. The prince's continuous threats made Zuo Modi amused when he heard it, and if he continued to threaten it like this, I was afraid that the survivor would be at a loss in the end, and fear was left in his heart. The other court officials all sat on their chairs and watched the excitement, and they were looking forward to it. A few years later, what kind of appearance the student will be taught by Zuo Modi? Maybe he will be asked if he can't wait until then. Students must remember His Royal Highness Oracle, and they will do their best, and they will be dead. If you are exhausted due to busy government affairs, or burned to death by a sky lantern, you can only choose one of the two. For a long time, no matter how lazy or stupid, you will choose the former, and the latter is not something ordinary people can enjoy. Seeing that it was almost done, Zuo Modi stood up and bowed his hands to salute the minister. Please be at ease, the minister will take care of this person. If he has a bad heart, the yang will violate the yin, the minister will be severely punished and not negligent. Although this kid has the inferiority of a gentry boy, he is not stupid in his mind. If he brings it back to mention a few things, it may be really an official material. Since the prince intends to do this, he should stay by his side and be an apprentice. Yoji did not continue to waste time on this dead fat mansion, and gave the governor of Shanqian face. If this is so good, then Lao Zuoaking will bother. For a long time, although Shanqian is thousands of miles away, but the palace can still get a secret report at any time, so you can do it for yourself. If you do well, someone will promote you. If you do a poor job, someone will kill you. In the future, the top performers in the hall exams each year will give priority to filling the vacancies in the Northwest. Shanxi is the top priority of the court to stabilize the overall situation. In Shanxi, you don't want to say that the guards have stolen yourself. Even if you eat and die, you will be dismissed and investigated. The palace has said so much, and let you belong to Zuo King. It is to show you a path to the sky. Follow the instructions of this palace, walk well, no matter how high you go, you will not be thrown to death. Otherwise, this palace will not allow some assholes who do not obey the orders of this palace to go to this palace. If you step on the paved road, you will be crushed. 200 officials are supplemented to Shanxi every year. For 5 or 6 years in a row, thousands of officials have been placed in various places. In addition to the large number of newly formed Qin troops, the payment of money, food and grass will be in place on time. This is enough to guarantee the absoluteness of the court to Shanxi. Take control. As long as Shanxi can be stabilized, the convenience of the Northwest and even the North will not be messed up. The money and grain that the court broadcasts to Shanxi every year will not become a waste of water. And the Yansheng oil field, Shenfu coal field and gold mines in various places will also be able to ensure continuous mining. In this case, within 5 years, Shanxi will be able to achieve self-sufficiency. Although the grain production capacity is limited and it still needs to be transported from the south, it can be offset by oil and gold. After the accounts are written off, Shanxi the financial situation can be greatly improved. The imperial court exchanged silver and grain for the oil and gold produced by Shanxi. The oil was purchased as much as it was dug. For 5 tons of silver and a barrel of oil, 200,000 barrels would equal 1 million tons. For the quota of gold, Shanxian can keep 40%, turn over 40% to the Ministry of Household, and the remaining 20% go to the prince. 10 tons of gold are mined every year, and 4 tons of them are left in the Shanxi area, and they can earn another 1 million tons. For oil and gold mines alone, not counting agricultural and commercial tax revenues, Shanxi's local finance can have 2 million tons of silver. The money for buying coal can only be used to cover the cost of mining oil fields and gold mines. In the past, the government's annual allocation to Shanxi was much lower than this. If such a high income can be obtained each year, plus the 2 million tons of silver given by the prince's opening ceremony, Zuo Modi is very confident that within 5 years completely eliminate the chaos of Shanxi and Qian. Students do not dare to disobey the edict of His Highness. Xujufu, who was about to be scared of incontinence, finally left with mixed feelings of sadness and joy. The prince did not hold himself accountable. Fortunately, he had to go to work in a bitter and cold place and he had to follow Zuo Mao, a clean and harsh official. First, I feel a little hesitant and anxious about it. Wu Yong and Wu Aking, blocking Yingxi and blocking Aking, after removing the students who bribed the examiner, all the top 300 in the hall examination scores will fill up the vacancy of Shanxi. This matter can be determined by the 2 of you, and the staff will be responsible for the verification. So I made a backup of the information of the new official, and gave all the backup to Zuo Aking to manage. This is the order of the palace, and those who refuse to take office are against the decree and disrespect, and they are demoted to Shumin after the home is ransacked. If it is after Ren Shanqian regardless of the number of people and the background, Zuo Aking can cut it first and then play it. If it is a local official, the evaluation elements will be based on the 5 factors of 1 minutes, suppression of bandits, economy, cleanliness, and governance, and the performance of each year. The full score is 50 points, and 30 is the passing line. If there is no special reason, you will be warned if you fail to pass for 2 consecutive years. If you fail for 3 consecutive years, you will be immediately dismissed and replaced. Otherwise, you can be promoted. Don't you examinees all have abacus? Exactly. This palace takes you all to a place where birds don't shit and fix it. Those who are disobedient, don't say go back to your hometown, don't even want to breathe in this life. This palace gave Shankian 2 million tals of silver, not for you to divide the money with dears in the past. Whoever dares to divide the money that shouldn't be divided, this palace dares to divide their corpses. His Royal Highness is wise, the minister is grateful, and he must do his best to govern Shanxi. The prince's arrangement in this way means that this year's palace exam was specifically for Shankian to fill the vacancy. Zuo Modi, the governor of Shankian, was of course very touched. This relieved his urgent need and obtained a group of young talents and brought them to the northwest. You can do it with ease. For this group of students, this palace exam is only the first exam. After arriving at Shankian, it will be the second exam. If the first exam is not good, you can retake the exam. If the second exam is not good, it will be less serious. Losing one's job and being demoted, the most important part is the difference in the body. The palace believes that this is a big wave, and all that can be left in the end is gold. The students still didn't want to go, but after the imperial decree, they dare not go. It was only after arriving at a place that it was discovered that Shankian, known for being poor, was actually a valuable 3 treasures. The big deal of millions of tals of silver is in front of him, and they are not happy to let them go back then. The Shanxi 3 treasures can take away the souls of many people, which is no smaller than the salt cakes in Liangwai. I am afraid that less than half of these 300 survivors will survive, and many self-proclaimed clever guys will capsize and drown in the northwest. The palace test is an exercise. It is an actual combat test after taking office, and it is to test one's fineness with one's own head. For the gold that was scoured, a certain prince would naturally use silver as a reward. And for those sand who want to make money, the only way to make money is to work in the underworld. Such things as Chen's Island's bloated cheeks, which had been eaten only 2 years after taking office, would have already set foot on Huangquan Road if it hadn't been reported and rewarded. The guys in Donglin, Fush, and Jish were still thinking about adding sand to the palace exam, hoping that one day they could make a comeback, just so that all the undercover agents they sent would go to Shankian for experience. Especially those guys who prefer to spend their own money and vainly oppose the decree. Let Zuo Modi have a plan scientifically and rationally pop, so that certain interest groups lose their money. Shankian is a filter for selecting talents, filtering out all the moths and undercovers, and leaving behind people who can be used with confidence. Those ill-intentioned guys would not expect that a certain prince would play like this. They even arranged a designated casino for them. Not only did they want to play, they had to play in accordance with the regulations of the certain prince. Slap off. It's too late to refuse. A certain prince's big ship can't be boarded if he wants to, but can be boarded if he wants to get off. You need to pass all levels of exams to board, and you need to hand in all your belongings to disembark. At the beginning, no one forced you to get on the boat. Didn't you all want to get back to your capital earlier? There happens to be a gambling game where both sides can bet against each other. If you win the bet, you can retreat. If you lose, then you are willing to bet. A factory guard is responsible for security work, and these gamblers are not allowed to accept it. When he heard the word golden, Zuo Modi felt a lot of emotion in his heart. Previously, the prince pointed out the location of many gold mines, which made him very optimistic about Shanx's prospects. But the prince only said a few words to take away 20% of the mining share. This is the lion's open mouth. Zuo Modi was very unhappy about this, and worried that the prince would change his mind to private mining, so he had to agree directly. But when his mind calmed down, and after a few days of careful consideration, Zuo Modi was able to accept the result calmly. In terms of the share of gold mines, the Ministry of Households accounted for 40%, and Shankian accounted for 40%, both of which were big heads. The prince was only in their fifth. The price of exchange was not too high. Given the 3 treasures of Shanxi that can help one man, and in the end only take this benefit, It is understandable. In comparison, what the prince wants is already trivial. The emperor wouldn't account for that much, but he didn't even know the location of the gold mine. If gold worth 1 million tals of silver can be mined a year, that would really solve a big problem. The gold mine object is greedy no matter who sees it. Now that the prince is in charge of the country, it is protected by the prince. It is a talisman, and those who covet it will also be afraid of 3 points. Zhuo Modi also roughly calculated in his spare time that as long as Shankian's annual income reaches 2 million tals of silver, for 3 consecutive years, the endless changes in various places will be calmed down. In the final analysis, Minbin means that the people have no money, no land, no food to eat and no other things to satisfy their hunger. There is only one way to go. However, as long as the people in Shanxi and Qianxi were to use the work for relief policy and use oil and coal mining methods to provide relief to the common people, one after another would disappear. If the government has the money and can implement the decree in place, Shanxi will be fine, and the northwest will naturally be much more stable. The imperial court can concentrate on destroying the bandits, and then mobilize its forces to resist the invasion of the east. All the problems are focused on money, so Zhuo Modi must find ways to increase local fiscal revenue. 2 million tals is a relatively ideal amount. 1.5 million tals are also fine, but the minimum amount cannot be less than 1 million tals per year. Whether you can fulfill your promise in front of the prince depends on the situation of mining and oil extraction, and these students who have completed the palace test will be one of the main forces in managing all regions. His Royal Highness, the minister urged that another detention facility be set up. It is really difficult for the Metropolitan Procuratorate to contain many suspects. To organize a lot of hall examination results and candidates' files, Wugang and Duyingxi are not the busiest people, because the left capital Yaxizongqiang is already overwhelmed. Due to the military corruption case, the court has long been overcrowded. The situation in the Ministry of Criminal Affairs and Dali Temple is similar, and a batch of suspects have just been born in the palace examination. The worms from the Ministry of Officials, the Imperial College, and the Imperial Academy plus the candidates who gave the money totaled more than 200 people, and they had to be taken into custody. This was not counted as the officials' family members. The minister reconsidered what Master Zong said, that the number of suspects and their family members involved in the case is too large, which has exceeded the scale of the detention of the Three Laws Division, and I still hope that His Royal Highness can judge. If you are lucky enough to enter the prison of the Three Laws Division to patronize, you will find that it is not like a jail, but more like a crowded market. The suspects and their families are already too many to emerge from the prison. If this continues, it will be implemented. Detained in the open air. At first, the family was confined in one or several cells. Later, it was discovered that there were too many prisoners. Such detention was unscientific, and it became a separate detention for men and women. The problem that followed was that a certain Borer discovered that a certain Borer who had bitten him was also locked up with him. Taking advantage of the jailer's unpreparedness, the two Borers started a large-scale fire in the cell, and most of the prisoners are civil servants, and there are still a few who solve the problem with their hands. Most of them are swearing with their necks stretched out. The content is even more varied and has everything. Even the ancestors of the previous dynasty have been greeted. Well, then move some of the suspects to nearby noble residences for custody. Yoji wanted the factory guards to share part of the pressure, but on another thought, these two departments will also fill in the people. The cells are not enough, so they can only use some free places. Anyway, those places are idle. The rich merchants in the city, apart from the Queen's dung beetle, were all picked up and bleeded one by one. There are not many remaining rich. It is estimated that the plan to auction the noble mansion will be temporarily shelved, which is tantamount to smashing in his own hands. Since the luxury houses have become slow sales goods, there is no need to rush to cash out. Even if they can't be sold, it doesn't matter. In the future, they can be used as rewards for those who have made contributions. If they are distributed 20 or 30 sets, It is estimated that most of the inventory will be almost emptied up. The remaining mansions can be developed into high-end hotels and nightclubs, which are specially used for the consumption of wealthy officials. It seems that this project also has a great market potential. If it is operated properly, it should not be a problem to earn 100,000 tals a year. An official in frontiers like Zhuo Modi, if he returned to Beijing to report on his work, it would be too shabby to live in an inn, and a hotel was just right, especially to set up a hotel dedicated to receiving court officials. Let them feel at home, so that they can better work for a certain prince. When they recover, they can go to the nightclub next to them to enjoy it, or just set some services in the hotel. All expenses can be reimbursed in the etiquette department. If it is not for spending money on their own, few people will refuse this enjoyment. After enjoying the 5-star service, even if they spend money on their own, many people will rush to pay. It's the same thing with beef ramen. First, let you eat a few bowls for free. When you become addicted, you will become loyal customers of the ramen restaurant inadvertently. As long as you get relevant information, you will take the initiative to come to your door. For those suspects and their family members, capital offenses are unavoidable, and living offenses are inevitable. They will soon be sent to Shandong for mining. Maybe Hong Chengqiu, who is a member of the first rank, can be an escort officer for a certain prince for free. If the Beijing camp was almost wiped out, sending troops to escort it would be an excuse. Regardless of 3, 7 or 20, let Liu Zeqing die first, lest he become the second Liu Liangzuo. I hope he can be hooked with the fatness of the water transport, otherwise he has to find another way. Chapter 199. Browsing newspapers. Xuan. When the processing is almost done, Yoji will go back to the palace, take the time to write some bound books. It is time for dinner, but the ministers around are looking for reasons to stay away, making it clear that they want to lick the old face was rubbing the royal meal in the palace. An in-house waiter came to report that Princess Lin and Ma Gong would always ask for a meeting. Yoji thought about it with his heels and knew that the newspaper should be almost snapped. So many days have passed. There is enough time for writing, typesetting, and printing. Sure enough, Gong Yong came in with a stack of newspapers in his arms. Because the number was not large, his visual inspection was only about 10 copies, so although their journey was long, it was not too tiring, and the distance was relatively long. Normal civil servants and military generals who come to meet must be waiting at the Meridian Gate or Donghua Gate on the southeast side of Magi. As the relatives of the emperor, the couple don't have to wait so far. Just outside the East Palace, just stand and wait for the eunuch to greet him. Minister, princesses and princesses don't need to be polite, give a seat. While waiting for dinner, the food ministers had nothing to do, and they were all looking at the pile of things in the hands of Mr. Mars. They had never touched the novelty of newspapers. His Royal Highness, the princess and the ministers gathered several scribes in accordance with the instructions and orders of their highness. After many days of preparation, they have already taken shape. A few drafts are now printed. Please read them. If there are any deficiencies, the ministers will immediately repair them. Something for publication and sale. Regarding the Jingxi Daily, Princess Lin and Gong Yonga have invested 12 cents of enthusiasm, because it is about the income of thousands of tals of silver each year, so they can't help but care. After many communications, the prince also revealed a top-secret news that is still unknown. That is, the imperial court will no longer allocate funds to support the clan. It is not only the vassal princes or the princesses who have married outside, but those who have access to access, and those who have no access to find access. In short, regardless of level, each family will be self-reliant. This move will save the Ministry of Households millions of tals of silver each year, which is a relief for the current stretched revenue and extremely large expenses. Gong Yong's family is not too rich, but when Princess Lin came out, the royal family gave a lot of dowries, so if you don't spend much money, you can live without worry. Princess Lin and her beautiful mother and sister-in-law Jiang Yan are best friends. Even if you are short of money, You can go to the palace and ask for something, but this is not as good as making money by yourself. And you don't need to look at other people's faces. Very good. You love king can just browse it. This is newspaper. The palace will improve the debut to become the mouthpiece of the court and serve as a tool to advertise and push administrative orders. When a certain prince waved his hand, Yang Jinkao understood his mind, first presented a copy to the little master, and then distributed a copy to each minister present. Regardless of paper size or layout, the Jingxi Daily is not much different from the appearance of later newspapers. The only awkward place is the typesetting, because it is a vertical version, so Yoji looks very strenuous, but the ministers looked at it with gusto. This newspaper has really stimulated them too much. Throughout the ages, there has never been a publication containing a large amount of information for officials and people to read. There is a message on the front page. The Emperor Xianyu, the Crown Prince Jiango. The statement is the content of the imperial decree read out in public on the first day of the imperial meeting, so that people in the world know what is going on. Don't hear the hearsay, you must follow the information released by the imperial court, and the number of words will not be much higher than that of the street flyer. There is no need to keep concealing the fact that Daddy has become a vegetative person, because the ministers already know it. And it will soon spread across the country. It is still easier to publicly announce that it is easier to grasp the initiative of public opinion by driving a crane. In this way, the gangsters will also know, but as long as the big Zongtsai has been placed in the capital, he must have already heard about the relevant content, and will send a quick horse to send the news to the old nest of Huguang Valley City. However, only Hong Chengqiu and Sun Quanting were aware of the military action to suppress the invaders south. As long as they did not leak their words, others would never know, unless Jiang Xian's Hong, Liu Rukai and others decided to initiate a rebellion in advance. Most of the officials and people in the capital already knew about the prince's administration of the country, but they were only anxious for a few days, and soon they recovered to their original state. What you should eat, what you drink, what you deserve to die, continue to die. The title of the second edition is completely putting down the Beijing Rebellion, which was temporarily added. Originally, this position was to announce the exemption of all taxes in the northern region and the cancellation of the prince's decree for 3 payments. However, the nature of the rebellion in the Beijing camp was too bad and the impact was extremely serious. The people in the outer city were brutally poisoned. Even if the group of scum had been shot to death, it still caused panic. It must be confirmed by an announcement to stabilize Mingxin. All bad things must be thrown to this group of damn scums. In view of their wickedness, this time they have to go back to the end. For the families of the innocent people who were slaughtered and plundered by the rebels, they will believe it no matter what the newspaper says. In particular, the 6 lieutenants of the 3 major battalions have been captured and killed. The news that Liu Liangzuo is at large is known to the public. One can buy people's hearts, and second, it can also find a good excuse for Hong Chengqiu to lead his troops south to pursue the remnants. The third edition is about the sacred content of exemption of national 3 rates and northern taxes. The direct reasons for the endless changes in various places are natural and man-made disasters. Natural disasters are naturally the drought at the end of the Xiglasi River, and the man-made disasters are due to the 3 salaries paid by Godad and the increasingly serious land annexation in the late Ming dynasty. Due to years of drought, many parts of Shaanxi and western China have not had precipitation for several years, and the crops have not been harvested. Farmers can't pay taxes and don't have enough food. However, if taxation in the disaster-stricken areas is exempted in time and relief is issued in time, it can still be avoided. Minutes changed. However, the owing of salaries in the northwest was the fuse of the contradiction. The fuse was made by the strategist Yuan Dudu. The imperial court sent most of the salaries to Liudong, which would inevitably lead to the problem of owed salaries in some areas. The abolition of the post and the lack of payment in the northwest combined with the disaster of farmers. These 3 main causes caused a large number of unemployed people, especially tens of thousands of military-trained officers and soldiers. and finally gathered together and directly evolved into a protracted rebellion. There is no money for the old soldiers. The landless farmers have no land to grow, and the unemployed postmen have nothing to do. Correspondingly, local officials are setting up names and exploiting them privately, making profits from them, which rouses dissatisfaction and anger. The instigator of this was the dumpling of the pot. After hearing Sumion's advice, he used the western wall to repair the eastern wall. As a result, the eastern wall hadn't been repaired yet, and there were 2 leaky walls in the house, and the wind began to suffer from the wind. What followed was the ridicule of the surging minutes and the waves everywhere. The robbers not only repeatedly suppressed the uncleanness, but also more and more, which disturbed the court to sleep and eat. The Hubtikang has been exhausted. Daddy had to levy 3 payments to maintain the salaries of the suppressor army and the Liudong army, and then aggravated the changes. The solution itself was the problem. This is the most typical vicious circle. If you don't stop the collection of 3 rates, Datong Jiao will have to repeat the same mistakes and be tossed alive by the poor dumpling father. As the second generation of the emperor, a certain prince looked down on the money of the poor ghost. Whoever had the money would ask for it. Therefore, the 4th edition will let everyone see how to play the prince severely punishes the moth of the country. Since the arseholes can set up their names cleverly and fill their own pockets, then the certain prince can also copy it. For example, what did Aking eat last night? The one who dared to answer that he ate fried soybeans has now been stolen by the factory guard. The officials of the Darking dynasty, if they are not checked, they seem to be upright officials, and if they are checked, they are all officials of the King dynasty. Faced with such an embarrassing financial situation, a certain prince thought of a famous song. Who do you think of when you have no money? Dare to openly deceive the king, copy home. Dare to resist the decree and disrespect, copy the home. Dare to disobey the prince, copy home. Dare to violate the sun and the yin, copy the home. So far, all the moths who have been ransacked their homes have no less than 5,000 kills, and they are very worthy of the results of their previous efforts. Hanlin like Chen's Island can earn 1,000 tals of silver each year, not to mention other people. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the palace trial fraud case, it happens to be able to bloodbath the Hanlin Academy and the Imperial College. A certain prince is secretly calculating that this group of nearly 1,000 people will be able to recharge 5 million tals of silver for the household at such a value, which will surely make Li Shiwen, who advocates the concept of living within his means, overjoyed. If you are not so optimistic, you can have at least 1 or 2 million tals of silver. When all the antiques, calligraphy and jewelry accumulated by it are sold, doubling the total amount should not be a problem. What should I do if it is less than 5 million tals? Then go on catching bugs. After the capital is arrested, it will be arrested in the Gifu area. It is also possible to go to Danjin and Boding. It must meet the expectations of a certain prince. Next came the news of the appointment and removal of officials from the imperial court. Some people were unlucky enough to be arrested, and the first ransacked their homes. Naturally, some people wanted the officials to reinstate their posts or get promoted to fill their vacancies. The names of the cabinet members and the 6 ministers of the ministers should be announced. In addition, the medical department should be established. The responsibilities of this yeoman of saving the dead and the wounded should be publicized, and the doctors should be recruited for the hospital under construction. Physicians need to submit personal household registration information, which will be checked by the staff on IJY, and then they can be hired after interviews, written examinations, and clinical assessments, and then go to work. If there is a problem, they must be re-reviewed. Hu Xian, who had just been appointed as the right assistant of the medical department, was confessed to Chen's Island. Although he had already taken up his new position, he had already accepted the silver. A certain prince asked Liu Lishan, the champion of the 7th-year palace examination of Chongzhen, to fill the vacancy. The bitten out of the imperial courtyard, Liu Zhengzong, 9 out of 10, will be questioned, replaced by Wang Wei, who supported the new policy of the prince, and hope he can take care of the smoky imperial courtyard. Wu Rong, as the second assistant, was also elected by the DPRK in name. This is the practice of the Great Dynasty, and Yogi did not deliberately break it. Anyway, if it is really true, then we will vote to ensure that some people run in tears. Until it doesn't matter if there are 2 people in the cabinet. The vacant places can be temporarily shelved, and no one can say anything. If you want to fill the number, you can fill in a bunch at any time. No matter who enters, they will consciously stand on the side of a certain prince. There is no need to publish the salary increase for hundreds of officials. After all, the outer city has just been ransacked, and many people have not yet settled. If it is announced at this time, it is easy to stimulate everyone's fragile nerves. Yogi felt that the 30% business tax previously proposed was a bit too high, so it was reduced to 20% so that merchants could bear it and the court would also benefit. It doesn't matter if they can't bear it, they can go down to the underworld to find the king of Hades to move troops. If they can bear it, then pay the money obediently. If there are guys who continue to do 2 books, all the whistleblowers, once the situation is verified, can get 10% of the family property of the whistleblowers. See if you dare to continue to take the risk. Using the trick of reporting and rewarding can make most merchants directly accept their favor. As long as the housekeeper or the accountant retort, the property they have accumulated over generations of talents will be wiped out in an instant. Under such a big temptation, many people will choose to take the initiative to come and hold the pure golden chicken thigh. Once you report it, you will be able to enjoy a lifetime. These 3 things are in place in one step. Who is not tempted? What? Don't say it's a housekeeper. As long as the neglected concubine or some children steal the account book and give it to the factory guard, then the dream of Xiania's turnaround can be realized. As long as you take a risk once, you can get tens of thousands of tals of silver in your pocket. This transaction is definitely worthwhile, and it's a huge profit, even if you hire someone to do it. Seeing the contents of the 6th edition, it is estimated that the hearts of merchants will be chilled, and a certain prince does not do anything. As long as he does it, it must be a fatal blow, so that the enemy has to kneel down and beg for mercy. If you really want to get no tax at all, there is a way to do it. Then do Queen Dung Beetle. This business is completely tax-free, as long as you can resist the smell of smoke. The 7th edition is to call on the people to eat locusts. This stuff is nutritious. After being fried, it tastes good. The court officials said it was good. The governor of the mountain, Yanjizu, used the magic weapon of the fairy world to catch it in the foreign dynasty. In the future, everyone will not need to have obstacles and doubts about this kind of insects. You can eat the insects on an order. It does not matter if you can't eat them. The official is also responsible for the purchase. 1 catty can be exchanged for 5 copper coins, and the number of exchanges is unlimited. In order to enhance public credibility, the above also specifically stated the special acquisition locations, which were set up outside the front gates of the east, west, north and south, clearly marked the price, paid in cash, and weighed on the spot by the officials of the Shunshan mansion. 100,000 tals of silver can buy 20 million catties of locusts. It is estimated that in order to make a fortune, the people will be very enthusiastic to catch locusts. If so many are caught, it is estimated that the locusts in the entire Gifu area will die out. The carders automatically ignored this page, because when they thought of eating locusts, they thought of the terrifying scene a few days ago. The bowl was dark and densely packed with a lot of disgusting things, and they felt that there was no appetite. Hong Chengchu had never seen the grand occasion at the time, so he was still interested in reading this edition, thinking that the knowledge introduced in it was very connotative, which opened his eyes to him. When he went back, he planned to try it out and taste the taste of it, just in case the prince asked and responded well. What makes everyone even more disgusting is the following content. A certain prince wants to borrow the claws of the queen dung beetle to build public toilets on a large scale in the capital to facilitate everyone to show respect, so as not to find a corner and start cracking. In order to show their loyalty, the queen dung beetles wanted to spend money on advertising, but Yoji temporarily put it on hold. Merchants in other businesses are forgiven for advertising. What are you doing? Don't you know? This is to be advertised. Is it to encourage the general public to actively defecate? Chapter 200, Publication Content. The 8th and 9th editions respectively introduced the general decree of the imperial court town Fushandong and Shanqian. These two areas will be the imperial government's support this year, and various preferential measures will be given. If the businessmen intend to invest and create a large number of employment opportunities, they can enjoy the corresponding tax reduction treatment, and the tax can be reduced to a minimum of 10%, which is half the tax amount in other places. The 10th edition stated that Prince Ming intends to establish the Ming Academy of Sciences and is preparing to recruit amazing talents in the world who love technology and machinery. Regardless of education, background, age, or gender, as long as they have real talents, they can sign up. It is proposed to have one dean annual salary 5,000 kls, 2 deputy deans annual salary 2,000 kls, 50 academicians 1,000 kls, 100 trainees annual salary 5,000 kls, and 500 apprentices annual salary 200 kls, 1,000 craftsmen annual salary 100 kls. The Dean of the Academy of Sciences reserved for Song Yingxing. If the number of days is counted, Jin Yiwai's official ship should arrive at Fujian day and night, but the deep inland of Dingzhou, it is not easy to go, so that the head of Song received the imperial decree. It will take some time. Wang Zheng and Boj were the first candidates for the deputy dean. These two great talents from north and south, one is good at mechanics, and the other is quite researched in astronomy and optics. If they are both caught up, they will be as effective as those of the past. Wulong a Phoenix. If the Academy of Sciences reaches its full staff status, not counting the research funding, the annual salary of all personnel alone will be as high as 310,000 kls, and all the expenses together will easily cross the 500,000 kls. If you change it to a dumpling father, you will definitely not set up such a super money-burning Yemen. For the emperor who does not pay attention to scientists, it is far better to use the money to support the benefits of 5,000 soldiers and horses. The investment to the Academy of Sciences can get a huge return. The more you invest, the higher the return. The early stage will focus on military science research. Scientific research projects include various types of landmines, sea mines, airships, rocket launchers, steam engines, propellers, sights, and more modern cable telegraphs and even breech bolts. After the development of a better airtight breech block, it means that the extremely advanced radar-mounted artillery can be put on the agenda, which will play a pivotal role and significance in ground warfare, and can increase the rate of fire of the artillery times more. Even if Frankensteins are not very interested in weapons that can breathe fire, seeing a cable telegraph that can transmit messages thousands of miles will arouse their curiosity. This should be something they have never thought of. The 11th edition published a reward order from the Ministry of Defense, mainly aimed at fugitive Beijing camp rebels. Report one person. After verification, you can receive a reward of 5 kls of silver. You can get 250 kls if you report 1,000. Gorilla has a profit of 500 kls. I believe that after seeing this news, those rangers who are short of money will immediately become bounty hunters, searching for prey all over the mountains, and as long as they catch a general, they can enjoy a happy life for several months. The following are some outstanding cases that are currently backlogged in Shunshan Mansion. If anyone who knows provides reliable clues or dared to correct the suspect, he will definitely be grateful. After taking office, Shunshan Mansion Yin Haodong will also do some performance, so as to send a meeting gift to the prince. Then it published the most important epidemic prevention work, especially for the Danone functional drink, which gave an extremely detailed explanation and introduction, and the content was so straightforward that anyone who could read the word could see the meaning. In order to prevent and control the plague, Yin Haodong arranged special escorts for each block in the capital. If there were not enough staff, he recruited a lot of people. He knocked gongs along the streets 3 times a day in the morning, noon, and night, and he was not deaf. Can hear clearly. In more lively sections and first-class streets, lime has already begun to be paved. After it rains or is trampled on by pedestrians and vehicles, it will be paved again. Danone prescriptions are also posted on the streets and alleys. Even if the people are illiterate, they can just tear down the list, buy the medicine at the pharmacy, and keep it at home for emergencies. If the plague spreads to the Gyeonggi area, Yin Haodong plans to directly put the medicine in sacks in the city and hang it into the well, which can serve the purpose of extensive epidemic prevention. Since it is the first issue, there are a lot of government affairs content, and the space occupied by leisure and entertainment is relatively small. The 14th edition is about anecdotes from all over the world. The 15th and 16th editions are novels written by the author with the pen name Old Man Riding a Donkey. The Wonderful Flower Mirror and Flowers. It is about Hao Jian, the son of merchant in the southern Song dynasty, who came out after the imperial examination was helpless and his results failed. The Funny Story. The first episode is about the idle Hao Jian betting with others, saying that within a week, without buying houses, jewelry, antiques, calligraphy and painting, or hiring others, he can spend 10,000 yuan smoothly. If he fails, then to pay the other party 100,000 pennies. A group of ministers looked at the serialized novel with gusto, thinking in their minds how to meet this harsh condition and how to deal with them instead. Because it seems to be fast, I feel that the two editions are not long, and some meaning is still unfinished. I feel very curious about this Old Man Riding a Donkey. The content of his work is really unreliable and eye-opening. I don't know that this product is Wu Yi, who was ordered by a certain prince to reflect at home, and is busy writing his own crookedness every day. Works to redeem merits. Princess Lin and her husband Gong Yong finally saw the powerful strength of merchants. The two tea merchants who were so scared by the prince directly packaged 2.5 pages for 30 days. It was a very tactful apology in the newspaper. Page advertisements are published. The most expensive 9th edition and the bottom edition are worth 20 tls per issue. The rest are 15 tls, and quarter editions are 8 tls, and an editions are 4 tls. In order to prevent themselves from porcelain cups, these two smashed their back molars, and each spent 600 tls of money. They didn't want to sell tea, but only wanted a piece of loyalty that could be proved by heaven and earth. After Gong Yonga returned to the house, he took out 1,200 tls of silver to his wife. Princess Lin was almost stupid. It was too easy to make this money. In addition to joy, the proprietress asked the boss to specially engrave the two tea merchants with a special advertising board, which was tailor-made for the VV level, so as to win over these two big customers who spent a lot of money. Even if all expenses were eliminated according to the pre-arranged agreement, the couple could only leave 30% of the profit in the end, which would not be able to run thousands of tls in the whole year. If there are about 80 tls of advertising revenue in each issue, there will be 28,800 tls in 360 days a year. The cost of compiling, printing, and selling is considered to account for the bulk, and the profit is only regarded as 10,000 tls, and the couple can still have an income of 3,000 tls. This is not counting the newspaper price of $10 per issue, which can basically cover the printing cost, and the editor's income can be afforded. Wu Yi, who was making a mess at home, even got his first payment 6 tls of silver. The price is $100 per edition, and the number of words must not be less than 500 words, so this Tunzi at home became a novel writer. Since it is written in the vernacular, there is no need to pay attention to writing, and there are princesses and cohorts backing up, so I don't have to worry about being tracked down. Without many restrictions, you can still play freely. With the guidance of a certain prince, this novel is a piece of cake for Wu Yi. He also has a very lucrative job, that is, to write the secret history of Daya that makes idiots feel dry and smoky when they see it. The buyout price of 2,000 tls of silver, the number of words will reach 500,000 words, and the exchange of 205 crosses for 1 of silver is very profitable, and it is completely tax-free. These days, Wu Yi is a cat at home as a fat house. After writing The established a wonderful flower mirror and flowers. In his spare time, he devoted himself to studying the relationship and background information of many characters in the book to enrich his brain. A certain prince believes that because this book is very magnificent, especially the emotional story of the heroine, the price should be able to reach 1 or 2 silver. The first printing of 10,000 copies is not a problem, and there is no tax, so the profit should be about 5,000 tals of silver. If it sells well, let Wu Yi write the second one. If you can sell more a year, you might be able to cover the expenses of the people around you. This kind of publication is still the cutest, and you can make some pocket money without much effort. How do you King feel about this newspaper? After everyone saw it, Yoji and Yanjun asked. They recognized the achievements of the aunt and uncle's work these days. They have reached their psychological expectations. There is no need to make any deletions and changes, and they can be printed in large quantities. The minister thought that this newspaper can not only spread the imperial government's orders to the world, but also advertise important news. It is actually the first reading of Gushao Jin. It is a rare and excellent product. It can be purchased for only $10. Ordinary people all can afford to consume. Your Highness' move is very superb. Xguogwin couldn't do anything else. Flattering was the best in this respect, and he had the right opportunity to grasp it. If you change it to something else, you will definitely hesitate again and again. First look at the attitude of others, and you have to figure out the holy will before you speak. But this newspaper was clearly created by the prince and was handed over to the horse and princess to operate it. The situation couldn't be clearer, so Master Shufu didn't hesitate to take preemptive tactics. As the prospective father-in-law who will become a relative of the emperor, he must hug his son-in-law's chicken thighs tightly. The minister reconsidered what the first secretary said. This report is not big, but it can cover everything. The price is not expensive, and it can also cover 1 min. His Royal Highness Imperial Decree, Court Decrees, many knowledge, anecdotes can be seen at a glance. You have to look through the newspaper and you will know the major events in the world, which is a great achievement that will last forever. Since ancient times, there has not been such a shocking act, and the ministers admire it until. As the second assistant, Wooler's brain is much better than Xguogwon, who can only go for a while, and the second assistant is definitely not inferior to the first assistant. When he first came into contact with the innovative media such as newspapers, Wu Yi was deeply shocked by its rich content and massive amount of information. Newspapers cover more aspects than Dibao, and their audiences are not comparable. They have clear sections and novel plots. They are suitable for all ages, whether for office or leisure. Generally, the number of purchases of large households will start at 10 copies. In order to see what you like as soon as possible, the master, the lady, the young master, the lady, the housekeeper, etc. will all have one. The ministry considered what the first assistant and the second assistant said. As soon as this report came out, many rumors that slandered the court, ignored the king's law, and instigated the people could be self-defeating. His Royal Highness can radiate the will and vision to the world without any effort, and bring the people to their hearts. Hanai surrendered. Hong Chengqiu, as one of the 2 commanders of the bandits, thought more about how to control public opinion. Jingxi daily seems ordinary, and the price is not high, but it can play such a deterrent effect. Since the people of the Li people could not see the Dibao, they had to know about the government's decree through the bulletin. But the bulletin is not posted every day, and the space is limited. Only the most important information can be announced. Newspapers are different. Not only are they published every day, but the amount of information is amazing. As long as it is a very important court decree, it will be covered in a newspaper. The less important ones will also be published in the next few days. As long as you buy newspapers every day, you won't miss a single bit. With newspapers, people will no longer believe in the rumors of others. Because newspapers are the mouthpiece of the sage, It is equivalent to the emperor's use of newspapers to tell you many important things. It doesn't matter if you don't want to watch this, you can still watch the story meeting made up by Wu Yi. After Hong Chengqiu expressed his views, others followed up. Everyone has basically the same attitude towards newspapers, and they will strongly support publication and distribution. In that case, because the content of this issue is very important, in addition to the capital, Jifu, Shunshan Prefecture, and even Liaodong, Shanqian, Shandong, Beazley and other places will be issued. The first issue will be printed 50,000 copies first. If it is not enough, additional printing will be added. It is still unknown how many copies can be drawn this evening, but if 50,000 copies are drawn out, they can all be sold. Insider information can be bought for only $10. Which is super cost-effective for most people, especially when the Beijing camp launched a rebellion, coupled with a large-scale cleaning of borers. Everyone wants to know the meaning of the above. His Royal Highness is wise. Gongyonga has already negotiated a distribution plan with major inns, tea houses, restaurants and other consumer places in the city. For every newspaper he sells, he will be given a coin. Newsboys in charge of retail on the street can also enjoy this treatment. This is also the main reason for the price increase from $5 to $10, and if the sales volume rises steadily, advertisers are very fond of them, and they can also greatly increase the layout, so that the price will not be easily increased because they have already reserved enough premium room. If 50,000 copies can be sold in each issue, then Gongyonga and the princess wife can laugh in their dreams. The more they sell, the easier it will be to cover the cost. Advertising expenses will become pure profits. By the end of the year, the split between the couple will reach an unspeakable level. Now the ministers can not only eat their meals, but also get a free newspaper. After eating and rubbing their mouths, they all go home with the newspapers in, so that the children can get a sneak peek. When a certain prince came to Cunning Palace to please his beautiful mother, just in time for the four beauties to withdraw from the game, he would not give up until sunset. Xishan, mainly because of shoulder pain. I really can't hold it, otherwise I have to carry the lights and fight at night. For the newspaper that turned out to be a thing. It directly aroused the enthusiasm of the beautiful women. Except for Queen Zhu, everyone wants to know what happened in these days, but it is inconvenient to inquire. With newspapers, you can get a full view. The pretty mother knew about the newspaper, but when she saw the real thing for the first time, she still seemed to love it. She read every page very carefully for fear of missing important content. From now on, the main work of the beauties in the back residence is to sleep, eat, play mahjong, read the newspaper, and begin to move closer to the daily lives of their colleagues hundreds of years later.